is happening, Moravia to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Spoon Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon.
And of course, wherever it is you watching us from, this is Spoon Talk. This indeed is Liberia's biggest talk show. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's a pleasure being on. Love to welcome you wherever it is you listening to us from. Those of you watching us via Spoon TV, we love to say welcome to you. Those of you listening to us all across Liberia via the different radio stations that are relaying this program, we love to say welcome to you as well. Today is Monday, the 8th day of January 2024. And somebody jokingly said January has got 65 days. Others are saying it's got 45 days. And the rest, people complain that January takes a long time to get done and dusted with. People want to move on to February. January is a long month. Yeah, but one person that will be praying, or two persons that will be praying, for the 22nd to come, will be the president-elect, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Yuman Boyka, and the vice president-elect, Senator Jeremiah Pankun, and all of their supporters. They're counting down days now. So just a pop quiz quickly for all those of you watching. How many days to inauguration? The first person to come up with the correct answer. Let's see who's going to do that. How many days to the 22nd of January 2024? That fateful day, on Capitol Hill at the Capitol building where the inauguration is going to take place. How many days? So Patriotic Liberian says 14. He or she is the first to have answered. Well, says 14. Let's see. Okay, Patriotic Liberian again. I only one answer per person. Patriotic Liberian. You don't need to be sending your answer over and over. It makes it invalid, by the way. Paul Smith says 14 days as well. How many days to the 22nd? That is it. Man Jennison says 14 days. Kakai Felet says 14. Caroline Daru Dalia says 14. Man Kou Suason 14. Avin Corder 14. Aku Sawo 14. Jusu Tejani 14. S. Manning Rogers says 15. Well, yeah. So the mothers will argue. Anyway, so folks, you welcome those of you watching us all across the country. We love to say welcome to Spoon Talk. The rest of the panelists are going to join on later. But a lot of things happening in the country as well. It's a brand new working week. There's still issues happening all across Liberia. We will definitely be bringing you some of the things happening across the country. We will be all right, so that was a tip coming in. We'll talk about that later on the show. Sorry for that brief, pause. That was because some breaking news was coming in and I needed to read that out. As I said, we'll definitely be cutting across the country. I'm telling you what's happening, not just in Montserrado County, but other parts of Liberia as well. The rest of the panelists are going to join in, talking about the former CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon, and the rest of the panelists, including Dr. Francine, with Richardson, Dwalu and the people, Fadi Guy, and the rest of the guys, Prince Maxwell, they'll all be joining on. And you can tell that Spoon Talk is definitely going to serve you exactly what they do serve you every day on this show. All right, so let's go into trending issues. I'll be, saying hi to those watching. I'll do that. Hey, when you speaking to all the money, I'll definitely speak to all of you. There is a video that I'm looking for to kickstart the show. Trending issues. This video that I'm looking for. All right, this is the video here. All right, so I'll be sharing it with you. Don't say, oh, you're acting selfish with the video. I'll definitely share the video with you. All right, somebody now open whole math class here. Rose Horace says 22 minus 8 equals 14. The people when they get a math test, they say show work. They get the whole paper. They can put the math, the workings on the paper. Quick, should I 22 minus 12 minus 8 is equal to 14? Yeah. We know you know math. Just simply tell the answer. Say no. She must do work. She must show us the work. All right. So let's go into the trending issues today happening across the country. And I decided to kickstart my presentation, my production tonight on the show with this particular video. So, people have made New Year resolution. People made resolutions here, there, and all over. Yeah, I'll be showing the video. I'll give credit to the source as well. And some people made a resolution that this 2024, come what may, they must marry. Yeah, they must what? Marry. This year 2024, like a year of getting married. Well, I've titled my first update for today, Sinful Melodies. Yeah, Sinful Melodies. And there is a reason I've titled it Sinful Melodies. You know, there was this news all around the corridors that the general overseer, the pastor of the Jubilee Christian Fellowship Center, you know, Reverend Clay said, Bishop Clay said, people should go and marry. And he came out to debunk that statement, saying, no, he didn't ask his members or top ranking members and those in position within the church to go and get married. Rather, he believes in marriage though, but he's not forcing people to go get married. You know, he came out and debunked that. That was news. People say, oh, we're going to that church on Sunday to see if we can find our own there. Well, there's a reason I've titled this first update Sinful Melodies. Evangelist Senator Prince Y. Johnson, the one by say his choir members must get married. Yeah, they should marry. They shouldn't be using the same mouths they used to fornicate to be singing melodies to God. Their own video. In this video, I give the credit to Yanti Tokpa. I love to say congratulations to you as well as you're about to graduate. Congratulations, Yanti. And this video is from your page, so I want to give you the due credit as well. So Yanti Tokpa of OKFM, you know, posted this video on his page. I was minding my own business and it popped up on my timeline. I decided to watch it. So Evangelist Senator Prince Y. Johnson has said, you can be in a choir singing. In fact, he singled out the choir director and said, you, the whole director of the choir, you are married. And you know what they say about choir directors and choir members and all that kind of stuff. Not me saying it though. That's what people say. That in a choir, a lot of things can happen. So I leave it just like that. So let's play the video a bit and then we'll move on to the next update. Evangelist, senator, politician, sir. What do you say?
Before I take my seat for the Holy Communion, those of you on the choir, I told you to go in the office. Don't marry. Don't marry. Don't marry. That's what we want to do. But when you sing beautiful songs to honor God, in the midst of His people, you are ministering with what you sing. Fornication is that is forbidden. I told the director of the place, you've been with 10 years, you're singing gospel. So you got to get married.
So the choir director of the church has been leading the church choir for 10 years. And he just refused to marry. And you know what they say about choir and what can happen in the choir again. I'm not saying it. So that when the song spoil, or you see the choir spoil the song, or one or two persons spoil the song. Yeah. And the song ain't really touching your heart. You know, that song ministry, you're not really going to you. You're feeling the vibes. According to those who've been in choir, I've never been in choir before. They say then I mean 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 of them. Then I go sing. Then they chocolate the song with their sinful tongues. So the evangelist senator has said to sing in the choir now, you're married. Beginning with the director who there been directing the choir for 10 years, but he won't marry. Yeah. So that's that. That's just the title of that update. Sinful melodies. No more sinful melodies. You're going to marry. You don't can be spoiling it. So, and like something happened at the evangelist, you know, he wasn't feeling the vibes of the song and all that kind of thing. And he decided to tell them that maybe they are sinning, they can be doing that. In which kind of fornication? Fornication is a sin. You can't be singing song for God. Then you be fornicating, you can't sing, and we can't feed the song in the church anymore. All right, so leave that. We move on to the next update. And I've titled this one as Unequipped Valor. You know, I've long heard about men being brave, but we see them in movies. So the people brave, Rambo can take on the whole time he want can fight one whole army and all that kind of stuff. But today I witnessed valor at its best. I got called around 7 a.m., somewhere 7 a.m. this morning, of a fire that was raging on at the Ministry of Transport, the old central bank, and quickly rushed to respond. You know, and then the fire service was already on the scene. Today was a day of more than 15, 20, 35 different thoughts passing through my mind, racing through my mind, as I saw how unequipped our fire service is. And these guys did a very, very great job in all of the challenges, despite all of the challenges they were faced with. The first thing, I didn't see our fire service with, cutting tools, mechanical tools, cutting tools, machines, like they have the electrical, the hydraulic cutter and all that kind of stuff. I didn't see them with that. They were using pinch bars and axes and pitchforks, getting chance they're going to use cutlass and all of these things to break open window bars to be able to make their way into the Ministry of Transport where the fire was raging from the basement area. I saw men nearly fainting today. They didn't give up. But aside all of their valor, I saw the intent, the passion to want to serve, to want to preserve and save lives and properties. Though no lives were at risk, they put their lives at risk, being unequipped. And I asked myself, if one politician somewhere can run $90,000 vehicle, changes that car in 3 years, 2 times, 9, 18, $180,000 worth of vehicles paid for by the government in 6 years. And you have our fire service men with hand-me-downs. Where Chicago Fire Police, the Chicago Fire Department use the tire, then they give it to us. A whole national fire service appeared like a community team with no sponsor. And everybody carried their own jersey on their feet. Torchlights. They were begging and looking for torchlights. Amen. Now everything we want to talk. Imagine if lives were at stake today. It took the fire service almost 2 hours to break into that building because keys were not around and they didn't have the necessary tools and equipment to break into that building. It broke me, but I had to be brave. To see 3 fire service men sharing 1 oxygen tank. Amen. 3 fire service men going into a smoked room. They can't even make it, and they're sharing 1 oxygen tank. When your friend breathe, you breathe. Your friend breathe, you breathe. We're talking about people inhaling smoke. The smoke is the first to kill you, because if you cannot breathe, how will you survive? One person get Canada flag on their shoulder, the other person get Chicago behind their back, the other man use the tip to cancel out the name of the fireman whose uniform he was wearing. One Neil Armstrong or so. Amen. But our leaders will ride bulletproof vehicles. What kind of country are we running when we allow the man down the line to risk his life and die? But when one, minister hand break the flying to Turkey to go put a hand in Turkish cast. Had any of those firemen lost their lives today because of being ill-equipped, what we say, oh, he was a brave man. And what is fighting equipment that you can buy for your people? What? Liberia. It was disgraceful today. Anybody watching will be confused and say, but Chicago Fire Department send people to go for fire in Liberia. These guys were nearly fainting. They had to go buy milk from Jalo shop. Fire truck on the scene, no ambulance, nothing. If those guys had died, any of them lost their lives, thank God. Liberia. Like everything now, where is the love for your country? Where is the patriotic spirit? How do you feel as leaders? That firemen, people will be going into a blazing inferno with 3 men sharing 1 oxygen tank. How you feel? How do you sleep at night? Knowing your children are overseas, they have the best access to EMSs. Emergency medical service can respond to them anytime. But those of us here, I kept thinking to myself that if people were in that building this morning, they would have lost their lives. Just like that. You know what I mean? For fire service to take almost 2 hours. The men can enter. Not that they don't want to fight the fire, but the men can breathe. When they enter the fire, where the fire is blazing, the smoke alone, you can see them running, coming back also. Later, people were being dragged out. We say face the country 100%, but there are certain things that you can do that will take less of an effort. 3 fire service men to 1 oxygen tank. And then when they go in, they will come back. Then the man will strip himself down, take off all the gear. Then another person will wear it. Then they go in and come back. They want it hard to talk. It's hard to talk. To equip fire service. But let there be a tragedy that when we come on the radio and preach all of the big politics and act like we want to put in place things, but just as the noise subsides, that won't go on. May their souls rest in peace. I remember when the 27 to 29 persons lost their lives at the Islamic school. There was a big talk about equipping the fire service. Oh, we put fire trucks, so we put fire trucks, so we train people, we do that one, we do that one. Just as that noise died away, at the end of that story. So I asked the fire service boss, I said, what does this speak to your leadership? 6 years at the helm of the LNFS, and your men are exchanging gears in front of you. 3 men with 1 oxygen tank. What does this speak to your leadership? Say we're not thought, but there's no way people don't listen to us. So sometimes when you want to blame the fire service, think about the challenges that they face. Yeah, I saw it today firsthand. Even in the transport ministry, I didn't even see fire extinguishers. The place we were, saw none, 0 to none available. Most of our installations don't have fire codes. They don't do fire drills. They don't keep active fire extinguishers. They don't have fire assembly points. And you're talking about a building that was used as a bank. So you know it was built fortified. To those gallant firefighters, you have to say thank you today. This country owes you. Not because of what you did at the transport ministry today, but the valor that you displayed. The fact you guys didn't give up. They say, oh, we can get it, so we'll just leave it. Men were crawling on their knees, crawling on their bellies. To my common people there, if you can afford your fire extinguisher, which you should, put it in your house, yeah? To the fire service, you can do it all. Just start going into communities and organize standby firefighting teams in the various communities and districts. Let people be able to respond. Let them know the do's and don'ts. Train people how to fight fire. To the government, they want a math. That all are afraid of. They want a common sense. That all are got. The time we can take to be buying $6,000, $7,000 shoes. If we were passing budgets to equip the districts with fire trucks, to the various police depots, to have fire stations attached. You don't necessarily need the very big trucks at the district level. Based on the size and everything, they have the Land Cruiser type, just as first responders, that they can move in. Train fire service men, reserve in the various districts and communities. That if there is a fire incident, they can move in and respond. You equip them with fire extinguishers, the giant size, you equip them with blankets, you tell them how to fight fire and all these things, so that when a fire incident occurs, they can run there and be the first responders. It's going to save lives. The amount of destruction we see from fire in this country, most of those are based on late responses and people not knowing what to do. Most of them, they're preventable. But because of lack of response, we're here talking this today. I went on a tragic scene, Caldwell, New Georgia. 5 persons died in a house, an entire family. May their souls rest in peace. Because fire gutted that building, they couldn't come out. You know the way the criminal then can treat her, the may honor we can put ourselves in prison in the country. We put iron case, so iron bar, so they want also because we're trying to protect ourselves. So in the instant of a fire, we get stuck in the house. Buy your live fire extinguisher, my people. Protect yourself first. You saw this at the government installation today. Firemen exchanging oxygen masks. When they take it from your friend, breathing, take it from the other men. Men are asking for torchlight. Torchlight. Hey, man. Torchlight. I mean, who get torchlight? Who get torchlight? I help out with it. Who get torchlight? A whole national fire service looking for torchlight. Just thought to share this with you. Where are we as a country? As the total explosion happened, we saw our health system again, how vulnerable it is. Hospitals overwhelmed, begging for medication, begging for food. But see one of the cars that will pop by you, and it is the person with a health minister or a deputy or a this or a that. You see that one vehicle. You wonder. This spirit of entitlement. I dare now let everybody look at me. The thing where I couldn't afford my own money, that mean bluff with taxpayers' money. When the bounce with a Land Cruiser, then you get what? Bounce with a Nissan Patrol, then you get what? As far as here, and then straight they flying all of the country. Quick, no time. Quick ticket, go on. Then you like and be there like, I will say, you're here hurting you later, you shaking. Can't even get good health care. We keep looking up. Now our leaders will be throwing us crumbs. When they pay one person school fee like national news, we giving us crumbs. Meanwhile, the children getting the best education. When they pay one person school fee, they pay 3 person school fee. Spoon TV, I can show you I paying 3 person school fee today. You know, that kind of public generosity. Want to be known for what they do. What are you doing as well? So we'll leave it right there. We'll go to the phone lines. Nelson and the rest of the guys are going to come on at 9 p.m. I'll be taking my exit for Nelson to continue the show with the rest of the panelists. But let's go to the phone lines quickly for you to tell us what's on your mind. Let me say hello to Hawa Sibe. We were Fakoli is also watching. Chinod Zina is also watching. J. Maxwell Tolly is watching as well. Taylor B. Francis. Aminata Rouse is watching us. Eric Allison is watching from Broville tonight. Eric Sako is also watching. C. Giroux Trocombie is watching from RIA Highway. Beatrice Tipler Pupo is watching as well. New Pakwe S. Wia is watching from Italy. Catherine Gibson is also watching as well. Hawa Naye Barclay Moba, if I got that right. Is also watching. Nakita Wia Roberts is watching tonight. Let's go to the phone lines and let's hear what's on your minds. A minute per caller, and let's move on. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Okay. Sorry, man. Let me miss your number. I'll join you. Yeah. Let's take this person here. Hello?
Hello, Damo.
Yes, let's hear you out. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. This is Alfonso Tisley, and I'm phoning from my district resident, specifically Black community.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for affording me the opportunity. Like, what all you said, they are all excellent truth. Our people and our leader, they are not truthful to even themselves before those people that even voted for them. Our health care system is in a deplorable condition. Can you imagine another terrible disaster has occurred again, and our health system is vulnerable? Now, why our lawmaker cannot see it as a necessity to always provide subsidies that would enable our people to be properly treated in our country, but rather every day our people die from common sickness in our Lord fly America, they fly India, they fly other part of the world for good health system. Why are they abandoning their own country? But only time for vote, they already love the people that go sacrifice their lives. This 2024, I'm calling on the youth to be very more active. Those lawmakers and you people voting for, they are wicked, they are wicked. Their children and their wives, they are living good life. But when it comes to election, that's when they act that they like you. So please be very reasonable that these people are not in your interest. Thank you for affording me the opportunity, Damo.
Thank you as well. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello.
You live, Spoon Talk. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, my name is Fode Masaro, calling from Zimbabwe.
Go ahead, Fode.
Yeah, you know, Damo, thank you very much for the show. One of my mind is our representative, Yajab Koluwa. You know, and Yajab Koluwa, today you please remember that you definitely like going to go, but too soon. Why you be asking the papier was paid $10 million? They got $10 million, they got the money out of
But is it not a valid question from Yeke Koluba?
Yeah, we just trying to advise you. We love you so much.
No, you haven't answered the question. Is it not a valid question?
Joseph Baka is not a correct person.
Sir, hello.
Joseph Baka, you do the Laverne people well, so we just trying to tell you, like, I'm not to
so my question to you is it not a valid question for the representative to have asked where did the president elect? Remember, he's the president elect and soon to be president. He's subjected to public scrutiny. So we want to, if Yeke asks the question, where did he get the $10 million from? Is that not the onset of accountability? Don't you want your friend to constructively criticize you?
One of the country in Africa. But the thing that be talking on the thing, I can be
oh, because the manager asked where the 10 million coming from now, you won't vote against him. Is that not accountability? If you tell us where the 10 million is coming from, is that not transparency as well? Or you want Yege to ask, or you want different person to ask, but it shouldn't be Yege. All right, sir. Thank you. Let's take this person 077771075 055501075. Hello.
Good.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out.
My name is Miller S. Jabler. I'm calling from Chicken Factory this evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Dama, thank you very much. You said it all. But Dama, let me tell you, when they say Labua, when they say poverty in this country, the poverty that comes from honor crime, the poverty
is derived from our leaders.
Mm.
Those elected as our leader. These are the people that bring poverty in the country. They destroying the damn day of this country is our leader, Damo. I can't argue you. Why all you say is what happening. You see, minister, even you see the other minister of power, you will beat that. But go look in that minister where he's taking care of, or where he control. Go when you enter the year, say you can't answer, he says, no, I'm not sure that the person that power is the problem. But Damo, we are looking and seeing this government, this is why we said that yes, it is this government that will fought for to bring up for. We will know who all that will be appointed. That will not allow somebody that destroy the country, that destroy our country to come back in the government. Provided what connection you get or anything you get, it will never work. We will stay and protest until that person will be displayed.
All right, sir.
We're looking for this deal, bro. Thank you very much.
Thank you. People now start staging protests so soon. JMB, yeah, I know. 077771075 055101075. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Let's hear you out, please.
My name is William calling from community.
Kindly increase the volume of your voice, sir. Be a bit audible for us, please.
William calling from Peace Island community.
Go ahead.
Yes, I don't want you to have them the sound of be somebody to recruit me.
Huh?
You have that recruitment when the term the time is.
I don't know nothing about AFL recruitment unless I call Assistant Minister Sam Collins. Oh, why you want to be so your boy? Eh? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll do that inquiry for you. I'll say it on the radio once he tells me. Yeah. But just be training in the meantime, you know. Be all on the beach training, taking your push out and all kinds of things, you know. Yeah, make sure you fit. You fit?
Yeah.
All right, Chief. 077771075 055101075. Somebody wants to join the military. Not 3 days like somebody I know. I'm not going to mention me, but hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, this is Francis Sambula.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. 20. What on my mind is the religious advisor to the president, President George Mano, which is Reverend Emmanuel Nimle. He took 200 people in the church. I'm on the name of Australian visa. He said he's going to get a visa to go and marry.
Well, now you get concrete evidence to the fact, or you want to use the word allegedly. Allegedly.
Commitment to pay some money back, and he didn't do it. He escaped.
All right, but let's take it bit by bit. Let's take it bit by bit, sir.
For you guys.
Hello.
Spoon and discuss it. Yeah.
Let's take it bit by bit. They think you rushing with it.
Yeah,
take it slow. You say who allegedly duped people on going to Australia?
Hello, come again.
You said who allegedly duped people who wanted to go to Australia?
Oh, the religious advisor to President George Weah, Emmanuel Nimle, for Clown. He used the church premises to have a meeting. He used the church premises and office the church. He took over 200 persons. He said he had visa to Australia and was forced. Everything was fake. He collected money over 200,000 plus.
How much reportedly
up to now,
did a person pay?
It's where we can find.
Also,
Liberia, and before he could escape, he made a promissory note. I mean, that is commitment that he's going to pay some of the people money back. Which of course he didn't do it. When the date he showed to pay the money which was November 15th, December 15th, when the people went for their money, he was not there, he was nowhere to be found. Called him, he said that in fact he's not in the country. So we're going to bring every evidence, his commitment note, we're going to bring we wrote communication to the president, we're going to bring that communication, and we're going to bring some of the receipt that he paid the visa fee.
Were you part of the people wanting to go to Australia?
I was part of it. We're about 200 plus.
So how did it happen? Me, I'm interested in the whole story now. Do you say you got evidence?
There was some part of last year in August. He kept the program. He said that he went to Australia. When he came back, he said they have a conference there. And the conference, he said they told him to carry some Liberians. was 600 Liberians, I mean 6,000 Liberians to carry them there. And people come from all around the world, they are going there. So you want to help to Liberians to give them opportunity to carry them there. So when he called the meeting, pastor went there. And he had a registration fee of 120. Then he had the conference fee of 100. Then the
so that 220,
150.
so that 370 right there.
And the insurance,
So the conference fee that 120.
120.
The visa fee that Bob.
The visa fee 750.
750
right now.
750 US.
Yeah, 750.
Oh, people get money in the country. 750 US.
Yeah, 750 US.
And you pay 750 US.
Yeah. So, and when he did it, and that dude, he told the people that all information going to be given to them through their email. What about our first? So he created a chat room that there where you were communicating with the people every time you
say that there where you are communicating with us because you say you were part of it.
You were saying that we're World Trade Center really communicating that like he communicating. I mean, the person communicating from Australia. Say, oh, you get 2 minutes. You okay? You see your visa. In fact, you go pack your bag. You go pack your baggage. In fact, you look for money. You put your card, your visa card. So you go Australia. You can the other money to use it for the meantime. Oh, you're coming the next day. In fact, the next day the visa coming now, the 28th of November. The visa coming. Oh, thank God, hallelujah, thank God. The visa is here. That was scared, my brother.
So you bought suitcase and all
run away. So later on, when the group came together, now we rise against him. He got up to one Reverend Dean, Reverend Alfonso Dean, went to Kogota. So Reverend Dean intervened. Reverend Dean talked to him. Reverend Dean told him, he said, this is not good. He said, try to pay the people money back, Reverend Dean. Try to people pay the money back. It's not good. It's a complete fraudulent, complete scam. It's a complete use of the people. So he made a commitment not to pay the money. And we all agreed that he would take from the money, though he said, you'll not pay all. Because all the money we spent was, some people spent 1,500, some people spent 1,600. In fact, one
how much did you spend?
In jail.
How much did you spend? How much you spent?
I spent 1,500.
1,500.
I took the money from Bogongile and Brack. Yo, up to now, I can't even sleep to people of Bogongile, Brack, the Bian, day and night.
So what do you people plan on doing?
So there's a situation. We wrote the president, but up to now, the president has done anything. I mean, we haven't got anything for him.
And you say where is he currently, according to your information?
They said some person in Nigeria, some person in Europe. He got there on the internet, communicate 24 hours, defending himself. Yeah. Defending himself, he said that the visa, he told people from the beginning that visa fee is not refundable, this and that, or all the money we pay is not refundable. Then why you make commitment though, if the money is not refundable? So right now, people are in tears.
Amen.
Over 200 Liberians.
All right. Now, so this is what you do, eh? This is what you do. I know you people are trying to follow all of the legal channels and all of that. But you can come to our head offices here on the Congo Town Back Road. We're interested in the pieces of evidence that you have.
And we'll bring it all.
So we can see for ourselves. But as it stands, it's still an allegation, you know. Yeah. But thank you anyway.
Bring a commitment note. He signed his signature, everything on it.
All right.
He himself with it. He signed to pay back our money.
So which part of Australia you are going? Perth, you know, Melbourne, Sydney. Which part of Australia you are going?
He said Perth.
Oh, Perth. Perth you are going.
Yeah. He said they have conference for the whole world.
All right, sir.
But I brought a part of it, which is scared. People can't even get visa from here.
All right, sir. Just do as I said, and we'll pick it up from there as well. It's a story interesting. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come into the head office tomorrow or after.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
All right. You're welcome. Yeah. So, men are en route to Perth. And then, the high happy. This reminds me of a story. Similar thing happened when we were on a Buduburan refugee camp. There was a whole thing about Queen Sheba. Those of you who were on Buduburan camp, you know the Queen Sheba story. Yeah. And the whole Queen Sheba thing, and how woman and bought their suitcases and everything. People were not sleeping because they say any moment the Queen Sheba boss could just count the football fee, you know, and carry people. America, Queen Sheba had, you know, a very big land space that she just wanted to help Liberians. People pay registration fee. People want to Queen Sheba workshop. People got Queen Sheba certificate. All that and also so vla. Yeah. So John Green can remember the Queen Sheba story. Yeah, those are you on Budu Brown. You know the Queen Sheba story. How it ended, and then shit. Yeah, but people are desperate to travel. People want to make better lives. Yeah, people want to explore better opportunities, and because of that desperation, people in trusted positions then prey on us. They take our money. They want us smart AI. They want our smart travels. Hello,
Hello,
how are you?
I'm okay.
Your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Prince Kumar calling from Upper Caldwell.
You wanted to go Australia too?
Eh?
You're part of
No,
Australia
no,
too?
I'm going to Australia, but something that is on my mind I want to share with these guys.
Yeah, what's on your
Which
mind?
has to do with this World Trade Center.
Mm.
I tell you what, my brother, this place is destroying our education system in this country.
Mm.
You find out that students nowadays, when they feel the private schools, they don't want to lose students. So for that reason, they always keep the students when they fail, they will just allow them to jump to the next class just so they can maintain the finances. And most of these students now, when they fail, even if they go to another school, they ask for their report cards. Instead of carrying the original report cards, they are failing report cards, they will go to World Trade Center. And that place now, I tell you what, they get all the schools that we have in this country, their stamps and other things they carry. Everything. So when they prepare report cards, you see it as original.
Mm.
So I'm pleading to our incoming president, when he come, at least let him evict these guys from over there.
Oh,
Either
really?
demolish them or to evict them. I think that one would be one. Hello?
My man is saying, please tell Georgia to leave her. We hear your point. Thank you, yeah. The little girl is
Okay.
trying to get your attention. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So let's bring on Dwalu and the people. Dwalu, me, I'll let you pull it in. Let me speak to you first. I'll just lay what's on my mind for you. There is a call for you. How are you, Dwalu? Good afternoon.
How you doing, that one?
I'm
Okay.
good. Somebody say you're using our flare as we know Ketty.
They flare. That morning, I need to go with them. They flare. I'll be in my office every night and then. So maybe in 5 days, they flare going beyond to open up the area. Let people relax. Okay, every day, man. President, we are wearing flare. You're laughing. You're getting fair.
People can notice you. Somebody say your wife keep on behind.
Oh, wife keep on behind last night. I tried to put a beginning one can downstairs. I tell you, maybe you get away from me. So, but I'll open
it up. As we don't get it.
No, Lava be do.
So Lapa be office, Lapa be studio,
Lapa be studio. Yeah, they will balance.
Yeah. So let me turn it over to you, Dwalu. Usually you do your 30 minutes social session. That is a good addition to the program.
But that last caller, Damo, to the audience, man, you're welcome. You're welcome. That last caller struck a very important point. People jumping grades. This is very common in Liberia now. The education ministry does not have a singular database that tracks every student in the country where a Damo go and open some kind of flag at school. When I jump my class, I go to Damo school. Damo can call the education ministry, say, like, John Brown, was he actually in 3rd grade or 9th grade? And the government itself can actually tell you, say, listen, this is how it's supposed to be. That's how it was normal time. You couldn't just jump around so easily. But we want to say, everybody, welcome to the show. No, listen, man, my people, I already had a plan. I will move my flare back in like maybe 5 or 6 days. I was doing some work back there, but you'll leave me about the flare. Been a whole day you're giving me a problem about flare. President, we are holding flare. You're lapa, you don't get vet. I don't want you to get hard down. So you're going to leave me. But listen, man, the topic I will talk about today on the Dr. Francine comes here. It will make plenty of people vet. But I will still talk about it because my head I'm paying nobody more. Let me repeat. The topic I will talk about today, I should not be making this disclaimer though, but I would make the disclaimer because sometimes our Liberian people tend to forget that just because Dwalu speak about something, it does not necessarily mean this has something to do with me personally, or it's not referring to me as well. So it's equally applicable to me. So the reason for discussing this topic is for us to get better as a society to improve the conditions in the country. If we don't talk about them, we are not going to improve these conditions. And I do understand some people are going to get mad because certain things are spoken about. And some people tend to believe that when you speak about certain things, it refers to them personally. So they take it very personally. My intention here is not to be personal about anybody. I will speak about a specific topic because that topic is negatively impacting Liberia, or hopefully positively impacting Liberia, and to improve the standards in the country. So the topic today, it will hurt a lot of people, but it's important because it's hurting Liberia. If you are a Liberian citizen, or you live in Liberia, or you got a link to Liberia, and you live in Australia, you live in Europe, you live in America, you live in a Western country, and I will talk both sides. I want you to listen to me very carefully. You are not better than Liberians back home if you go back home, especially if you sit on your high horse and you think because God has given you certain favors that you believe that you're better than people back home. You go home and behave like you're holier than thou, that your poo-poo doesn't stink too. Let me take another thing, a job at Liberians back home. By the same tokens, Liberians back home, you must understand this. If a man stay away from his home country for many, many years, his orientation is going to change. Certain things he's not going to do him anymore. It doesn't mean he's quit. It's just because it just changed. Most of the time, sometimes for the better. Now, if you myself swallow fufu in the same bowl before, I can never swallow fufu with another person who is not my wife. I just would not do it. But back in the day, we did that. If to eat from the same bowl, I'm not just going to do that so easily. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean I'm better. It doesn't mean I'm quick. We have to stop this. Dwalu comes back to Liberia. I'm 100% Liberian. I'm not an alien. By the same token, if you go back to the country, you have to respect people's dignity. If you want to teach them something different, you have to gradually ease them into it and don't call them names because you think they are not getting the portion that you want them to understand. Look, in order to elevate Liberia, everybody got to play their part. If you learn, I don't know, nursing, if you go to Liberia, understand you have to teach those techniques to our nurses back home in a professional manner, not looking down upon them. By the same token, if somebody comes from America, it doesn't mean because they don't want to do certain things the old way, it doesn't mean that, oh, you think he's better than me. I would say this. The reason why this topic is up today is because I got a few people over the last month or so, one or twice more text me my inbox. Oh, Dwalu, my man, you speak series on the show, you talk, you think you're better than people, and all that. Are you serious? Listen, I've always spoken like this. I'm not trying to do anything to anybody. This is how I talk. I do my best sometimes to speak Liberian colloquial. Damo can admit this on the show. But when I forget, I will go back to my normal self. And I will speak the way I know how to speak. This is not an intention to say you should feel small because Dwalu is speaking. My intention is not to make anybody feel small. I am not going to lower myself so you can feel better about yourself. Never. I would never do that. But by the same token, I'm not going to try to elevate myself above you. But I will be me. I will be me. And I'm going to say this, and I will continue to say this. To Liberians that go home to Liberia, understand the context that you're in. Understand the conditions you're in. Understand the country you're going to. This country is so far behind. There's a lot of things we have not gotten right. There's a lot of things we do not do right. And guess what? People are set in their old ways. It's happening to every single country across the globe. I will give you a quick story. I think I told you guys when I lived in Japan for 2 years. At the time I was stationed in Japan, which go in Southeast Asia. Go to Korea, go to Laos, Cambodia. We do a lot of jungle warfare training. And the Japanese, for many years, in fact, by the turn of the century, Japan was a peasant society around the 1900s. And to get the Japanese to be quote unquote civilized, there's a lot of teaching. What the Japanese did, in fact, after World War II, massively, around the 1900s, they took the brightest minds. In Liberia, we do this. I call it stupid, really. And stupid is not a bad word. It's exactly what it is. I call it very stupid. We take our brightest minds, we send them to Europe, we send them to America to go to school. If you take Diamond Slinger out of Liberia, and you send him to a high-level journalistic school here in America, and Damo graduates at the top of this class, and CNN offers Damo a job, Damo not gonna Liberia. It doesn't mean Damo don't let Liberia. And that the reason why I say stupid because Liberia loses in this thing. So what the Japanese did, they realized there is something in Japan. In fact, I did my master's thesis on this thing on quality control in Japan. So I know this topic very, very in detail because I wrote an over 100-page paper, something equivalent to a small book on the subject. It's called the Deminsa War. The Japanese came to America. They took professionals from here. They took professors from here. So if you were teaching at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or Harvard, or Columbia, or Princeton, and you're making 150,000, the Japanese will give you 300,000. They would take you to Japan to go teach at their universities. So instead of sending Dama to America and pay almost 150,000 to educate Dama, they would pay the professor 300,000, bring him to Liberia, and he would train 20 journalism students. They got a bang for their buck. This is how they improve their society. So when Jadama graduates, he's not going to America. He stays in Liberia and hones his skills in Liberia. So it's kind of silly. We don't do that. We send our British minds away out of the country. And what they do is when they leave out of the country, I know several people that left Liberia, became doctor. Some of the very high-level professionals in America here, most of their tuition were paid by the Republic of Liberia. And guess what? They never return. We're not a powerful country to demand from the Americans to bring these people back to Liberia to teach in our society. The only time some of these guys come back to our country is when they hold a very high-level position. And then once the high-level position is taken away, they return back to America because there is a higher standard of living they've gotten used to. They are not going to go back and take it back in one bucket beyond one zinc round. They're not going to do it. They cannot do it. If I sometime in Liberia, and I'll go back to the topic I started with, they will say, "Oh, Ungopa, you say you broke, but you buy mineral water. Oh, Ungopa, you say you broke, but you will go eat in the restaurant at $20 for kobo because I cannot eat from real life." Now, people will say, "Oh, well, it's not about being better. I will get sick if I did that." It's the same reason why if you left Liberia and came to America today, when you drink the water, you're going to get sick because your system is not used to that. It doesn't mean you're better at any system. The argument here from me here today, before I had Diamond chime in today, is there's not being better, but understand the orientation is going to change. Well, our job now is if I come to Liberia, I have each one has to teach one. But you have to understand the way you think is not how I'm going to think because my orientation is different. Diamond, before you come in, I will say this. If you come to America and you became a CNA in America, don't go to Liberia and say you're a doctor or you're a nurse. That's not the same thing. If you major in whatever you major in America, you got a master's degree, you never worked in a field here in America, don't go to Liberia and profess it. This is what I major in America, and it will make you minister in Liberia. To become a minister in the field, let me say this. It requires you a minimum 20-25 years of direct experience in that field with expert level production before you can become a minister. But we take anybody. Some of these appointments, we took them because people say, "Oh, the man ran campaign." People who run campaigns should not be people appointed to positions of trust. Running campaign is a different skill than actually being a technocrat in the field. You will not see your man Adwalo going around Jaja because my orientation is different. It doesn't mean I'm better than you. It's just because my skills are in a different direction. So we take people who run campaign and we'll give them the highest position. They will not produce because their skills is not production. Dama, if you want to chime in on this subject matter.
Yeah, Dollar, I'll just speak a bit about the orientation aspect, as you rightly put it. And that has been an issue of confrontation in the country. People expect that when people return from overseas, whether from short, medium, or long-term stay, but usually the medium to long-term stay, they expect them to be the same, Our term here is you just be born and you bluffing. Look at Tualu used to know that I used to be running around here, but he said he used to know, you don't know him anymore. His orientation has changed. The people he's interacted with over the years, there's a certain way of doing things. It happened to me for a while. When I first went to Ghana, I'm not a big fan of left and right. Their culture is you don't give somebody something with your left hand. Right. But though it's part of our culture, we don't really, it's a bit diluted. We don't really pay attention to it. Most people will say, "Excuse my left," but it's a big thing to them. If you are a left-handed person and your friends are all eating and you put your left hand in the bowl, they see it as insulting. But we don't really pay so much attention to that. When somebody is speaking to you, an elder is speaking to you, you have to stand and greet that person before you can move. But yeah, you ask people, but you know, you just walk away and you go. So every society has got its own rules and its own orientation. Once people adapt, when they come back to their society of where they grew up and all that, people tend to find it difficult to absorb or assimilate what they bring on board. But the other thing you spoke about is the issue of this whole appointments thing. We see it like it's a sports game. Once I'm part of the system and I help to bring this, even if I'm not qualified for that position, I feel entitled that I should be put in that position. That is why all eyes are on the JMB appointments. People are looking sharply. There are already speculations as to who's to go where and all of that, because there is this mindset that JNB should do better than the previous administration in appointing those who know what their stuff is at a particular ministry. That's why we did see a lot of incompetence in the outgoing government. Somebody who doesn't, they didn't even manage, an office of 3 persons before you give them a huge task to do. And the first thing is they feel inferior to those around, and they start being insecure. The next thing, they start sacking those who know the work because they feel like this person's going to make me look like I don't know what I'm about. So this cripples our efficiency level. This cripples our output. And at the end of the day, we see less productivity in our country. So ministers and directors and the rest, they should have the requisite skills, because at the end of the day, you are the leader. The example you set at that particular ministry is what your subordinates are going to follow. If you're the minister, you don't go to work on time, you don't even understand anything, your deputies come to you and tell you that, oh, this is what we need to do. Like, you know the thing, you do it. I have been here ever since, you do it. And that's just the ministries as well, but it affects our legislature as well. Look at the makeup of the legislature.
Everywhere.
People don't even have the requisite skills. And what bothers me the most is our legislators should be hiring technocrats. It's part of the money that they get.
Correct.
If you do not understand a bill or what it's about, you can hire the technocrats to come and explain to you so you make better decisions. But they don't take advantage of that.
No, they don't.
My man, if they think everybody say like hey, then I aim myself to like you.
But go to the offices. Look, my brother, I think it's James or Fatoma. You're saying Dwalu behave as though he's better than people. I've never ever told you I'm better than anybody. Sometimes people will feel that way because they feel less than the person that are talking to them. I cannot help how you feel. Here's another thing. You say, oh, you don't need 20, 25 year experience. I'm talking about the minister level. Let me tell you why you need 20, 25 years of experience. It is not because I'm saying this. A ministerial post runs a massive organization. To get to the level of the minister, this is what it takes. Damo graduates from the University of Liberia. Let's assume Damo only gets a bachelor's degree. I don't care about degree. I'm a high school graduate. I always say this. And everything I need to learn, I learn in high school. This is what it is. Damo go work for the Ministry of Education. If the Ministry of Education is run properly, let's just go through the system. Damo first 2 years, he's just a regular employee at the ministry. After 3 to 5 years, based on how Damo performed, he become a senior analyst at the Ministry of Education. He become a senior analyst, maybe from 5 to 7 years, he become a manager at the Ministry of Education. Between 7 to 10 years, based on the level of the progression in that area, he become an assistant director within 10 years. If everything is equal and going, that's how it's measured around the world. At the director level, Damo is running a few entities within that organization. He's honing the skills of how an organization works. Between 10 to 15 years, Damo is a senior director of fiscal affairs at the Ministry of Education. About 20 to 25 years, maybe say assistant minister or deputy director or deputy minister at the ministry. Between 20 to 30 years, Damo is now prepared to take over the ministry because he's honed his skills. Don't say, oh, the best you need some experience. No, experience is not just knowing, or you go to the ministry, you got 6 employees. That's not how organizations work, my people. We are not saying this. I don't know why people think this is stepping on somebody, or the main rain campaign has to do this. And I know this is a sensitive subject. A lot of people will come and say, oh, Dwalu talking about it. That means, come on, how you come here, Paul, and you say Dwalu and talk, that means he think he's better than somebody. When will we grow beyond this station? That you will think because somebody says something that makes the person feel they're better than somebody. If you feel less of a man because another man speaks, that man cannot help you. The reason why I bring these topics up because it's affecting our country negatively. Negatively. If we don't talk about them, it will continue to be the same. You can't take somebody. I don't care if you went to Oxford University, you went to Harvard, you get a 4-year or a master's degree from Harvard. You are not equipped to run the education ministry. You are not equipped to run that ministry. It takes time. It takes time of learning the intricacies of that organization, understanding the organizational structure, understanding strategy and implementation, understanding forecasting of that organization. So many things is required to hone your skills and improve your intellect on how to run an organization. It has got nothing to do with degrees so much. Degree is just at the elementary stage of understanding how to run these entities. When we talk about this, it is not proposing. I was supposed, the dollar talk because in one job. Do you really believe I have to have job in Liberia to eat? And what's wrong if I got a job in my own country? Sometimes I don't understand us. The reason why we have to improve the private sector, something I continue to speak about, is because most people don't have jobs. Everybody look to government, and they think government should be the sole provider of jobs in the country. And this is killing us as a society. If we don't change this and we bring the experts on board so the experts can master their skills and develop a tremendous amount of job creation in the country, most of our people will continue to look back to this. Okay, the poor educational system in the country. We equate degree to qualifications. They are not one in the same, my people. They are not one in the same. Let's stop this nonsense. That's why it bothers the living hell out of me. When you come on the show, you tell me say you got 15 degrees. It tells me you're shielding yourself. You're hiding behind your degree. Tell me about what you're producing a degree. Do you know most educated Liberians in Liberia today have not produced literally anything outside? If they are not in government, the only time they talk about, oh, I'm an educated man, I did it, is when they're measuring the government output. Measuring the government output. Mr. My man, who says, do I want a job? Compare my output in Liberia over the last 15 years when I came back home to most government officials. There is no comparison. I've outproduced them. I never worked in government. So we need to stop this nonsense. And we are going to talk about Liberia, whether you like it or not. Anything that affects my country, I will talk about it. We want the most brilliant minds to guide the affairs in the country so we can turn this country around. It takes years, a minimum of 10 years to become an expert in the field. Direct experience to be able to produce. I want production, a transport ministry. I want production, an agriculture ministry. I want production, a finance ministry. But it takes expertise to do that, not degree. Stanton, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you, Dwalu. Dwalu must have his 30 minutes social, no
Every
interruption.
Day.
No
Yeah.
interruption.
My crush is here, Raquel Johnson. If I get you, let me better talk it. You be lying behind me.
How many you got?
They get you riding my coattail everywhere I go.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How you call him? What's her name?
Raquel Johnson. I believe that's her name. But she would kind of lie.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Man, how was your day, Dwadu?
My man, I had a great day today. A lot of snow. I did a lot of shoveling. So I'm a little sore, but at the end of the day.
Yeah, but no snow yet, but it's just cool.
Yeah.
We've been hanging in there. Welcome, folks. Welcome to all the Dwadu's peoples. Come early to class and learn from Dwadu, the man that can read all the books. You still got a Liberian flag behind you?
I said I was 1 week. That was my plan.
Yeah, you say in 1 week, right?
In 1 week, I will stretch it out. But that's not been put with. President, we are rolling flag as Lapa. I didn't get there. That I don't want.
Why? But why in 1 week? Why are you waiting for 1 week?
No, what happening is I was doing a little construction in the basement.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So you brought everything
I don't want to explain all of that, but
so you brought everything up in the kitchen. Okay. Because once you move the lapa bidou, we see straight in the kitchen.
No, I'm not in the kitchen. I'm actually downstairs in the basement.
Oh, you're on the other side?
I'm in the basement.
Okay.
In the basement. I know where you're going, but in the basement.
No. I ain't going anywhere. But listen, folks. Well, we started the show. Yeah, we're going to have Zoe Panel on tonight.
Yeah.
Jerome Verdier is coming back to talk about whether Musa Dean will be confirmed or whether he won't be confirmed. This is big. A lot of stuff coming into play with this whole Musa Dean confirmation, though. I'm getting concerned, and I'm not worried too much about Samara Woodacotty, but I think the rubber have reached the road. How you call that thing?
But the rubber meets the road.
Yeah, I think something is happening though.
Yeah.
I don't want us to get into it, but this thing now coming to a place that is scary now. It's scary.
But I'm a free man.
And you know,
my flag clean man, you flag
but you have the flag is on the wrong way. How you put the flag is on the wrong way. You still get the flag the other way. But again, yeah, we'll talk about the Musa Dean confirmation. Did you see the picture George Manawia went over to sign the book of condolences for Towa Dona?
No, I haven't seen that picture.
The man saying not crying, and he's saying he appointed Samara Woodacotty. But the man saying the but he signed the book where he cried. He said, "But yeah, and say I got to appoint Samara Woodacotty." But man, it's bad. Let's talk about a lot of stuff to talk about today. A beautiful Monday in Liberia.
Yeah.
The president-elect Joseph Yima Boakai over the weekend, you know, last week he went on a retreat.
I ended up talking long. I didn't recognize my people.
No, but we'll come to you. We ain't starting the show yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we just brushing.
Thank you, Mr. Cheeks. They know.
And here's the thing. It's kind of crazy, right? They probably want to rest and talk to his folks, and they say they probably want to do job appointment. It just came to be that, listen, they probably said, no, we are not here. He's got everybody running into bombing. Joseph Yima Boakai want to name his cabinet. And we got to discuss this tonight. They probably didn't name anybody.
Not that I know of.
Not one. But if I'm telling you, that's true.
Yeah.
But everybody went there and said he going to name his cabinet member. Somebody will be finance, somebody will be health, somebody will be days. Hey, my picking, you probably that trouble. Where you put your way? Yeah, Damon, put it down. Yeah, we ready. Yeah, put that thing down, Damon. Don't put it in there. But I got one video for you guys. I got to show the video very quick before we start the show. It's very important as you invite your brothers and sisters. We say thank you for joining us. We're going to have a quiet, beautiful day, fun discussion with Councillor Jerome Verdell coming back to talk about the Musa Dean confirmation, whether there will be one. We also going to, today against Serena Seafors were on Musa Dean back. I don't know why, but that was bad. That was very bad. Did you see in the Senate, Damo, can you upload those videos for us? Every one of the senator offices over there were locked. If open, they are not there. No senator were in that building. What's the game plan? Is it about money? Is it about the staff that they want money, or that's something else we don't know about? Aaron went through all the entire building. It's empty and no electricity. It's empty and dark. The only place that had current was Zopeno office. So what Zopeno using? Is he using solar? Zopeno gets special electricity in his office. I want to ask him if he come on. We got a video.
Maybe that we scrap current. Who knows?
No, Zopeno in the old building. The mega farm, bright light. I don't think that LEC because the rest of the building is dark. But that's not my business. I don't know why I can't tell you tonight. It'll make your own solar system like business. But we got a video. One of our panelists here, a very nice guy, he decided to go and he begged me. He said, "No, please don't play the video." Damo, Nelson got the video. You guys upload it. You know which video I'm talking about, right, Damo? Damo, you will watch the video for Nelson. Did he give it to you?
No.
Hey man, what kind of Nelson picking this so? Is he there?
Just send it to me quick. Let me put it up.
But is he there, Damo?
He's downstairs. He's supposed to relieve me at 9:30.
Oh, that you're playing now. But if you send me the video, I send it to you, send it to me.
Hey, but Stanton, why are you doing that, man? Let me
yeah, recognize your foot. Nelson, why are the two videos, man? Can you send a video to Damo? Damo is waiting for those videos. We got to upload.
Glendy Junius, how you doing, Mama William? Boadolo. We got Tony Gamonyu, Lamo To, UJ Clark. Hello, Mama. How you doing, UJ? Alexander Baba, Baker Ramsey, Pearl Campbell. How you doing, madam? Tony, I think Ethics Mitchell. Samuel Cooper, how you doing? Oliver Fala, Eric Dazi, Dr. Law Bryan, how are you? So Patience Yampin, Liverpool FC, Lancaster Bomber, Abraham Amar Duna, Oliver F. Fala, Adi Radi Nouvel. We got Joseph, someone name in front of that, Tommy Taylor Soul, Lena T. Thompson, Robert Hill. I see Man Janet's son. How are you doing? Alex Bull, my brother Joshua Cheeks, Mr. Cheeks. How was going on out there in Fitchburg? Rachel Pay, Political Cooper passed away. My crush Raquel Johnson. How are you doing? Abel Gable. I see I'm a fan play ma. Wesley Alfred Jusu, Washington S. Dolo, Prince Montgomery, Romeo Neville, Charles J.S. Young, Mr. Young, how are you doing? Lawrence Summerwall.
You call, I think you call Political Cooper passed away, right?
Yeah, I call his name.
Yeah, he owed $50. He said he was going to contribute $50 for the rest project, but he
Musa
didn't.
Sonny Kamara.
So Political Cooper passed away. Remember, I wait, but let me put it on
Oh, you
blast.
put it on blast back.
That was begin. He owed $50. He promised he laughed and he didn't pay.
My brother Sam Zoll, Alacock City, Aretha Momo, SB Beat. What's going on up there in Canada, brother? I see Prince. Is it Sando Bestman? Amara M. Conan, Jonathan Foyer. Over here, let me see. Charles Russell, Shirley Sna, Queen, Pretty Comfort Morris, T.T. Coops, Rosalyn C. Williamson, Alfred Jutsu, E. Othello David III, Winnie Jobley, Ruth Bade, Lawrence Morba. How you doing, Mr. Morba? What's going on? Jusufu Darman, Joyce, where am I verify? Clinton, I believe. Joyce Clinton, Mary Bowen, Rosaline Galawalu, Alexander McIntosh, Aretha, I'll tell you, then James Nelson, Mohammed
You
Swelly.
mentioned some of the name, moving fast.
Yeah, but no, I go back and forth. Whatever I get. They can say I can find the women, and which is not true. But
It's
I've
true.
seen Raquel
I'm
name
saying that you call them more women than men.
Yeah, Venetia Scruma, Mary Bowen, Augustine Dwalu. Okay. Daniel Morba.
Wait. Pause to Augustine Dwalu. Let's see something.
If I lead the team, let me take Sylvester Nimlin, James Seta, Jimmy
But
Power.
that's not how you spell your Dwalu, though.
No, it's slightly different, but pronounced the same, most likely. I think that's most people, man. Prince Balewa, A. Doris P. Stanley Carr, James.
So you're not calling Sharon Kipper today?
Well, Sarah Fakate. Sarah, not here yet.
Sharon L. Gapu Kipper.
Oh, Sharon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
bad.
bad.
What's the Sharon name?
Right there. It's right here.
It's
right here.
Come on, man. Oh, I see
Sharon. You choose not to do it. That's all.
Sharon, I saw that dress you were trying on today. Look very beautiful, mama. I don't hear extension. Easy Boy Blessed, Ambassador T. Patrick Yama. Yeah, Sharon, the dress was really nice. I saw it.
How about Teresa Yama Williams?
Yeah, help me too now. Let's go back and forth. Clarence Wright.
Teresa Yama Williams. Teresa came to my church because she couldn't get her family member. Once she got in contact with you get call it put in. Let me explain what the people that were. Once a woman get her family member, she and Elizabeth ran away. They can't come back to the church.
Oh,
yeah, she and her sister Elizabeth. They tried to get to Jake. They couldn't get to Jake. They came to the church 2 times straight. I was happy. I said, yeah, they put come to church. Yeah. So now they got to Jake. They can't come no more.
They feeling with you.
They done. Yeah. Then let's back and send me a text message. Stanton, thank you. How you feeling? I said, come back to church now. Oh, my days to work changed. I said, oh.
Zika, Momo T. Johnson, my brother Momo Johnson. What's going on, brother? Stone White, Columbus Prince, David Pay, Namakpa, I believe that's the word. Soko Kamara, Jacob, that went by very fast. Okay, let me come here. JJ Peters, Augustine Libby, Delvin, Mr. Ramsey, I say, Dean George Preston, Michael Kaboa,
Conan Famblay,
Prince Johnson,
Eden Harris,
yeah,
Prince Johnson. Which one? The Prince Johnson?
I don't know which one. I just called the name, my brother. Kolu Domba Abeyu. Helen Tokpa.
Well, wait, is this a real Prince Johnson from Prince?
No, not the real. I don't think that. Yeah, I think that Honorable Prince Johnson. I hope I gotta put the
Yeah,
honorable.
Honorable Prince Johnson there. Did he
How you
change
doing,
his profile
Senator?
picture?
Welcome to the show, Senator. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Christy Murphy. Yeah, that's him. I think that's Honorable Prince Johnson. Michael's Don. And I think same time, I think that's it mostly it, man. I mean Zah, Melvin, Watt. Man, what you say I do, my man? Call my name. Okay, Zah.
Ophelia Williams.
Yeah.
Let me highlight them. Fire Kabakoli.
Yeah.
I think he related to Jake Kabakoli. Our own woman, Beatrice. Tipla Popu. Elaine Fokpa. Elaine Fokpa. We're going to highlight you. Gaman Kessely. Spoon for Life. That's right, man. Gaman. Peter Glay. What's up, Pete? Let's go ahead and put this person, Hassan Yama.
Yes,
Amos Wolu. Amadou Fufana.
Amadou Fufana, yes.
Amadou Fufana. James Avishit Sinion Aveshia. This is the deacon in the house. Deacon Albert Brun Sheldon. Deacon.
Yes, Mr. Sheldon.
Famata Weeks.
Famata Weeks.
Yeah, we're going to highlight your name because it is important. Ken Slade Betsy. Momo Dolly. Momo Dolly is in the house.
From
Philip Ammons.
Roger from Providence.
Rhode Island. You're going to have our own dear sister Alice Kruman.
Yeah.
Alice Kruman. Let's bring in Hanan Jusu Kalon. Serena is in the house. Serena Cooper Bowe.
Yes.
Cecilia Nathan.
Salsa.
But listen though, Joado, you have access to highlight, right? You do.
No, I don't.
Or send me your email address. We'll just add you on. That would be better.
I think that's a better way to actually do it.
I just want to record. Send me your email address and let Damon just connect you. Mahisu Sharif. Just let us know where you're joining us from. We really want to recognize you. Wilman Twet, falling from Mamba. Is that Mamba Point or where?
Mamba.
Ruth Goba. I'm watching from America, Charlotte, North Carolina, USA. Sister Ruth. So this is what you need to do. Go on your Facebook page and just share the show. It's going to be very interesting tonight. Good program we have for you tonight. Go on your Facebook page, and people from all over saying Jose Imabwaka have decided on who he's going to pick for his government, ministers and director. That's a lie. There was no decision as to who Joseph Boaga picking. People saying them call their names. To promote them, we have to discuss it. Will Musa Dane be confirmed tomorrow? Will the senator decide to say yes, he's good to be Justice Musa Dane? We got to discuss it tonight. We got Zoe Penner. We'll be bringing in Zoe Penner to talk about the issue, the senator from Grand Judea County. Let's also talk about this important water quality. We got a picture to show you that Samara water quality that George Manaway have nominated Samara water quality. But look at this picture though. He is nominating people, but his friend and brother is, he stayed there signing. Why were you? I think you should have done all this, Mr. President, before nominating. You are on the wrong side of history right now. And that's the issue. We'll be discussing that. We must discuss that. We will discuss that. These are the issues we are faced with. So as we recognize you, go on your Facebook page, share the show. Yes, you need to just go ahead and share it. Tell somebody to come and join Spoon. We are on Fabric. We are on Super. And we are on Spoon with all our other relay stations.
That's right.
Again, we want to tell you that it will be a powerful interaction tonight. We got some other stories that we'll be bringing you. What did Begin say? Yeah, Nelson. All right, so I want to bring to your attention, Nelson saying this video is ready. One of my, I don't know. Seriously, Nelson put both of them up. Only one you got up, Nelson. You got to put both up. But Duado, man, I'm concerned about this video. I don't know whether I should play it now or I should wait.
What kind of video then?
It's a video of one of our panelists, man. I want him to come up before I play. What do you think?
No,
Let me ask our people.
Every man be or not. We can play it twice. We can play it now. Then when you can't get with
No,
black.
let me ask our people. You ready? It's a video of Steven Johnson. You know, I didn't know Steven Johnson could dance like that. But
boogie down like that. I saw that video, my man.
Yeah, but folks, you want me to play? You gotta let me know though. The man say he didn't care if it's on Facebook, but he begged me not to play it on Spoon. That's the point. And I asked him, I said, why? Yeah, he said he begged me not to play it on Spoon. So, folks, I want to play this video. If you agree that I should play Steven Johnson video, just say yes. Look at everybody saying play. Everybody Liberian people, man. Give all that.
Yeah, you bully, you want it? Hey, you want to get a Liberian people more than catch me?
All of them saying play. They got no mercy for Steve.
No mercy. Is he
nothing at all.
Yeah. Prince Scott.
But this is something though. All of them say he played.
Brother Carson Bill.
Do I do?
But play the video. They think they were boogieing down. What's wrong with it?
I mean, begging me not to play, but
yeah, man, keep begging.
Let me play small A. Let me play small A. I'm worried. No, but before I play the video, please, folks, let me play the other video that I don't want to play before I play the video. Look at this. Listen, watch this video, right? We're about to do the show, but watch this video and tell me what you think.
Party. Oh, yeah, we're in. This one. Oh, yeah, we're
No. All that big one for nothing.
No, you know, they're bringing that back. You shouldn't have shown that video. That's not it. I mean, they remember all the people they gave one desert slap. The man said, let's drive for a move. Why here for that nonsense? Who drive you me? Who drive you me? But now, folks, you know, again, I'm going to tell you today, go on your Facebook page and just share the show. It's going to be interesting. We will soon bring in Jerome, Councilor Verdell, and we'll bring in Senator Pennell. But I want to say to you, though, it's very interesting. These videos are just for fun, okay? I don't know who's sending the video to Nelson, but as you see, the man just, for nowhere, he telling the man, who drive you mean? The man said, but I understand you, who drive you mean? They gave one dead slap. That was the end of the story. Let me play the next video. And for you to catch this video, you got to wait for the end of the show. This is Steven Johnson. Steven Johnson, our dear friend and brother. What the hell he was saying? What's that? Folks, if you miss it, I can show you again. You gotta wait for the end of the show, please. Yeah, it's just a flash. That's our brother Steven. They call you the Zizou. That's the man doing his thing. Listen, I promise you to show you only once, and I did. If you miss it, you gotta come back again. Maybe he will allow us to show it. But you know, the man was in the spirit, man. You know, when I heard when Unity Party won, the man was celebrating. I didn't know the boy can do it like that, bro. Dwalu, no comment?
No comment. The man can dance. I ain't got a problem with it. The man's so dance. Celebration.
No comment?
No comment, Chief.
The man saying that he can dance. He said, What was that? What was I saying? Dwalu, talk to me. You hang out with these guys. What kind of move was that?
Contrary to most people believe, I've never met Steven Johnson in person. Most of these guys I've never met him in person. I think I've never met even my man Lobo on the drive. Never met.
Oh, yeah?
In Providence. We
You
met
met him in Providence.
2 seconds. He was leaving in and out. It was just say, but we never like met to say. So
Hang
most
out.
of these guys, yeah, but afraid of what you get bigger Ramsey. I'll be afraid of something. I can be afraid of something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Steven Johnson.
Mother Johnson, small brother.
If you want to welcome Steven Johnson, it means that you want to play that clip again.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it with you, though. If you want us to play it just one more time, to bring in the honorable man, Steven Johnson. If you want me to play it just one more time as we welcome Steven Johnson to the show, let us know. Listen, this is Spoon Talk. We don't play around at Tabata, no. We come in relaxing, giving the people what they need. In 2 hours, we out. So you want me to play again? Just say play, say yes, as we welcome to the show, Mr. Steven Johnson, the man that went, I know what kind of song is that. So we're going to give it to you.
Put a cigar there too.
Huh?
I'm going to put a picture with the cigar up too. Why you dancing?
Oh man, you going to hire man now?
Oh, the man a big baller.
My picking Jack Cameron school. My picking Jack Cameron school. Look at it picking. I mean picking second week in school. He happy like hell. And picking Jack Cameron school. Look at it picking. Look at it picking. Look at it picking. You see, he happy. He happy.
I love that.
Second week in school. He all happy. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Mr. Levi Dempster is here. Second week in school. He's so happy. Say yay! Let's see how long it will last. That's all I would say, Dwalu. Yeah, it will last, right? It will last, right? Let's see how long it will last. But let's bring in Steven Johnson with this one. It's very important for you to know the only man that knows how to give us some kind of dancing. Steven Johnson, welcome to the Spoon. That's a Una thing. That's a Una one. Like, what you was saying? What you was saying?
That'll be a second talking.
It's still the guy ever, man.
No. That and what was that?
I read up, man. I music. Where my music?
But what kind of program you got?
No, we're just hanging out, man. It was one weekend. With my guys were just hanging out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, bro.
Yeah, y'all had a blast, though.
Oh yeah, my man. That's how you do it. Life is too short.
No, you gotta release some stress.
You gotta hang out sometime, unwind. You know.
Unwind.
Yeah, I wish give it a man. I don't know. Maybe someday I will hang out with you guys, man. That was life.
Yeah, you saw the movie. All the people
moving. I saw everything. I saw all the ziggy-zag. But the other people that were sitting on the other side, we didn't see them.
No, nobody was there. You're all boys, man. Come on.
Well, I didn't say anything, bro. I didn't say anything.
Don't.
Hopefully you started too late.
The guy next to me had come from Monrovia.
Oh, okay.
Who's that? Who is he? Tano?
No.
But who is he?
Delano.
Oh, okay. All right. So, but you know who sent me the video though? Fadiga refused to send it to me. You know who sent it to me?
I did on Facebook.
They said Glendy.
I didn't know. That Glendy sent it to me.
Glendy put a intro.
Like Glendy sent me that video. I said, but then the man done. But let's welcome our folks. We did that already. Let's get into the program because it's 4:35. That will be 9:35 in Liberia. We'll be bringing in the Senator Zano panel and also our Councillor Jerome Verdier want to be a guest panelist on the show today because we are talking about whether Musa Din will be confirmed. The first conversation of the bag, whether Musa Din will be confirmed. A lot of people saying a little, the doubt whether he will be confirmed. So before we bring in these guys, let me hear from you, Dwalu and Steven. The confirmation of Musa Din, where it happened.
Stenson, if things have to go by the protocol set up by the Senate, I would say no. But given the way Musa Din is working, the senators in the back, there is a high degree of probability that he's going to be confirmed. I think President Weah is going to push this thing through. because he wants Musa Din on the bench. For some reason, in President Weah's mind, he believes because he sits on the Supreme Court, he may have some sway in whatever decision that comes to the court that perhaps indicts his government. And I think it's ridiculous. We got 4 other justices on the Supreme Court. Musa Din alone cannot sway the entirety of the decision of the court. So I don't know why they're pushing this, but the senators have not deliberated on the issue of Musa Din. They have not sat. Most of them were not there. Like Steven said last show, the vetting of the Supreme Court justice is a very involved process. So unless they're willing to just 4G this thing, I think it'll be better for the country. But I think he will get confirmed, Stanton. Given the way things are going, they'll just in no room. I mean, yeah, the thing here, hold it here, put him in there. And that scares the living hell out of me.
Steven.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tolu raised a very good point. Stanton, I would have emphatically said that Musa would not be confirmed if that confirmation was happening outside of the bailiwick of the country of Liberia. Let's assume that confirmation was happening somewhere in the U.S. The reason I would say emphatically that it won't be is because of the time frame. The Senate is officially closed tomorrow unless the president extends their time and so to confirm an associate justice, just a single day will not be enough, especially given all of the different issues surrounding Musa Din. Musa Din have had or has a lot of allegations against him that needs clarification, whether it's the Diamond case, all of what happened under his tenure as Attorney General of the Republic. Yeah. He has to answer all of those things, and I don't think in just a day is enough. But also, I'm told that the Senate is supposed to meet the judiciary, the Supreme Court, the full bench of the Supreme Court, to address the issue of the rate of prohibition and the stay order placed on his nomination. So, considering the time interval, if we can say maybe with a little degree of positivity that it could not happen, but again, as Dwalu rightly put it, this is Liberia, this is the Liberian Senate. We cannot put anything past them. We'll watch and see the last 48 hours, the next 48 hours. It's like a crime scene. In criminology, they tell you the first 48 hours is the most crucial hour in the crime scene investigation. So we're watching the next 48 hours to see how the crime scene will be, what are some of the fingerprints to mean that those senators who vote in favor should the matter come on the floor. We'll watch the process to see that those who argue in favor of Musa being confirmed as opposed to those who wouldn't, so that we can put them on record. And these records will be used in the not too distant future to make a decision. And one of the last things I would say here, and I'll close on this note, is many of those senators who are themselves participating in these deliberations were booted out because of similar actions. And so I hope it can serve as a lesson for other senators who think that 9 years is such a long time that they can take whatever decision they so desire and nothing will come out of it. Just to remind you that the Liberian people are watching and they will punish you in the not too distant future. Thank you.
So let me understand something from you and Dualu today. The issue that they would be at the Supreme Court tomorrow morning, okay, and have that hearing at the Supreme Court, folks. Do they still have time to go back for confirmation hearing of Musa Din tomorrow? Now, the second thing I want you guys to consider, the protests.
Stanton, let me say this to you. There is always time in Liberia because the Senate does not follow protocol. So the concept of time does not apply in the normal sense when it comes to the Liberian Senate. Because, listen, no boys will come on the weekend if President Weah tells them to. The boys will come anywhere if President Weah tells them to, because the Senate, the Republic of Liberia, does not normally function within the bailiwick of its own guidelines that the Senate set. Now, Stephen said there might be a possibility that the President Weah could possibly extend this. It's possible, but by the 9th of January, I think the 15th is the swearing in of the new legislature, correct? The 55th legislature. So there's a window there. Now, within the confines of that window, any respectable senator should say, you know what, we cannot confirm a Supreme Court justice on this. Now, here's another thing. President Weah can find the money tomorrow and pay these guys, say, listen, stop the protest. Or he could use Glang and say, you know what, I will put the AFL out at the legislature and bar anybody from protesting there tomorrow to get his way through. Now, it's not time to call for the AFL, but I don't pass anything beyond President Weah. He would do whatever he can, even if it's outside the confines of the law, to get his way through. So the protesters are just like a SAR show. President Weah can just push him aside whenever he pleases. He can come up with the money. I don't think the money they got to pay those boys are even more than $100,000. That's President Weah's pocket change. He can pay them tomorrow. So that's not the issue. But for me, I think the Senate will still do what they have to do. Whatever President Weah tells them, that's what they're going to do.
All right, Eduardo, I want you to go back to the letter from the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
They will be going there tomorrow. I want you to just review the letter, and then we'll come back to you. Welcome to the show, Dr. Richardson. Or our brother Stephen Johnson, same question. The protest and the Supreme Court, is that a delay?
I think the protest caused a lot of disruption in terms of how the Senate intended to proceed with the two confirmations, and why the protesters have themselves indicated that their protest is in no way political, but it to a larger extent helped the process. To see staffers of the legislature, demanding their salary, and at the same time disrupting those sessions, might prove very vital to the confirmation of Dean and or Samora Wotokoli. Because had it not been for the intervening protests over the last 3-4 days, the normal activity at the legislature would have been held, especially with the confirmation of Samora. Now, with the case with Musa, we do know that there is a stay order on his confirmation, and I'm also told that similar was filed against Samora, but that was later on. So, yeah, that will happen. But I know the window is short between now and tomorrow, but at the same time, we don't know the plan B of Weah and his team, whether or not they intend to extend the sitting of the senator by maybe 3-4 days additional, or whether they're just going to let it go, or maybe whether or not the Senate, after the hearing tomorrow and the Supreme Court issues a verdict that they can proceed, whether they could proceed tomorrow, or maybe could use Wednesday as the close to cover up for the days lost due to the protest. You don't know. And I also know that I think the Senate can also agree as a body to, then in that instance, I think you heard Senator Smith say, in the instance where the Senate themselves decides to go back, at that point it's not a cost to government. So they could show up that, cost. We don't know. So these are critical political times that we have to pay keen attention. Lots of things happening. We have to watch the political process. But I believe that the disruption of normal activity by the protesters played a significant role in buying time for those many of us who oppose those confirmations.
So let me stick with you real quick, and then we'll go to our sister, Dr. Richardson. Stephen, you think this protesting was a scam? You think the protesting was planned? You think this protesting is a way just not to allow the senator in the building to carry on their functions?
I don't think so, Stan. I think it's a legitimate protest. The staffers, the people work. When people work, they must be paid. And the reason the guys are even concerned is because they know that this particular on lame duck session brings an end to this 54th legislature. So their fear is that there has to be something very important that you can disrupt that will force them to pay you. When you're protesting for rights, or when you're protesting for your pay, there has to be the net effect of your protest must cause the person you're protesting against to act. So in this instance, since by tomorrow this 54th will be non-existent, They believe that when the new legislature takes over in a couple of days, what will be the motivation for them to want to fight for what was due them in the previous legislature? So now they've seen that over time in other instances where the change of the legislature due to elections have resulted into some of those wages not being paid, some of those benefits not being paid. So that's why you see the pushing now. They're timing it based on if the Senate really want to do this confirmation, if the government is really concerned, the government is going to pump the money, let's pay the worker, let's pay everybody, so we'll do it. So they're timing they're looking at the timing of the protest. I don't think it's political. I don't think they're being influenced by any political party. I just think they calculated and look at the timing so that they can push to get their demands met.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're not leaving this story yet because, again, Councilor Jerome is coming and Senator Zopeno will be here shortly. Dr. Richardson, welcome again to your program. Same question to you. Will Musa Dean be confirmed tomorrow?
I really am not in favor of Musa Dean. I'm sure everybody know. First of all, how you guys doing today? Um, so I believe that he's is not qualified to be on a bench, and I think that the senators should make the right decision. I know that they have a lot of back kind of negotiations going on, and I hope they will consider some of the criteria that Liberian people would like to have in a justice. It's quite obvious based on his history. He has not fought for the Liberian people. He coincided with many of the plans that we are had. He signed off on it. He in fact, if we remember, when many times when we was leaving the country, he made Musa Dean in charge of the country. He put Musa Dean in charge of the country. I don't know if you guys can recall that. And when did he speak for the Liberian people? So I'm hoping that whether they have backdoor negotiations or not, that the senators will see it fit not to confirm him. And I actually am having a lot of hope in the women on the bench. I believe that they are kind of turning the wheels in terms of stopping this confirmation from going through. We may not know it all, but I believe that I have strong faith that they're stopping this confirmation. So that's my thought about Musa Dean confirmation.
Do you think the protests play any major role in this confirmation, Dr. Richardson?
No, I want to side with Stephen. I believe the protest is legitimate. I think I saw that the protest is actually highlighting what happens in Liberia. Civil servants, they work, staffers at the legislature, they work, and you just don't get paid. It is so unfair. And I think the timing of this protest is very key because, again, after these legislators leave, there's going to be a new group of people coming in, and they're not going to be responsive to some of the staffers will not even be there because their boss did not win. So they have to fight for the money now, and it's important that they do that and get their money out of the way because those guys, the way that I know them, they didn't fight for them when they worked for them because they got paid and the staffers didn't get paid. So what makes you think that when they leave that they're going to fight for them? So I don't think that the staffer is politically based. I think it's legitimate.
Thank you very much. Let me bring this up. This is the schedule tomorrow. Everybody have this. Well, sorry. I mean, we'll receive it as it is. This is the tomorrow schedule. You guys should have it. The paragraph that say you are hereby commanded to notify the parties in the above entitled course of action or the legal representative that the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia will hear argument in said course on the 9th day of January AD 2024 at the hour of 11 o'clock a.m. and that they are started to be present for same. So there we have it. It was received, signed, everything. Yes, your document. 11 a.m. tomorrow, they should be at the Supreme Court. Another document says full bench. Let's just flag this full bench thing. And one of our panelists for our argument was present, Honorable Her Honor CNN Yo, Chief Justice, Her Honor James Etter, Wodo County Associate Justice, Her His Honor Joseph Nangwe. So what I tell you, let me come back to Duadu. Though he would not be there, but it's still carry on his name. It's because he have not been replaced yet.
Yeah, I think in the order of that, he still has to be mentioned, even in his absence. Remember now, the justice did say he's been out of the country. Well, he's been sick for about 8 months, and he's been out of the country, if I remember clearly, for at least 6 to 8 months out of the country. So his name will stay there until the justice is fully replaced. But it's actually 4 people. But remember, whenever a justice is not in chamber, he's replaced by a judge. So there's an additional judge that will take that place in the meantime. So I believe the Supreme Court call up one judge and he or she takes that place.
Okay, so when the counselor come up, he will tell whether you are right or not because this is about the full bench.
But
I
Stinson, I
don't
don't want
know.
to forget something.
Yeah, go
Stephen
ahead.
mentioned about the guys that are protesting. The guys were very explicit. They said they are not doing this for political reasons. They were very clear in their intentions, and they had a leader. One of the local guys that work at the legislature was actually saying, listen, we are not protesting against the senators because of anything that we did or did not do. We just want our money. You give our money today, we get it from here. And I believe it's something they're entitled to.
So let us stick with the protest a little bit while again our folks are coming on. But let's stick with the senators a little bit. And I want to open the phone line to ask Liberia because we have not asked this
Senator, I want
question
to say
after.
something quick.
No, I'm going to come to you after this round. We'll open the phone line, Stevie. I just want to stick with Duadu a little bit. Duadu, is the protest turning into insurrection?
No, I think the protest has increased in intensity because the reluctance of the senators to even pay heed to this. Remember the first day, even the vice president came, not even recognizing the protesters. She parked her car in front. They created a little pathway for her, and she just went by them. Look, hate Ellen Johnson all you want. She would have stopped, spoken to these guys, and tried to find a solution. Nobody's trying to quiet down. It's not turning to an insurrection because what these boys are doing, they're just trying to get some attention. And Stephen said this best. Once the 54th legislature is gone, some of those guys will not even be working there. The way Liberia works is they're not going to be given priority. So if you don't push your agenda now, I'm beginning to forget about that team.
But so, Stephen, coming the same question: is the protest turning into insurrection?
No.
Let me finish, Stephen. It's very good because a lot of folks ask it when we open the phone line, people will comment. Paul Roblack, say you guys not entering your offices. Turn off the power. The whole place is dark, but our Senator Zopenon office got light. I mean, this is fair question. What say you? Is that some form of insurrection, boss?
I think insurrection will be a very strong description. They're not doing so with the intent to take power. They're flagging a legitimate concern, and oftentimes in Liberia, these concerns are often they fall on deaf ears. And I think as a way to amplify their seriousness, they're engaged in some of these obstructions. And so I would not see it as a insurrection. I would see it more as increasing the momentum of the protest, so as to create more awareness. Now, on the issue of I wanted to talk something on it a little bit on the issue of the letter from the citation from the justice. If the Supreme Court is still using the name of Justice Nangwe, I think it is wrong. Reason being that the court has already written the president of the Republic of Liberia, indicating that there is a vacancy on the Supreme Court. The president, even though it went in reverse, already nominated somebody. So unless they're saying that his request for retirement is still under review, should that be the case, then the president cannot nominate Musa Day. The only reason why the president is nominating Musa Day is because there is a vacancy. Now, if there is a vacancy on the bench, then Justice Nangwe cannot be listed as a member of the Supreme Court on grounds that he has been retired. So I think that particular communication is either in error, or if it is done with the acquiescence of all of them, then it also suggests that Justice Nabuk is still a member of the Supreme Court. Now, if he is still a member of the Supreme Court, then it raises concern of so why President Weah will have the legitimacy to appoint somebody when a judge is still within tenure. Now, if he's retired, honorably retired, and that vacancy is communicated, Justice Nabuk should not be listed on as a part of that hearing tomorrow.
All right, before I got to go to Dr. Richardson, bring in Councillor Jerome, who actually is a councillor, and he will explain these different points. But then we'll go to the phone line and ask the Liberian people themselves their take on Frank Mossadegh confirmation. But let me ask you this question. The issue, do you think the Supreme Court can stop? I just want you to meditate on it because we are going to Dr. Richardson. Can the Supreme Court stop the stallmanship within the Senate? That I just want you to constitutional. I just want you to meditate on that for a minute. Dr. Richardson, protest or insurrection? Where are you?
Protest. Her insurrection has a violent nature to me, and I'm not seeing the staffers being violent at all. So I think insurrection would be a strong word. It's almost like a uprising, and I'm not seeing all of that. I can't even compare it to the January 6th protest, that uprising or insurrection that we had in this country. Nothing to compare it with. I think the staffers just want to get paid, and they know that after these guys leave town, they're not going to get paid. So I don't blame them.
So how does it work, Mr. Duado? Real quick, I'm bringing in Councilor Verdier. They're going to leave from that hearing at the Supreme Court. It starts at 11 a.m. Maybe it will be an hour, 2 hours or so, 12, 1 o'clock, and then go to the Senate, go to the Capitol building, and talk about confirmation hearing first.
The Supreme Court has almost nothing to do with the confirmation. The Supreme Court is just looking at the legality in terms of the presentation of the removal or the retirement of Justice Nangbe. So they got nothing to do with the confirmation. So the Senate can go ahead. Even Honorable Dillon was very, very clear on this issue, and I think he was entirely right. The Senate can go ahead today and do whatever they want to do. The Supreme Court got nothing to do with this. So if tomorrow, if they're just waiting out of respect and say, listen, we're just going to hear what the Supreme Court has to say, and based on that, but I don't think any senators going to be sitting around waiting for 1 or 2 o'clock to go to session tomorrow. I don't believe there'll be any session tomorrow. I think the senators will do what they want to do. Most of them are going to stay home. I hope they don't confirm Honorable Mossadegh, but I don't know what they're going to do, Stanton. But I want you to understand, though, the connotation of insurrection, it has a violent twist for it. Dr. Francine's right. These guys just want their pay, and rightfully so, by the way.
And one of the key points you guys are making that after those 11 senators leave, the possibility of the staffer receiving any money if they are not being retained to that new group of senators that come in is very slim. Yeah. So they must get the money, right, Stephen?
Yeah, and because there are two categories of staffers at the Capitol building. You have the one category, they are the civil servant who work at the Capitol building, no matter what happened, they stay there. Now there are another category of staffers that are carried there along with the elected officials. So, for instance, Stephen, Dr. Francine won a district election. Somebody got on mute. We're getting some terrible feedback. So, for instance, Dr. Francine won an election. She goes there with her own office staff. She takes maybe her special assistant, her administrative assistant, and they go there. Now, if she's leaving and those people are not being paid and they leave, I doubt they're going to get their pay, because she herself will be out, they will be out, and new group will come on, and I don't think they will be paid. So that's the reason why you see the intensity there of the protest has increased, because tomorrow is the last day, and they believe that if they can disrupt as much as possible the operations of the legislature, it could spark a desire in the government if they're so interested in confirming Dean and or Wolokoli, then they could reach a settlement. But I don't see that happening. The government is cash strapped, I don't think the government has any window for expenditure, especially so the president's own mandate coming that any expenditure over a certain fee threshold, I think 10,000 should go through his office for we are to approve extension. This late time will be seen as a very sinister motive to want to get Musa Dean there at all costs. So it's a whole boat of spaghetti. Stanton, it's a whole boat of spaghetti. It's as complicated as you would describe a boat of spaghetti. So that's just.
I think a bowl of spaghetti is that's what I need right now. Seriously, I'm hungry. Let me bring in, let me bring in Councillor Jerome Verdier. Councillor, welcome to the Spoon Talk again. We're so glad to have you, and we should also announce that Senator Zopen is setting up. We have our staff. Damas Langer is there to bring him on. We'll be bringing Senator Zopen on to talk about this very important issue. But Councillor, welcome to the show. You're hearing the conversation. This is not about who will get on sanction here and there. This is strictly about Musa Day and Samara Wudukodi. But we are discussing Musa Day right now. Your take, will he be confirmed?
Well, I don't think the discussion is about Musa Din or Samora Mulukoli. The question is about the authority of the president. If you will notice, and I will just speak legally to the situation, the legislature is already out of term, and the president called both legislatures or both houses of the legislature into session. And then the Unity Party has objected, and for very, very good reasons. And this is where I come in to clarify. The president is not supposed to insist on a reconvening of the legislature except for an emergency situation. So the big question there is Liberia in an emergency? Liberia is not in an emergency. And because Liberia is not in an emergency, the very sitting of the Senate is illegal. And on that basis alone, the Supreme Court, based upon the objection from from the Unity Party, and even without the objection of the Unity Party, the Supreme Court will take judicial notice of that these people are sitting at a time when there is no emergency. You only call the legislature back when there is an emergency, when a country is in a state of emergency. A state of emergency has not been declared. Nobody is aware of the nature of the emergency the president imagines for which he summoned the legislature back into session. And so that is the concern that I have. And on that basis, I believe the Unity Party will prevail and those confirmations will not be held. And even if they are held, they will not be upheld by the Supreme Court. And another thing is the political question too. Before you just come in, it is the right of the legislature, the Senate, to hold confirmation hearing. That's the constitutional responsibility of the Senate. But is the sitting proper? Is the sitting properly convened? I say no, it is illegally convened. It is convened in an unconstitutional term, and on that basis, the Unity Party will prevail. And anything that Senate does is illegal, it is unconstitutional, and so the Supreme Court will not uphold it.
Okay, so Councillor, you are not looking in the camera. I think you're looking somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, but what you're hearing very clear, but your attention was probably on another monitor. But we heard what you say. We got so thank you very much. It's going to be very, very. We are in a very rough spot right now. Duaru saying he doesn't trust the senators, most of them, because they can wake up tomorrow morning and say we're going to confirm Musa Dane, and everybody have their own opinion yet. Do you think, regardless of the decision that will be made by the Supreme Court tomorrow, there will be a confirmation hearing?
Well, Duaru is speaking from history, and historically, you have no reason to trust the Senate. And beyond that, I think about half of them have been voted out. They are not coming back. So they and the Mr. President do not have vested interest in the future of Liberia. They are doing things they shouldn't be doing at this stage because they are just a government that is holding fast, holding things in order until the next government can take over. They are not supposed to venture into new things, new activities, signing a $30 million agreement and all of that. Of course, government is a continued concern. We understand that. But the question you asked, whether the senators will hold a confirmation, whether they do it or not, is an illegal sitting. So it doesn't matter. It's immaterial.
That's what we have tonight. The Honorable Senator Zoe E. Penner from Grand Jeda County. We're so happy that you're joining us as our guest panelist. We're going to question Senator Zoe Penner, who is comfortably at his home office. Let me bring in the Senator Zoe Penner. Senator Zoe Penner, welcome to Spoon Talk. It's always good to have you. As you can see, we have Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. Thank God we have a doctor just in case you go into cardiac arrest. She can apply some medical, but no, she's not a medical doctor, so I take that back. So again, that's my joke. We also have Councilor Jerome Verdell. Just in case you need some legal advice, we have them. We have Mr. Dwadu and Stephen Johnson, from Unity Party. I'm here, Paul May. We're here to ask you all the questions we can, and we're so happy that you are joining us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to bring in Senator Zoe E. Penner. Welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir. Can you hear us, Senator Penner?
Yes, but please to allow, please.
Can you get closer
Very
to
low.
Can you get closer to the set? It seems that you far off too. Dama, can you
Yeah, I'm
make
close up to it, but okay.
Dama, are you there?
Yeah, Jamo is here.
All right. Are you good? Are we good with the volume, everything?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Spoon Talk, Senator Penner.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure being with you guys this evening.
Thank you very much. We're going to again have this conversation. The first thing that we are discussing is the confirmation of Frank Musadin, Minister of Justice. The nomination from the president nominated him as Associate Justice, replacing Justice Joseph Nangwe. Can you give us an overview on this discussion concerning Frank Musadin, Minister of Justice? Will he be confirmed tomorrow,
All right.
sir?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Musa Frank Dean, he was nominated by His Excellency President George Manuel Weah sometime last week. Later on, there's a prohibition and stay order on a confirmation. So, as far as I'm concerned, as a lawmaker, I think I respect the court. I do not want to talk about it because tomorrow will be the hearing at Supreme Court, the 9th of January 2024. So, by tomorrow, the Honorable House of Senate will be proceeding to the Supreme.
All right, Damo, we're having technical issue. Can you make the adjustment for us to bring back the senator? Please do, Diamond. You got to, you are there. Please help us make all the necessary adjustment. We really need to have this interview today. So please, I will put a senator in the back. If you can adjust, let me know once you're ready. The internet or so, but I'm going to make that adjustment, folks. The same question. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson, Mr. Duadu, Dr. Francine, to you, Honorable Jerome Verdell. Let me bring in them while we have the discussion. I'm going to straighten up everything he needs to straighten up. Stephen Johnson, man. Yeah, come, Councilor Verdell. While we waiting for Senator Pennon, talk to us.
No, the councillor struck a very important point, and I think I'm not a lawyer. I don't profess to be one, but I am a reasonable person. And there's a maxim in law that says anything that is not done legally is not done at all. And one of the things I try to look for is the procedure, and that's the fundamental question we asked here a couple of times. And one of the, I remember when Senator Wisa was here, I asked him a question, and the reason I asked that question was because when you look at the timeline of the appointment, it raises a serious concern about procedure and or whether it is legal. First thing is the president writes a letter appointing an associate justice to the legislature. He writes a letter. The next thing we see is a letter from the associate justice requesting a retirement. So the president appointed somebody to replace somebody who was only requesting retirement. And then the third letter we saw, which postdates the two letters, talked about the Chief Justice announcing that, yes, indeed, there is a vacancy. So we see the president nominating somebody to a position that was still occupied, which is a clear violation. And we then see them trying to correct the error in reverse, which clearly shows that the procedures were not followed. Now, whether or not those procedural gaps or shortcomings will amount to violation of the law, I do not know. I cannot speak to that. But I thought, in general terms, the entire whole nomination process did not follow through the legal timeline. I thought they were done in reverse order.
So everything you know, because let's try to rest on this while we see that Senator Zopenon is coming back. Everything you know, Stephen, give us your final, thought on this one. Will Frank Musadin be confirmed tomorrow? Will there be a confirmation hearing tomorrow for him?
With giving the history of our legislature and looking at their recent past, I wouldn't be surprised if he's confirmed. I will be surprised if he's not confirmed.
Wow. Okay, let me bring in the senator. Let's try it again. Welcome, Senator. Thank you very much again for joining us. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Yes, I'm hearing you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we can
Hello?
hear you.
You
Go
hear me?
ahead. As you were saying.
Just the minister that was nominated to the Senate by the president. And I said to you that the issue right now, as we speak, tomorrow the Senate will be going to the Supreme Court, the state order, and tomorrow we'll be there to get a case. For now, I can't speak to the issue until tomorrow.
Okay, so let me try to bring the senator in by way of the phone. He's not good at all.
Senator, why are you doing that? I got a question for Councilor Verdier.
Go ahead, Mr. Duadu.
Just to understand. Councilor Verdier, this is for us non-lawyers. We're trying to understand this. I know in Liberia, a part of our constitution is 3 separate branches of government. Now, each government is independent, quote unquote. To what extent can the Supreme Court, I hate the word interfere, but to what extent can the Supreme Court insert itself into the dealings of the Senate, to the extent where say, listen, you cannot confirm this person because of procedural error? Do they have that power, or are they overstepping their bounds legally? You're muted.
Thank you, sorry. I will just explain the procedures and perhaps the law. without attempting to make a definite decision on matters that are already either before the court or before the legislature. As regards the court, I think the court has issued a decision asking the legislature to stay further actions. So the United Party have brought the two branches of government in, I don't want to say conflict, but once there are issues to be resolved, into conflict, but on a coalition course. And here's what's happening. The Supreme Court cannot interfere with the work of the Senate. The Senate is constitutionally set up to hold confirmation hearings. That's a constitutional duty. So in that case, the Supreme Court will say, well, I have nothing to do with that. But there is a petition before the Supreme Court that is drawing its attention to the nature of the venue that has been convened. And in my best estimation, the venue is convened illegally. And somebody just said that once you are acting illegal, anything you do, the product, the outcome is all illegal. The president doesn't have that much power as a king to just summon the legislature at will. He is using his constitutional power to do it. And the Constitution specifies under what conditions and terms of conditions or situations that you can exercise that power. So if you go to chapter 9, Article 85 to 88, it tells you all the details of what the emergency power entails. Article 9, chapter 9, Article 85 to 88. It has a broad outline of what constitutes emergency powers and emergency in Liberia. And that is the time the president can summon the legislature to come and make emergency decisions in the interest of the Liberian people. You cannot hold the legislature in session just to confirm somebody who, without the confirmation, the country will still go on. Without the confirmation, there will be no wars declared on the country. Without the confirmation, the country is not going to lose $80 million. There is no emergency as far as I see. So the very act violates the Constitution. And the Supreme Court is the constitutional court. And the United Party was smart to raise those issues, and those are the issues that I suspect the Supreme Court is going to focus on. Whether that convocation, whether that session has been convened legally within the terms of the law to comply with the constitutional terms.
So just a little deeper, the president cannot unilaterally just declare state of emergency. An actual state of emergency must first exist, according to what the Constitution. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not discretionary to say, you know what, it's how I feel. It has to. Okay.
There must be
What's
a state of emergency.
What's the degree of state of emergency? The president called them back to discuss the budget. Isn't that a state of emergency before the year comes to an end?
There's no threat to the state.
Is there any degree in the law as to the Constitution as to what the president determined?
The law defines the Constitution by itself. There's no emergency law in Liberia apart from what is in the Constitution. And it defines what emergency is.
I can actually pull it up and read it because it actually does define.
It defines what emergency is.
Yes, it does.
And if the president calls them to do the budget, it means that's the only reason they were called. And the senators too should be alert to that. Look, you have called me, but I don't even want to go into that because the venue is already illegal. So what they do there,
what they trying to educate us here, Councillor. And I'll bring in Dr. Richardson. I see that Senator Zopena is coming back. But Councillor, the president called them to discuss budget. Is there a problem discussing other matters?
There's a problem calling them to discuss budget or know what should be a state of emergency. There's a problem with that. And there is a compounded problem convening them to discuss budget, and then you bring in other issues that they are not aware of. Procedurally, they are supposed to be aware specifically on why I'm calling you. There is a serious problem in our country. there is a threat to the existence of our state.
Correct.
So there is a state of emergency, and I will declare a state of emergency tomorrow. But I expect you to come day after tomorrow and empower me, give me the authority to implement the terms of the state of emergency.
Wow. Wow. Let's try Zoe again, then we'll bring in Dr. Richardson and Stephen. This is huge, folks. And that's why we love the good wisdom of Councilor Regina on the Spoon Talk. Let's bring in Senator Zoe Cannon again. Senator?
Yes.
All right. So thank you. Are you hearing us better now?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
All right. So yes, let's give you the chance to talk to us again. As we said, welcome. Let's give you the chance to talk to us. You are always go ahead. You can continue, and let's see how good we are.
Thank you. Thank you. You asked me about the Justice Minister by nomination, and I said to you before the technical problem came in, I told you that tomorrow the case will be heard tomorrow by the Supreme Court. So I do not want to speak to it right now until after the hearing of the case tomorrow. Then maybe we can talk on it by Wednesday or Thursday. But for now, I can't speak to it because it's before the Supreme Court.
Will you be at the Supreme Court tomorrow?
By the grace of God, yes, yes, the Senate will be there in full to hear the case. So I'll be there tomorrow by the grace of God.
Are you member of the committee?
No, I'm not member of the judicial committee, but I'm a member of the Liberal Senate.
With
And
my last
it
question, and we'll go to Dr.
concerns the
Richardson.
Liberal Senate. It's
With
not
the,
only the judicial committee that.
will the Senate be in office tomorrow, knowing that there's a protest?
Hello?
Will the Senate be in office tomorrow, knowing that there's a protest? All right.
Well, let's forget about the protest, but tomorrow being the 9th of January, on Wednesday morning, so for the 15th legislature that will be coming in. So by the grace of God, we'll be closing tomorrow. That's why we'll be closing tomorrow. We'll be going to Supreme Court for the case to be heard.
All right, Dr. Richardson, come in, please.
Yeah, this is an interesting time in our country. We are going to see the power play between the branches of government, mainly the Supreme Court and the legislature, and of course the executive as well. I'm glad that Councilor Verdia highlighted the question that we should be asking, which is it an emergency for the president to call the legislature back to work? And what constitutes an emergency? So, as you explain it, said and it's not as you explain it constitutionally. And Dwala, I would love for you to read what constitutes an emergency, because this is an added conversation to what we've been talking about. We're talking about kind of the timing. You know, he had appointed dean before even Nangwe resigning, and we're also talking about, did he actually accept and officially say, okay, Nangwe resigned, so I'm accepting his resignation? We didn't know all of that. So I think you kind of added another caveat to this whole thing: is it constitutional for the president to call the legislature back? And this calling them back is also not for free. It is at the expense of the Liberian people, which again, I think is even more of a question. You know, we are using Liberian people money to pay, at a tune of 3 point something million to pay these legislators for coming back to work. Is that constitutional for the Liberian people to spend the money that way? Is that prudent? Okay, is that continuity of government in the right way? That's what I have to
I
ask.
different thing, and you're
So
right.
are you asking that question to the senator because we have the senator as our guest, Dr. Francine? Are you questioning Senator Zopeno? You were just making a statement.
I was making a second. Open already told me he can't speak about this because
Do you have other questions for him?
no, I don't. But I wanted to actually read what I don't know if you're attentive or if you're here. Because Vernon said that there's constitutional reason why the president can call the legislature back. So I want Dwalo to read the constitutional reason for calling the legislature back.
So it's just a one-line thing. Let me just read it quickly, Stanton. That's out of Article 86B. Now it continues, but I'll read 86B and 87A. It says a state of emergency may be declared only when there is a threat or outbreak of war or where there is civil unrest affecting the existence, security, or well-being of the republic amounting to a clear and present danger. That's the first portion of what constitutes a state of emergency. Now, Article 87A, it goes on. Emergency powers do not include the power to suspend or abrogate the Constitution, dissolve the legislature, or suspend or dismiss the judiciary. And no constitutional amendment shall be promulgated during the state of emergency. Where the legislature is not in session, it must be convened immediately in special session and remain in session during the entire period of the state of emergency.
So the question to Council, go ahead, Dr. Richardson. I'm going to ask Councilor whether this state of emergency. I'm going to ask the panel, the senator, whether this is a state of emergency.
Go ahead.
You want to say something?
No, I said go ahead. Thank you.
So the panel, so the record, you guys coming back, is it a state of emergency? Can you help us understand from the president? All right. So again, we have a problem. Damon, I'm calling you. If you can hear me, let's just call the senator to just come by way of the phone.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so can you please go ahead?
Hello?
Yes, sir. We hear.
Yeah, the recall by the president, I believe the Unity Party that filed the prohibition on Councillor Dean, the justice minister. That's why if it is emergency or it is not emergency, that's why Supreme Court going to hear tomorrow. So let's look on tomorrow. The lawyer from the Unity Party side versus Supreme Court. Tomorrow, the laboratory will know. The question for me, I'm a legislator, and now when the president wrote, and we convene session. So if the president is not a right to do it, or that is right, that's why they are taking the matter to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will tell the laboratory and the entire world tomorrow who is right, who is not right.
Okay, so there you have
You hear
it.
me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thank you very much. We're hearing you. Stephen
Okay.
Johnson, go ahead, Dr. Richardson. You got a follow up to do.
I wanted to ask Councillor Verdia if we ever had this happen in Liberia before, where the president called, the legislature back when it wasn't an emergency. If there's precedent to this, do you know?
Well, I do know of a recent situation, and I think it had to do with was it the Ebola or the COVID?
Okay, that makes
And the president attempted to call the legislature, and we raised the issue that there is not a state of emergency.
Okay.
Then the executive fired by said there's a state of emergency, and they had the president to declare a state of emergency. And
Okay.
then after he declared a state of emergency, the legislature came back.
Okay.
And then they went on to deliberate on the COVID thing. And just as you said, money is going to be spent. And it will be a waste or misapplication of public resources if it is done for the wrong purpose. And the honorable senator is right. He doesn't want to discuss it. And yes, he shouldn't. That question Stanton asked is for the executive. And let me tell you the benefit of complying with the law. When the president at that time finally declared a state of emergency,
Mhm.
who used that declaration of state of emergency and wrote the White House and said Liberia is now in a state of emergency. Liberia's population is just 5 million. And from our estimate, 2 million, that would be half of the population, is threatened by COVID. If you don't do something now, half of Liberia's population will be wiped out. That is how the White House intervened and gave all the assistance they get. They sent an assessment team on the ground. They came to the assessment, and then they agreed that there is an emergency situation in Liberia. You know, coming now to the current issue, the senator is right. And Stanton, we have a situation where you have a sitting justice. You are trying to replace him when he hasn't even resigned. Early retirement is an issue not recognized by the law. So he and his colleagues have to sit down, design what will constitute early retirement for him, approach the executive and see if they can give him all of that money in advance for his retirement. I don't think he is 70 yet. So he is supposed to resign at 70. So if he does an early retirement, you're going to pay him for his salary for the rest of his life up to the time he's 70. So if Nangwe is 65 or 60 years old, you're going to pay him 10 years in advance of his salary, and then all his benefits that are supposed to go along with it. That's a lot of money. That's more than $5 billion. And then it brings me to the case of Justice Kabila Janet, who was illegally removed. And he took that case to ECOWAS. And ECOWAS reminded the Liberian government, look, you have acted illegally. So the choice is with Cabinet Janet to take his retirement, not early retirement, from now until he becomes 70, pay him all his retirements, all his salary as if he was on the job. Or you can agree to keep him away, or you put him back, have him reinstated and let him work for that money. But if you don't reinstate him, he's entitled to the money already because you dismissed him illegally. This is the situation we have. Justice Nambo is requesting early retirement, and there's no requirement in the law for early retirement. So it's an issue for the Supreme Court and for the executive. And that's why I said the UP was wise enough to step in to try and see how this thing can be resolved. And I'm sure in the end, maybe the court will come and define what early retirement is, if they have discussed the issue and they are ready to grant him early retirement. And then they will also have to decide what is emergency and how emergency powers can be used. Mr. President hasn't even declared a state of emergency, and then he requiring the people to come and act under an emergency situation. How funny it is. And those of you who are saying you are not lawyers, that's not an issue. The law is predictable. You have
Thank you
all
very
issues
much.
before you, and you know what the situation is. And then judgment I pass now, like the senator, you all can pass that same judgment. It's just that I'm adding to what the law says, but we know what the situation is. There's no state of emergency in Liberia, and how can these people act on an emergency situation? Anything they're doing is illegal. It's just a waste of time, waste of our money.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson, Mr. Duado. Your question for Senator Zoe Penner. Stephen, you go first.
Senator, how are you? Can you hear me?
Senator, the phone will be better. There's a delay, massive delay.
I'm called in, but Dama is not answering. I don't know. I tried. Dama, let's do the phone. I hope the senator. Can you pick up your cell phone? I'm calling your cell phone, Senator. That would be better if you can come in by cell phone.
Okay.
Hello?
But the senator wants to see him with a flag in the background, your office and everything. So
Yeah, he can still be there, but we can. Yeah, so Senator, you can. We can just mute you, but you live. That's fine. You can. You just stay like that. We're gonna mute your volume. Can you hear me right from my cell phone?
I'm hearing you.
Thank you very much. So you can sit down. We good just like that. The people will still see you. Now, Stephen Johnson got a question for you. It's better this way. Zizo, your question.
Senator Penner, how are you?
I'm okay, Steve. How you doing?
Doing great, doing great. My first question to you is, and I know we will not go into the nitty-gritty of the case because it's before the court, and you as a lawmaker will not want to delve into the specific nature of it. My question to you is: Do you think a president who is leaving power? Do you think a president who is leaving power should be appointing people into tenure position?
Go ahead, Senator. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, it's a good question, but equally so we should understand the
Wow. All right. So we just lost him. All right, Stephen, go ahead and make your point while we connect with him, Stephen.
No, I thought it was an important question because and the part of what we need.
Yes, Senator, you are back. Okay. You are back, Senator.
Yeah, I believe this one is correct because the internet is pure interrupting. So, yes, Steve, back to your question. Yes, you asked a good question, but I believe, my understanding, the president has that power up to the 22nd of January, May Day, 2024. So immediately 1 minute after 12 p.m. on the 27th of January, a power is to exist. So as far as I'm concerned, to answer your question, yes, the president, even as we speak, the president can sit down tonight and say, look, executive order, free everybody that in jail. Let's be frank with one another. That's the Constitution you myself talking about. The Constitution are giving the power. But 22nd January 2024, 1 minute after 12, President George Manuel Weah will be called the former president. Anybody call him president, they mean that you made a mistake. But as we speak, President Weah can appoint anybody tonight, or he can nominate anybody to elaborate Senate, or depends if you wish.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah,
Stephen, go ahead. You got another one. Go ahead.
That particular power is risky because I could be an outgoing president and to stiff hand the next government. I could put in all of my surrogates in strategic position, and that's why people been calling for there has to be a transitional law that will guide Liberia's transition, because I think part of the reason is we've not been used to having transitions. I think this is the second transition in the last 80 plus years. And so Liberia is not used to that transition. Let me let Senator 1 second.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So we're not used to that transition. So this is the second transition in 80 years. So in after the election, what happened in that corridor, the obligation of those leaving power and the responsibility of those who will be assuming power, there has to be some clarity. Because what we could see is we could witness a situation, if we're not careful, where the government that is leaving could stiff hand the government that is coming, and that could cause some serious rift. Will you be in support of such bill should it reach to the floor where we pass a transitional act that set up a transitional or a presidential transitional institution that would deal specifically with presidential transition, and to a law that will guide the country in terms of how much outgoing president can spend, what kind of appointment they can make, and what they can do or cannot do. Will you support such a bill if it comes to the floor?
Before I answer your question, yes or no, let me just say one thing first to you, Steve. In the first place, as we speak, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Erin Fambule. Fambule was dismissed by President Weah, I think around October, November, I tend to be correct. because Samuel's position is number 10. As we speak, nobody have been appointed or nominated to that position, even to be acting. 2, our common ministry, if my memory can set me right, in the same November last year, after the runoff, President Weah dismissed someone from transport or from common ministry. 2 persons. As we speak, they are not there replaced. But when it comes to turning position, let's face reality. That 2 political parties leading Liberia, and people want for their own constituents to remain in government. So, for example, like LRA is turning position 4 years. So, who would not want to do it? But in our appointed position where there's no tenure, I don't think President we are going to be elected to do such. And that comes to the question that you asked me. Anything that will make Liberian people to save money, that will bring down for us to get development out of that kind of money that we will save. Anything that will be in the interest of the Liberian people and the people of Regina County. Believe me, it's open to go for it. When it's good for the Liberian and Regina, definitely I will stand by it. So if they are bringing it, something that will be in the interest of my people, Liberia and Regina, to be frank, Steve, yes, I can vote for such a law. All depends on if it will be in the interest of my people.
Honorable Joe Pennon, give me just a second. They're going to call you from the studio because I have these dogs backing, and we've been interrupted by their backs. So allow us to call you from the studio, sir, please. The station in Monrovia. So I'm going to hang up on you, and the gentleman will call you. Thank you.
I'm waiting.
Thank you. All right, so let's do that. That will be a direct. That would not be the WhatsApp call. I think Mr. Eduardo Stephen came from somewhere with this one, and I know it's kind of very important that we squeeze Senator Panel on a lot of different issues. Especially, I want to go by way of the protest. Why the light in the building? He have the only light in from his office. The rest of the senator offices have darkness. That's my very important question tonight. But
wait for him. Why he's coming on? I really want to Councilor Verda to answer this question for me. It's a legal question. I always hear Liberians, especially lawyers, say, the case is in the court. Under our law, we're not allowed to speak about it. Honorable Verda, I know it is something that is by statute or law in Liberia, but what harm can it bring to a case, especially in this country, for example, that we're living? People talk about the case all day. It does not sway, or it should not sway the judges in any way, shape, or form. Why we made that illegal in Liberia? I'm just curious, though.
Well, between me and you, I'm not aware of the law that stops you from commenting on a matter that is before the court.
Okay.
Normally, the court will restrict parties who have cases before the court not to make public utterances about the case.
Okay.
So that you do not bring the public in conflict with the court, and you show respect for the court so that the public is not discussing the case before the court decides. But I don't know whether there is a hard rule or law about it. I had an experience with the Supreme Court though, and it was okay. I won't call his name, saying he's not around now. But I had a case before the Supreme Court. And that case, but as a matter of fact, is still pending. They haven't decided. They refuse to decide. When the case was called up for the first time, I went there and we argued the case, we left. And then the time passed and they haven't decided. So I notified the court that, look, this case is before you, you haven't decided it. Then they said, okay, we'll call the case again so that you come and re-argue it. And then I went to the media. I called a press conference. I said, well, I have argued this case before the court, and the court wants to re-argue it again. And I think this is how the court is going to vote, because I have studied the different justices what I think their opinion would be. And the court doesn't want to accept this decision. It was a landmark case that has no precedent. And I said, I think the court is afraid to handle cases that do not have precedent because they don't want to be bold enough to make the bold decisions. And then the Chief Justice sent for me. He said, "You know what?" I said, "What, Your Honor?" He said, "Everybody's behind me to hold you in contempt." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because you commented on a case that is before us, and you are a party to the case." I said, "But Your Honor, that law or that rule, I think, is archaic. What harm does it do to you? You and your justices are immune from public opinion because you know the law and you are about to apply the law." He said, "Well, I'm just telling you that everybody is telling me to hold you in contempt. And your argument, save your argument when you are in my shoes. You can raise that argument, but now I'm telling you." I said, "So are you going to hold me in contempt, sir, Your Honor?" He said, "No, I will not hold you in contempt because I feel there's no basis for it. But I'm just telling you that I've been pressured to hold you in contempt for commenting." I said, "Well, it was a public interest case, and the public needed to know what was happening. And so I expressed my opinion, and I had a press conference about it. I don't think I did anything wrong."
So, brother, Councilor Verdia, just to be absolutely
So I
clear.
beg you, Eduardo, we have the senator back. He's on the line.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Oh, Nelson, bring Senator Zopena on, please.
He's on.
Okay.
Senator, please go ahead. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Nelson is very low, Nelson. Hello?
I'm hearing you.
Nelson.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Increase the volume, Nelson, please. The senator is very low.
I'm trying to do
Eduardo,
that.
it's your time to ask your question, Eduardo.
Yes. Let me just make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me, Senator?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Can you hear? Okay, Senator, please go ahead again. Let's see. I think.
Hello. But you gotta take that side.
Much better.
Okay, is it okay now?
Let the senator respond again.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Nelson.
Okay.
Perfect.
I think it's better.
It's perfect. Okay, guys, can we mute, please? So let me say this, Senator, thank you so much for coming and welcome to the show again. Senator, my questions will be very rapid. Do you believe in the emergency guidelines set by the Constitution? What constitutes an emergency? Do you believe in it?
Come in with the question again.
Do you believe in the emergency guidelines set by the Constitution?
Uh-huh.
Do you believe in them?
Yeah. Yes, of course.
And you believe anybody who's going to institute an emergency that recalls the legislature should follow those guidelines, correct?
That's what I just told you when the question was posed to me. I told you that's why United Party took the government to court. So tomorrow, the law going to be interpreted to the Liberian people, and all of us are going to know tomorrow. So I will not speak to it.
Yes, sir. It's not pertaining to the case. It's just in general.
Supreme Court will speak to you tomorrow.
No, but I'm not speaking to the case. I'm just talking in general. You believe that whoever declares an emergency power...
You are still coming back to the issue of emergency. So that's why I'm still thinking about the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Because it stays around the appointment, the nomination that was made by the president.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator, I'm just curious, how long have you been in the legislature total? How many years?
On the 16th of January, next week, Tuesday, or maybe as 18 years.
18 years. And my question to you is, Honorable Senator,
15 years in the House of Representatives and 3 years in the Senate now.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Do you believe your presence or your tenure at the legislature has substantially improved the lives of the people in Regina County? And how has it improved their lives?
Of course. Can I know your name first, please?
It's Mr. Dwalu.
Your name, please.
Dwalu. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Dwaru or Mr. Dwaru? Which one?
Mr. Dwalu.
Okay, Mr. Dwaru, yes. In the first place, as a legislator, when I first came in the legislature, 2006, January 16, after the inauguration, my colleagues at the time, I was elected as chairman of Grand Union Legislative Caucus from 2006 to 2013. Okay, and now, as we speak today, during my administration, Grand Jury having a community college today. Under my administration, at the time, today, you will see hundreds of graduates into all the universities and colleges in Liberia. Again, my administration, today the West African power pool from Ivory Coast that into graduate and Nima counties, through my instrumentality as representative at the time, our chair on state enterprise and autonomous agency. Today, for the past 16, 17, 18 years, before we came to power 2006, under the county seat, you could find high schools. But as we speak, all the 8 administrative districts, you can find high school in all of those districts headquarters. So even during my administration, the main welfare in graduate was built during my administration by the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. There are a lot of developments during my administration. As representative at the time, before I retired from that position, I brought about helping students that can afford to pay their YF fee. I did it for almost 7 to 8 years, the entire county. There where all my money went. If I take pay and a YF fee time, even if my money is not correct, I was going to pay $2-3 million Liberian dollars. I'll make sure to go and mortgage my salary to make sure that the young people that will replace her in the future be educated. And we have done a lot of things for our people. I'm the first graduate, as far as I'm concerned. I stand to be corrected that any graduate can come on the show. When we first came from ESA, when I was serving as Deputy Managing Director for Operations at FPRC, I was the first graduate when I decided to pay all the teachers, the volunteer teachers, for 5 months each in Grand Julia County, all the 8 administrative districts, to encourage them to continue to be in classes to teach our sons and daughters. I never stopped there to encourage the principals, because they were working from town to town, from district to district, and the supervisor, now the DEO, the county education officer, are the only person that went and gave them bicycle at the time we just came from war 2003, 2004. Again, Mr. Dwaru, I never stopped there. What I did, people used to call my county Papa Village. So being a representative of Chen District 2006, 2007, the 50-some more towns in Chen District are represented for 15 years. I was the first person, every town chief in my town, he or she got 3 bottles of zinc. I'm the only person that makes sure if you deliver your wife or your friend or your relative delivers a Matter Toddman Hospital in Zredru, Grand Julia County, a baby, because I understand that it's not everybody can afford to buy baby stuff. And I believe in kind of modern time, we should do things that will motivate our sisters, our daughters, our friends, so they can do a lot of abortion, because when we came from war, the population dropped. So I personally, I had that program at Zredru, Matter Toddman Hospital in Zredru, that when your wife gave birth, she will walk away when I born, you walk away with blue top, bathing top, bath top for a child, with $1,500 Liberian dollars at least for that mother to get a motorbike to get home and buy half bag of rest. We have done a lot of things for our people. If I'm not doing such a thing, I would have been elected for 3 times as representative and senator.
Why are you calling me, Mr. Dwadu? Ask yourself
No,
a question.
Senator, I want to thank you. So what you're telling me is the people in Grand Julia County are living a higher standard of living than when you first came in. Grand Julia are doing great. So will you send your kids to some of the schools in Grand Julia County, or your grandkids?
Where beside the financial assistance that we're giving to other people, the government has taken over for the past 2-3 years. The outgoing president came up with that policy to carry on that project for the entire country to pay high schools or YF fees. And what I did, since I created, we were three that brought about the community colleges in Liberia under the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Will you please give me your time? The late Eugene Farabaka from Lofa County and the former representative from Nima County, Ivan Kwa, and Zoe Manepeno, we are the very three guys in the House of Representatives at the time that sponsored the bill that created the three community colleges. And today, to stand by that community college in Grand Juda County, more than 40 some more sons and daughters that are on financial aid in our school. If the president of the community college is monitoring, the controller is monitoring, he will call or she will call on the show to tell you what Penny is saying. I've been paying the required amount to the school. Not because as senator, I'll just say you're carrying two children that no, how the school will run. So I've been paying that money and the record is in my office. Besides that, in grade school, as we speak, I stand to be corrected, being the only grandchildren in government as far as I'm concerned. In Rwanda, I have international students from my pocket, from my salary. In Rwanda, if the monitoring they show tonight, they were made to it, more than 3 persons. Because in life, if I say I can, since I know war, Beluti t-shirt, my son shouldn't wear or my friend's child shouldn't wear. So we continue to empower other people's sons and daughters for the future of this country. So because I don't have master's degree or PhD, another person's child shouldn't be sponsored to get the PhD. I'm the only person after the community college was dedicated by the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. I think we got to ask Mr. Duadu to repeat his question. His question was very, very pointed. And Mr. Duadu, maybe I didn't understand your question. Can you repeat it? Your second question. Your second question.
And most of the wire fees and all those fees, I know they were budgeted for in the budget, and they're given to senators, and the senators would claim that they're doing this.
No, Mr. Daru, no. If anybody
let me finish your question.
on your phone to say that he or she is misleading you, you can call former representative or a president representative or president senator or former senator. He or she will tell you nothing like that was in the budget to pay YFE, and we did it. I did it on my own. Why other people never did it? Why?
Thank you, sir.
Because
let me just lay the question so we can move forward. Let me just lay the question so we can move forward. The question is simple. Your children then, or your grandchildren then, will you send them to those schools in East Wedro, those elementary school and high school then? Are some of them in that school?
Where, Mr. Dwaru, when I was going to school in Grand Juda County, I believe all of your children are in St. Patrick. All of your children are in Cali School in Monrovia. And all of your children are in CWA. So in life, there will be no way that all fingers will be equal. Today, we are in Africa, you are in America. As we said, when I call on my air condition, I will be in heat. But for you, you need heat right now to survive. So life will never be the same, my brother. So when you ask me, your children will go there. If God said my children will go to Grand Juda, definitely they will go to Grand Juda and they'll go to school there. But life will never be equal. That's why we continue to help other people's children. And today, when they graduate from high school, today some of them go on abroad. I just said it. I have international students abroad in Rwanda, Kigali, as we speak. That's what we're able to do. I can't afford to take the entire country to send it to the United States. Even Bill Gates cannot do that.
All right, Mr. Duadu, thank you very much. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson. We'll keep the consider for last. After Dr. Richards, and I'm going to ask my 2 questions, then Councilor Jerome Verdier will come in. Stephen, your question, sir.
Senator, how are you again?
I'm okay, Steve.
Good. Senator, recently your property in Zwedru came under attack. It was vandalized. We watched the video. And many persons who were part of that incident that led to your property being destroyed. There were accusations against you about your involvement in the death of a representative. And this is a perfect opportunity for you to explain to the Liberian people, and especially the people of Regina, what what is the story behind all of that?
Well, thank you very much. In the first place, if you guys would give me your undivided attention, I think it will be prudent. Stephen, let me be frank with you. Politics is not enemyship. And I believe being the most experienced legislator for Grand Judah County and long still representative and now senator, I can tell you, Steve, people who know me very well, people that I worked with before, ask them about Zopeno. Steve, the reason I said politics is dynamic, is not static. Let me tell you, our dear friend and brother that passed on today, may his soul rest in peace. Steve, 2011, when I was running for my second time bid, this gentleman ran against me and he was defeated. 2014, when I was in my second term bid, I decided to run for the Senate, and he went and supported the outgoing Senator A. Marshall Dennis, which of course I believe that was a constitutional right. You are not forced to support me. I just try to lay the premise before I come to it. 2017, he left Liberty Party. He talked about going to CDC. You're going to win me. And now, 2017, again, there were 12 that went against me, and all of them were defeated beyond redemption. If you check next result tonight, all 57 polling places in Grand Judah, go to next website now. 2017 result, District 1, Grand Judah County. I won every polling place in Grand Judah County in Zredru. You were defeated beyond redemption. Here's a man I want to become representative. Okay, that was my third time bid. 2020, I decided to leave the position of representative while in my third year as a representative. The young man supported people who were against me. He never supported me. I God will have it, I won as senator for my county. And I believe that not everybody will vote for me, that not everybody will support me. So I believe also that people should think, people should believe. The same way where the right ends, there where my own begin. Where their own begin, there where my own ends. So 2023, 2021, when I created a vacancy, the by-election in the county, I never supported him. And he won. 2023, I never supported him. And he won. So if that because Zoe Manapeno never supported this man, that's why I killed him. So this guy, how many presidents will kill this one man? When the speaker went for the body at the airport, the speaker was insulted that because of him. There are a lot of things. But however, for Zoe Manapeno, people who know me, the house that they burn in Zredru. My husband in fence. The one that they burn. There where I used to sleep. The one that they vandalized, they coming 25th of January. That was the time we were planning to go and dedicate a house. And they went and looted the house. All the material are sent there. But however, the properties is insignificant to me because my great-grandparent never left property for me. Is the Almighty God that gave me the strength and the way forward for me to arrive to that level. So it's not anything for me. But the biggest thing is that in Liberia, what we should practice, what we should learn, what they say. As we speak today, people are regretting their action. But the main thing I'm concerned about, Stephen, maybe you're not know. The day they were vandalizing people properties in Zredru, the day they were burning people's homes, the same group, they went and killed one man. The area, the community they call beyond Zoe. They kill one man and they say the man hang himself. But there's no picture that can be shown to the entire world that this person hang himself and he kill himself. Such a thing never happened. So these are my concern. That people shouldn't go with impunity. I'm not talking about my houses. I'm not talking about the men that was killed in the process. The same day. I think you don't even know about that. But those that were arrested, as we speak, when you ask for the charge sheet from the police, I think according to the information, they were charged for manslaughter also. So these are my concern. And I'm telling the Liberia people been knowing me, Stevie, Zoe Manepeno, I'm a very decent person. And I'm a friendly person. So you person who believe in African sign, people who believe in those things, they will never be decent, they will never be, their body will never be shiny, and you'll see that they will never be smelling good among their friends. But as people who know me, my presence somewhere. So for me, I don't believe in those things, but because of politics, Stevie, someone who won election 3 times in one district and transition as a senator. Stevie, I've won more than 100 and some more percent in Grand elections. So don't you know that as in my opinion, I believe that my political enemies, they more than people who are not in politics with me. Every time they want me beating people. But the good thing about it, the incoming senator, Senator Tomon Yaya, I'm sorry because you don't know about our session. Grand we have about 16 sessions in Grand. And he said, he's on record. He said, the chair people themselves, they wish a son. And in our tradition, if someone comes up and says, Johnson, and march to your parents, and march to you to say that you do this, they get evidence. But as a man, they say to do what? They no one will go on your show tonight to say, recognized person. Let's forget about those detractors that because of technology, they'll just get on Facebook to say things about people, to challenge people who repetition. But I work with many Liberians, educated Liberians, several Liberians. He or she knows me very well. So still, if you came to Liberia, if you ever saw me, I always alone in my car. I have drivers. But I feel that I'm not harmful and nobody looking for me. I'm a free citizen. If I don't have right to police, I can move with police. But I don't believe in those things. I believe that my people love me. Stevie, in Israel, you have almost 23,000 residents. When 5 to 6 person come up to vandalize my house and burn my house, should I be deterred to say my people don't love me? No, my people love me. But in your society, you'll find all kind of people and more other people. Okay? So with my property, the law, they commit a crime against the state. If the law said what they did was right, so be it. But I know no one will go in impunity. And I know if it used to happen those days, the incoming government, they will make sure the rule of law will be respected this time around, if they are not used to be respected. So with the property, I'm not worried about it. How our dear friend and brother can get a befitting burial. That's what we're thinking about right now. After the funeral, those things will be handled by the law.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, it was good I would ask that question so you can provide the clarity. My second question to you, who are you supporting for the protest?
Well, Steve, by the grace of God, the second working Monday, the 55th legislature will be seated. At the same time, election will be held. But I can assure you, Zoe Manepeno going to vote for the present Liberian president. Liberian people will be happy with. And if you hear if they pronounce the president winner, you must know we made the president to be pro-10.
No, but that's not fair. That's not fair. Senator, will you vote for Yombi Kanga Lawrence to protest? Will you vote for Yombi?
In politics, listen. Yombi Kanga Lawrence, you are very very, very decent woman, respectful. And now a representative or senator can become speaker or represent or pro tem. But I can assure you, yes, as we speak to now, I can even call incoming because in our laboratory setting, when you vie for position, people call you incoming senator, incoming representative. So on the show, I can even call incoming pro tem because I believe that she's competent and she one of the candidates.
Hey,
So
Senator, don't do that
show
thing. Senator, don't do that thing. Will you vote for the woman or you will not vote for her? Don't play around incoming and not incoming. No, this is not incoming. Will you, Senator Zopena, cast your vote to make Yomble Kanga Lawrence the next pro term?
But by Monday, we will be able to get our CV, everything, and that will determine my vote. But I can assure you that the right thing, the right decision will be taken at the last minute.
Who else you have out there running for that position, putting the hand up and say, I want to be pro term?
As far as I'm concerned, the only person I knew about, along with Yomble Kanga Lawrence, and the person declined from the position, was the senator of my Gibi County, Senator J. Emmanuel Nukwe, and since then I've not heard any other name, unless
So
maybe
if
on
you
Monday.
are there and you have not heard any other name but Yomble name.
As far as I'm concerned, Yomble alone in the race. As far as I'm concerned.
So right now, if Yomble alone in the race right now, and you will be voting, so you will be voting for Yomble because she's alone, right?
If she alone in the race, then there's no need to vote because we are going to cast web ballot for her if she'll be alone in the race.
Okay.
So you gave me all political answer. Yeah.
Senator Zopena, thank you. Let me ask my question, then Dr. Richardson will come in. Or maybe Dr. Richardson want to come in. Then I ask my question before we bring in the councilor of Verdale. You want to come in first, Dr. Richardson? Go ahead.
Sure. Senator Pennell.
Yes, Dad.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on legislators who are educating their children, their minor children, outside of the country, or who tend to keep their family outside of the country? Do you think there should be some laws about making sure your minor children and families stay with you in Liberia? I think, and the premise behind my question is that I think this will strengthen our institutions, such as the educational system and the healthcare system. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that would be prudent for if there will be any law to it. At the same time, we'll also, in that same law, you need to help out to say all of our educated people in the diaspora, the war is finished in Liberia. Let everybody come back home to contribute their quota, like some of you in America and in Asia, in Canada, around the world. So we should pass a law. Every Liberian just go outside Liberia to visit and come back. But as long as you are Liberian, a professional person to strengthen our democracy and our infrastructure in Liberia, I think it will be prudent because I visited America and I've seen PhD holders, I've seen master degree holders, they teaching elementary school in America, they teaching high school. I think it will be good enough for them to sacrifice also to come back home so they can get that education that they earn in America to come and help our children. That law will be so prudent for all of us to support that law. I will be too happy if such a law come on the floor for every Liberian that so now you are Liberian in America and you live your green card, the Americans should suspend our green card, come back home. Then that would be a good law for all of us. It shouldn't just be people who get the opportunity to send their wives out. It shouldn't just be them, but it should be across that every Liberian out there that doing good. The PhD holder, the master degree holder that teaching in those schools, the doctors that hospital and clinics in America, in Canada, in France. Let all of them come and take over JFK and take over EW Hospital, counties and villages. Liberia will be number one in West Africa.
So, Senator, it's interesting that you're making light of this question because the people that live in the diaspora, the professionals or non-professionals, are not getting paid by Liberia's taxpayer. And my question is about you who are making the law and getting paid by Liberia's taxpayer. Some of your families are not living in the country. You take your children and kind of piggybacking on what Dwalu said. You don't send your children to the same schools that you make laws to govern. You don't send your children to the same hospitals that you are ultimately responsible for the budget of those hospitals. So I don't think we can compare.
No,
I'm not
that
finished,
the
Senator.
thing is very easy.
Senator, I'm not finished.
If I do a piece of job for you,
Senator, you
that
are
if I
interrupting
do
me.
a piece of job for you,
Senator, you are
hello.
interrupting. Senator, you are interrupting me. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
Thank you. So that's the difference
Okay.
between you and I. I'm not getting paid by
Yeah.
the Liberian government. I'm not. I'm a just a citizen living in the United States. You impact the laws of our country. You get paid by the Liberian government. So I believe that you should, if your children or your family was in Liberia, you will make good laws and make good schools. Contribute well to the budget for schools in the country and the healthcare in the country. So that's where my question is coming from. But I'll ask you my second question, and then you can answer both of
Okay,
them.
Dad. Let me come to your question. Let me come to your question, Dad. It's a cool question, but equally so, if Zopen got a piece of job from you to do, if Zopen get a piece of job to do, and you pay me, you can't tell me how to use my money in the first place. So not because I'm a lawmaker, I'm a minister, and because the minister were appointed by the president, nominated by the president, and confirmed by the Senate. And when our president is getting a $3,000-4,000, it left with them. What they want to do with it? It left with them. So that's what I'm saying. Also, sometimes we should pass a law that will please compare our educated Liberians that are out there to please come back to let them help us. That will also help us to maintain our family here because we want it like that. People who you went to school together from ABC today, they were your classmates, but you're not brainmates. Despite some people even went to government school, but today when you ask them as if they went to Harvard. So education, it comes the way the brain that God gave you. It's not the kind of school that you went to. Other people today, they serve a finance minister, they graduated from Tottenham, government school. Other people serve a president today in Liberia, they went to government school. So that the brain is not the institution that you went to or the environment that you living in. No. But what I'm saying too, we shut up dieters, we shut up instructors in this country. Can you imagine, my sister, in other elementary school in Liberia, you have 7th graders teaching elementary school in those villages and towns. But in America, they are Liberian, that whole master degree that some of them, like my one of my nieces, she teaches at one government school and she won master degree, elementary school. I told her, I said, if you went to Liberia, believe me, you'll go and teach at the university. She said, really? I said, yes. So we need to pass a law too for Liberia in the diaspora to come and help us. Is that not right too? We can try to pay you too. That? Dr. Richardson?
Yes, Senator. Yes.
He calling your name.
No. Actually, I'm trying to understand where he's coming from on this. I understand, that you think that if you get paid for a position, you should have a choice to send your children wherever or live wherever. But your position is not just being paid by our taxpayers. You are making laws that affect.
But the Constitution also say, every Liberian.
Thank you. I can sit down quiet when you're talking, Senator, but by the time I start talking, you just start answering questions. Okay, I was telling you,
it's not to employment and also freedom of movement. So if I'm employed by the Liberian taxpayer and I feel that my child should go to school in Sierra Leone, I don't think, and so I think we got to do a referendum again with the Constitution. That.
Okay. Let me go on to my second question. Okay, Senator,
Okay.
I hear your point. My second question
Okay,
to you is,
man. Okay.
as a lawmaker for Grand Jita, I want to know your thoughts about the Regina case. Regina case, I'm not sure if you heard about Regina. Regina is a 13-year-old girl that was reportedly or allegedly abused by the former lawmaker of Grand Jita, Mariah Bully. And Regina was living in Monrovia. She was taken back to Grand Jita. And since then, she as a 13-year-old girl, she had a baby. And
Hold on,
people,
Dr. Richardson. Somebody playing with your phone, Senator? Or is that from you, Dr. Richardson?
It's not from me.
Oh no.
Yeah, somebody
No,
dying
nobody
on phone
know
number.
that phone.
Nelson, is that you?
It's not Mayo.
All
Trying
right,
to handle
go
some
ahead.
technical issues. It's okay here. It's okay here.
All right, thank
It's
you.
okay. I'm hearing Nelson too. That Richardson, please go over that question, please.
Yes, I was asking your views on the Regina case that I have been following for years. Regina was a 13-year-old girl that got allegedly, reportedly raped by a lawmaker, Mariah Willie. He was also from Grand Jita, from the Konobu district, I believe. Regina then was taken from Monrovia to Grand Jita when she was pregnant. She apparently had the baby at the hospital that you named earlier. I think the Martha something hospital. She suffered greatly as a child because she was only 13-year-old having a child. She suffered from fistula, meaning that she was urinating and defecating on herself. But since she had the baby, we stopped hearing from her. The reporters that was after this case said that they were chased out of Grand Jita because they said that they shouldn't get involved in the case. Do you know anything about the case where Regina is right now?
To be frank with you, Dr. Richardson, frankly speaking, the former lawmaker, Honorable Willie, when he was taken to police headquarters that evening, were in session when you were arrested by the police, or you were invited by the police when you went there. And later on, after 3 p.m., I cannot see my colleague. And I asked, when I went to his office and he told me, oh, he said you're going to the police, they sent for him. When I called a number, the phone was answered by another officer. So I said, but what are you doing with the honorable phone? He said, no, the honorable is on the prisoner bench. That's how I went there. When I went there and later on, he left to go home. And now the little girl in question alleged that he raped. To be frank with you, I have not seen her and I even know her. If you brought her in front of me now and say, this is the girl we're talking about, I will not say yes until she can say, yes, it's me. So I do not want to say things I don't know about. The best thing that you can do to really do your own investigation, you can go through the court, and now they will be able to answer where is the whereabouts of this lady and how far they gone with the case and how the case was handled. So for me, I will not say, yes, I saw and she delivered this and that. And they alleged at the time that she was pregnant, but I never saw her. So I don't even know if she delivered or it's true that she was pregnant. I can't even say it. Because I'm on this platform is very big, is around the entire globe. So I will not just sit down to answer to something that I'm not informed about. But I think former representative is in Grand Jita County. They can go back now after the inauguration. If we have a new superintendent, new county authority, maybe you can go and find out from the case.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Zoe Pennon. I'm going to ask my question, and we'll bring in the Councilor Verdier, who is helping us greatly tonight. Senator, can you also elaborate on the issue of your brother, the allegation of murder and that of his release?
I think if you want to find out about anything, my brother was allegedly accused, and he went to court. He stayed nine months in jail, and the Liberian government came out that they don't have any evidence against him, so he was released by the court. So if there's any question, it should be directed to the court, not Zoe Manapeno, because I was not even his lawyer. So I think
So
the
your
Liberian
brother,
government.
thank you for, we want to give you the opportunity to clear these different stories on you, like you did when it came about Madison Graham, the question I was asked by Steven Johnson. Your brother's situation, we heard that he escaped prison. You are saying no, he was legally released. Am I correct?
Spoon, my brother, to be frank with you, it's so good that your platform is very intelligent, and no human being is 100%. But I think I'm not on Facebook to be following you all the time. But many days, if you're discussing some issue, people that are on Facebook, they will download and send it to my WhatsApp. And I want to, before I come to my brother issue, I want to say this tonight. Anytime anybody contact you on Facebook to say I'm Senator Peno using profile, I'm using this opportunity because this is a very big platform. As Zoe Peno, I'm not on no Facebook. I went on my WhatsApp and my direct call. So anybody that will go out there to impersonate, to say I want to do business with you, my niece Senator Peno on Facebook, chatting with you, please don't give it credence. Please, I'm not on Facebook. I'm not even thinking about coming on Facebook. So I heard one or two persons that called me, oh, Senator, I've been chatting with you, you can't respond, this and that. I told them, so this is a big opportunity I have tonight to tell all my friends, well wishers, sympathizers around the world, do not give credence to that fake account. Do not, because I know our people, they can lie. Somebody will go tomorrow and post something in my name, and I'll come out and start talking about it. I'll say that I'm the only man won't hide himself. Like come to my brother issue, my brother. In the first place, you know, many of us in Liberia claim to be educated, but we are lazy in reading. But when you project that as an issue in Liberia, there's no way that somebody can convince you for you to face the reality. For someone to come up, the man broke jail. How? In the first place, the president who said that he broke jail, if you ask that person again on one-on-one call, they will say, but that's what they say. That person would never show you proof. But I'm telling you tonight, this is the reality. If you call Justice Ministry now and find out and ask them how Samson F. Peno got released from the alleged allegation, they will tell you what I'm telling you. They will tell you went through the court process. The man was in jail for 9 months. From December 2020 to from November 28, 2020 to December 24th, 2021. I stand to be corrected. Let's just say 1 year, the man was in jail for 1 year. And later on, the government said no case. All the witnesses, I never follow the case. The only thing, yes, he's my brother, and that's why I'm the breadwinner in the family, and the rest of my relatives, all of us put hands together and pay lawyers. So that, which of course, yes, we pay lawyers to defend our relative, our brother, our cousin, our uncle, our father. We did it, and we challenged the Liberian government. And the government came out to say there's no evidence. That's how Samson got released. But the person who gave you that information, I dare the person to give you proof that the man broke jail and he ran away. So in the first place, the man will break jail and you'll be living in Monrovia. So the Liberian police, let's assume even the police directed my friend, the rest of the people, they are my friends. Nobody will go and identify him. The man is working. He's going back to his work. So everything that they told you that they said, and the person who told you, the person lied. But since the project does everything about Zoe Peno because of the popularity in the county, my brother, I have a lot of political enemies. That's what I told them the last time on Casey Jerry's show. I told them, I said, the amount of people that have been beaten, the political grudge and hatred and envy that they have for me, illegal HIV is in the political blood. It will never be removed. So anything that concerns Zopeno, those people that have been defeated beyond redemption by Zopeno, they will probably ask everything about Zopeno. But everything I'm doing, I put my hope and aspiration in the hands of the Almighty God. So they will say in the next few months, few days, they will come on your show, all the lies that they carry around, that the president do this, the president do this, because of the by-election are coming on in Nigeria. They
So,
know
Senator Penna, Senator Penna, this is what makes Spoon Talk interesting. And I asked a question for you to clear the air. I have the former Solicitor General, Serena Cephas, on the phone. And I'm asking him also to please clear this whole thing, because the conversation out there, your brother ran away from prison or something of that nature. Let's give him a chance. Do not hang up, though. SG, welcome again to the Spoon Talk. The one question I have for you, can you confirm or deny the release of Simpson's Penna, Zoe Penna, brother?
Yes, he was released by the court, and it was based on the law. The court invoked the statute. There were a whole lot of complications in the pursuit of the matter. There were a number of fundamental issues we were contemplating on as to whether change of venue or what was the issue. And in the process, we defaulted on time. So the court then proceeded and invoked the appropriate statute as in keeping, with practice and procedure. And they released him, so he didn't run away from jail.
So based upon the release, it means that he didn't kill the gentleman as alleged, correct?
No, the law provides that if the state, it's under Chapter 18, the court can use one of them. I think we have 18.1, they have 18.2. So the court just invoked the statute, and there were procedures. There were a lot of complications, and in the process, he was released by the court, and the judge then presiding at the time, I suppose he's now retired or still employed of I think he's retired. It's Wallo Sikajipo. Sikajipo Wallo was the judge presiding at that time in his bedroom.
Thank you very much for taking our call, Councilor Cephas, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
One question.
So he didn't run away. Anybody who said that he ran away doesn't know the fact. He didn't run away.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So Senator Penna, hold on 1 minute. That's the reason why I reached out to SG, and he always answered our call, because he was a sitting Solicitor General. But I don't want you to go follow Councilor. Let's talk about your brother issue. Now we want to clear the air that he was legally released by the court. Duadu, real quick, I want to bring in Councilor Regina on this one.
I just wanted to say, because based on what Councilor Sifa said, basically the government delayed and the government refused to meet the time limit allotted to prosecute the case. Is that what he's saying? I just want to make sure that's what he was saying. So he was released because the government did not meet the statutory guidelines or the statute of limitation, whatever is attributed.
I'm going to call him back because he's off the line. I want to bring in Councilor Regina while we still have Senator Zoe Penna. It's very interesting. I will talk on this. Councilor, please. Welcome again, Councilor Regina. Councilor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The question, I think, is clear. You want to throw in your legal experience in this one. The former SG, who was a sitting Solicitor General at the time, just confirm what Senator Zoe Penna said concerning his brother. You have anything to say?
The learned counsel was very clear that the prosecution had issues. They couldn't decide as to where to try the case. Those were some of the issues that created delays. And so they didn't act within the statutory time. And I think the law provides that after 2 terms of the court, Sikachipo wasn't a magistrate, I think. To the best of my knowledge, he was a statute judge. So after 2 terms, if you don't prosecute your case, the other party can ask the court that the government is not interested in this case, and so please just dismiss it. And I think that's what it did. It dismissed the case, and the young man, whoever he was set free. I think that's why the Solicitor General said there ain't nothing to add. But I know that sometimes government deliberately fail to prosecute cases, and they will delay and wait for the case to lapse so that the court can be at liberty to just get rid of the case. Sometimes the court do it uh, at its own conviction, whether a party asks them to do it or not. They could realize, but this man has been in jail for so long, and so we will just get rid of him. And
Wow.
those are some of the reforms in the judicial process that are being considered by lawyers. There are too many people. You wouldn't believe there are some people who have been in jail at South Beach for 3 years just for stealing. And stealing what? Stealing a purse, stealing a cell phone, and they are there. The court puts them there. Nobody prosecuted the matter, and they are just there. They don't have lawyers. Their family feel that it's too expensive to get a lawyer, even though we have prosecutors who are supposed to do it, but no, they don't normally do it. When we were there, we used to take up time, send our lawyers there to go and talk to people and then clear the court's docket. But in this case, he said the judge released him, so I'm sure the other party asks for the judge to take action since the prosecution wasn't doing anything about the case. So I think that's what happened.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll get back to you. We still got on the phone again. Welcome, Conor Greg. It's good to have you, Senator Pena. So thank you. You said it right, because now the former SG just supported the argument you were making that it wasn't you. It was actually the court. So you can continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. In the first place, there's nobody will call you tonight to say all the time my brother was going to court. I know my position in Liberia. I'm not a small person in government. And me going to court because I would say yes, I will go to the court to watch the trial of my brother. But I do not want for people to prejudice everything to say, oh, the senator, that time, I just got elected as senator. That even cut off my celebration when I won as senator. Because within that time when we were running the campaign, that's the time the problem came about. So even when I got elected December 8th, there was no celebration in my family. But I never went to the court. No one to say, but the man in the court, the judge or a friend, this and that. I never went to Grand G there when they were doing everything. The biggest thing that the family did was meeting, collect money, and sponsor a lawyer to make sure to go after the case. Because we believe very strongly that our brother and our father, our friend, our uncle, our nephew were accused falsely, and no one is above the law. So when he went to jail, the best that the family could do is to stand by him, look for a good lawyer to get it out. Like I rightly said, people will come, even some crime people will even call to tell you, oh, this and that. But they're not all the crime people been voting for me. Those that been winning, they will continue to prejudice the issue I and my family. So I cannot be deterred by those kind of people. So any crime person call and show, oh, the man, because he use the influence, no. But I know I'm a politician, I will not get 100%. So even in my family, I know other people because when I'm eating potato greens today and they are eating pepper soup, they envy me. I know all of those things. So I cannot be deterred, but the person say, if I'm not all of those things, I will not do my work. And I know
Thank you very much.
politicians will
Let me
ask
bring in
him.
Councillor Verdell. Your turn, because we close to the time to leave, Councillor. It's good having you. Do you have question for Senator Pena? Do you have any comment you'd like to add to this, sir?
Except you want me to give my last.
No, you're hanging out with us. I'm trying to excuse the senator if you do have question.
Oh, there's no issue with the senator except to greet him. We haven't met in a long time. We have a long story that goes back. So Honorable Senator was very young at that time. I don't know if he remembers, but it's always a pleasure to interact with our people, especially including our people from Grand Gita. And we hope that county can remain stable. My respect, sir, Honorable Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear friend and brother. I appreciate uh, the kind words from you this evening, and I can assure you, with everything going on in Grand Nigeria, I'm on a political and social obligation to make that country to be stable and peaceful. I will never be deterred. I will be focused. And everything that they are saying about me, you know me very well. I'm a very pleasant and calm person. The only thing I just sorry that my calling is politics. And I feel that if God, if you go to make me a multi-billionaire in humanitarian work, that's my passion. I do not like to see people suffering. Every money that I've been making for the past 18 years, I spend it on my people. The telecom Liberian, my brother that on the show, the senior host. Every Liberian that knows Zoe Manepeno, just ask them about me. I'm a human being. I will not carry 100%. People will come and say negative about me because of politics. But I'm not responsible for anybody political misfortune. If God blesses me for me to continue to win election, play the same strategy that I'm playing. But do not bring lies and hatred among our people, because lies destroy a country, lies destroy towns and villages. That's what happened in Grand Nigeria. But I will never be deterred. The Grand Nigerian is still my constituents. And I want to assure you, I will always be kind to my people. The same way I started with my people, I will end it with them until God can do a part. I can assure the Liberian people that I want. I want to take this time to appreciate you guys that on the show when the issue came out. Even your best friend, my friend and big brother, Eugene Facon, ask Eugene Facon about me. Ask Eugene. He knows me very well. I'm one politician in the country. I live my life as if tomorrow's election. I never insulted opposition. I never spoke evil about any opposition, be it against me or national politics. I always facing reality and always sticking to the issue. So even as some of your friends that are on our show, they know me and they know me to be a very pleasant person. In Liberia, if you're not a big talkative, then they say you are not educated, you stupid, you this. But as a leader, you listen more and talk less. That's why we believe in right in the Bible.
Senator Panel, real quick. Yeah. Let's go right back. Will you be at the Capitol building tomorrow?
Or where, by the grace of God, I will be at Capitol building for us to proceed to Supreme Court.
If the protesters stop you, what will you do?
Well, despite they are staffable, we are people's senator. So if they stop me and they say I shouldn't enter, definitely I will turn around.
Have you gotten paid?
No, I'm not a law enforcement officer.
Have you gotten paid for the recall?
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing I enter my account as a senator. If someone say they pay then definitely I know in the legislature, if you pay one, the other person will get his. But so when other people will call you that they have received the money from me, I've not received anything for recall, as far as I'm concerned.
So will you get money to pay those folks, your staff that are protesting?
I'm not on the committee of Waste, Means, Finance and Development Planning, so I'm not in the line of the finance processing. So
do you think they have the right to protest, sir?
Well, that a constitutional right. I can't say they're not a right. They are demanding for their just cause paid, and now I know that they're entitlement. And most of our senators that lost the election, the 11 senators that lost the election, their staff, I think 20 yeah. So you talk about almost 200 some person that want to pay before they leave. So I mean, it's prudent that they get their money to leave. It's prudent that they get their money.
Would this prevent the confirmation hearing tomorrow? Do you think it would prevent the confirmation hearing that is scheduled for tomorrow?
Whose confirmation hearing, please?
Do you think this protest will prevent Musa Dean confirmation hearing if you guys leave the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm not on the committee. I'm not on judiciary committee. But as far as I'm concerned, tomorrow is going to be closing the legislature. Legislatures will be closing tomorrow to reopen the second working Monday. So tomorrow I don't know yet, but as far as I'm concerned, tomorrow we are closing on the 9th of January.
That's what I'm asking you. You are closing the mall. There will be protests. If you do not enter the building, there will be no activities. Do you think it will prevent you guys from closing orderly? The protest will prevent you guys from closing orderly.
That tomorrow comes and we'll see where God will bring it tomorrow for all of us. Well, none of us can predict tomorrow what will happen tomorrow. Who knows about tomorrow Mayday? They might get the money before we move to Capitol Building. So it's possible that we can get
my
a
last
pay
question,
before.
Charles Brown, the leader of the protest, it's been reported, and we're trying to call him, that someone threw a petrol bomb into his car. His car is on fire as we speak. I want to call him for you to hear him out. Can you speak to that, please?
Wow. It's a breaking news I'm hearing.
Exactly. And we're trying to reach out to Charles Brown. If he have the station number, he will call. But someone threw petrol bomb into his car. His car is on fire. He's a leader of the
The people of
protest.
Grand County condemn it seriously. The people of Grand County condemn it seriously, and I'm so sorry for the information. But please, if you come on the show, thank God for his life. Who knows if you are in the car? There are different things we're going to hear tonight. But however, we condemn it with the people of Grand County. We not believe in violence, and those that did it, we pray that the police will do everything possible. Now, those people that did it, that they will not go with impunity. They are fun.
Thank you very much. If we have no more question, I'll bring the last person, Conor Gray, who just joined us. Conor Gray, can you ask one question before the senator leaves, please?
All right, Senator. Sorry for coming in late. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Honorable Connor.
Okay, this is Conor Gray. Um, Senator, I hear you condemning an act on behalf of the people of Granjide. Beautiful. Also, on the contrary, I also heard you talking about a family member of yours. You know, you fighting at length to make sure that person is released. Now, we're not released, but it's given the judgment he deserves. But not once did I hear you talk about the death of a senior police officer, a professional who was serving under your jurisdiction, and also an NEC, gentleman who went missing, two senior official of government who were just doing their job. You talk about your brother, but I didn't hear you talking about those things. Are those not also your citizens or people under your jurisdiction? If so, why not? Why didn't you? Why was your position when those two people lost their lives?
Conor Gray, will you please go straight to the question so I can really pick it up and respond to it, because it was so long and so I never got what you actually meant.
The question is, you talk about your brother and or family member of yours that will get in trouble, and how you use available resources to get them out of trouble. You also talk about, you condemn this act, this petrol bomb that was allegedly thrown in the vehicle of a staffer at the legislature.
Yeah,
On
Charles
behalf of
Brown.
your family, you
Who are
condemn it.
those
But
two persons you are referring to, Conor Gray, please?
say that again.
Who are the two persons that you're trying to refer to so I can answer it quick, please?
Okay, the two persons I'm asking about. There was a gentleman from NEC, National Elections Commission, who allegedly went missing and was buried in
Oh,
your
okay,
country.
okay. Well, let's do it one by one. It's so good that you brought it up. I want for those Liberians in the diaspora in Liberia that are following tonight. It's a common logic. Common logic. I'm sorry we are not on video again, but I think you have about 4 in studio, right? Hello?
5.
Okay, you people are 5 in studio. Please give me your undivided attention. I just want to throw the question to you before I want to lay a premise. The 5 of you in studio tonight, call for bid 1 billion times. Call for bid 1 billion times or 2 billion times. If something happened to Conor Gray in that studio, would they go to New Jersey or would they go to South Africa to say that John Bryan South Africa and the other 4 person in studio, the American government shouldn't call them for interrogation? They shouldn't be investigated? I want for you to say that. I'll come to that issue. Who are the first suspects?
I have you to understand the basis of.
Okay.
I'm sure if something happened to anyone of
Okay,
us
let me just come to the issue. The issue of the NEC employee. Let me just make this thing clear tonight. This man was not magistrate. He was a law justice officer. This law justice officer got missing in Grand Jude. I stand to be corrected, I think 2021 or 2022, one of those years, but I think at 2021. This man was escorted by 3 of his brothers. When he got missing, a laptop, a slingers, a telephone was found with 2 of his brothers. The same gentleman that escorted him. Today, those gentlemen was in jail, and allegedly, they put them on bail. But also in Manapeno, people thought that Senator Kaifale, Representative Elizabeth Grant, the former maestro of Grand Jude County, Arthur Dwiji, and Zoe Manapeno were the cause for the missing of this young man. They politicized everything at the time, but they refused to face the reality that the 2 brothers that escorted him, that materials were found with them. No one want to face the reality because they politicize it, and because election was coming, so people want their political dividend out of the missing guy. Because I can't say he died, because according to the law, after 7 years, so we will continue to use the word missing human being. So this guy in question, we just said that immediately after our dear friend and brother funeral, and the new government be seated, we will pursue the case. Those 2 gentlemen, that the messenger, laptop, and telephone, and the SIM card got missing from that telephone. Thank God that one of 2 mobile company we have in Liberia, several company, Lone Star and Orange. So they will know who took the SIM card. They will know the last communication that he had with somebody. But so, my brother, all of us in sympathy with those people. All of us, including the entire county. But the problem in Liberia is not America. Why your children are born in America to even tell them to lie? They will say, my daddy said I should lie. But in Liberia, the first thing that ended Liberian, they're not all Liberian now, but some of our people that believe in lies, they will look at reality and they will never speak to him, my brother. That's why I asked you a question. You people are 5 in studio. God forbid something happened to 1 person in there. Who will be the first suspect? And the rest 4. The 4 persons are with you before something happened to you. Now the first people, the FBI or the state police will handle first before they will go out. But where on this song, they will put the people there on parole. They will not ask them. Then they went to South Africa on different continent to go look for somebody that harm you in that place. So that's the answer. But
what was your role? That's why. But you answered the question. Your role, we just wanted to know what you did as a senator when those 2 prominent people, lost their lives or went missing, whatever it is. I didn't hear your role, but I heard the role you played for your brother. In other words, those are your citizens as well. What did you do as a senator? Are you there?
I was silent, so.
Okay. It's like we lost the senator. I'll try to reconnect.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much. It looked like we lost him, but again, I should say thank you, Connor Gray, for your question. We got 5 more minutes to be up here. Let's wrap this thing up. Counselor, you want to add anything else? So good that you came. We're looking into the Frank Musa Dean situation, but I think you laid it right and you said it right. So, I mean, great conversation tonight. Where are you with this photo? Let me ask you this question, which would take us into the Samara Water Cody conversation. I don't see there's not too much of movement on Samara Water Cody. But let's talk about this. This is the president. He went to sign in concerning Thomas Dona. Uh, but looking at what you are looking at right now, Councillor Radio Man, he stayed around the body of Thomas Dona, but yet and still the president making the nomination. Now he's sitting over there signing into the book of condolences. I mean, what say you looking at this picture, Councillor Radio?
I think by now my disdain for this this president is clear. He has never once behaved as a president. He has not shown leadership. He has not shown discretion. He has not shown respect for the laws in Liberia. He has not shown any level of respect for the people of Liberia. I mean, the entire 6 years was just an unfortunate experience for our country. I don't wish to comment about it. The only thing I will comment about the legal environment under which he chose to act. At this stage, the president, half of his legislators, his senators, are all holding on just to maintain the state in a sound position, holding on as leaders for their respective position. The authorities are eclipsed by the fact that the electorate have chosen otherwise, and they should not even be contemplating making decisions that have far-reaching implications for future governments. And to add to it, the legislature has no business convening to consider the confirmation of any of the names that he has sent there. The venue is illegal, it has no constitutional authority. You are trying to perform a constitutional act unconstitutionally. That is nonsense, and I mean, I'm surprised that people really expect something out of this young man. I have never expected anything. He has never disappointed me. The only time that I think he showed some leadership is when he came out and conceded to losing the elections. Yeah, I came out and said, well, he acted as a leader because I was aware of everything that was happening around there, whether in his party, people who were sent to him and warned him that if you don't do this, you will be the victim because you have lost, you have no choice. And even when his people went to him and said, no, don't do it, he said, you're showing tally sheet. They had nothing to show him. So that is where we are. It is a
So he did it
blessing
out
to
of
our
fear.
country. Huh?
He considered out of fear.
Not out of fear. He knew he was going nowhere. His people had no tally sheets. And everybody else who were involved, remember, the US was monitoring the elections. They had their own control room. The EU had its own control room. The gentleman who came from Kenya and from Ghana had a control room. So from multiple dimensions, he received the results and he knew that with the outstanding votes, there is no way he would have caught up with the United Party and overrun them in the results. So he had no choice. And somebody have said it before that this man had no business trying to govern. He was tired. He was fed up. He was held hostage by his own people. So he was reminded of Samuel Doe. Samuel Doe refused to leave the executive mansion because he was held hostage by his own people. So he was just told, if you plunge this country into any nonsense, don't think it would be one of the situations of impunity. So he had nothing to do but just to do what he did. And as a way of patting him on the back, I told him, I said, you had courage by listening to people and performing the way you should have performed. So I said, thank you for that. And that is it. Anything else the young man does is inconsequential.
Thank you, Councillor. The great Councillor Jerome Radiat. Again, listen, this is the People's Network. That's why Duado added the Peoples to his name, Mr. Duado and the Peoples. This is very important to note that we here every day to make the case, and it is important. It's good to have you. Like always, you are welcome, Councillor. My regards to your wife and family again.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate my distinguished colleagues on the show today. The Connor came late. I don't know why he came late, but Connor is always good to meet you. And Dr. Richardson.
As you can see, Stephen Johnson coming eating. Stephen Johnson coming.
Yeah, he's coming from eating potato grill or pamoto. Which one?
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you guys, and thanks for holding the fort and keeping this premier medium available for our people. Elections are over. It's time to govern. We pray for the old man that he will govern well, but it's not going to be left with him alone. All of us, I want to emphasize, should be involved. We should keep our eyes on the process and make sure that civil society is active so that we do not relapse. From early, we have relapsed, but we shouldn't allow that to happen again. We should be active. Even if we have to remove people and impeach them, so be it. We are taking our time now to look at the budget. We understand the budget has not been approved. So this is the first
You only
budget.
called for emergency session on the budget, but nothing happened.
Nothing happened, and it wasn't even warranted. It was just the money, as Dr. Richardson said. It was just a way to take money officially out of the public coffers. And that's what happened. Unfortunately, the senators said they haven't received anything. Well, it remains to be seen. But we thank God for Liberia. We pray for Mama Liberia. We pray that the new president will succeed. And that all of those who are coming in should know that there is no tolerance for corruption or impunity. Civil society will be active. So thank you all. Have a pleasant night and a blessed rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jerome J. Radio Senior. Good to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. So, folks, let's wrap this thing up real quick. We're going to go to the phone line. We're going to bring in our audience, people that have been following us. They like to know what do they think? Consider Frank Musadin, will he be confirmed, or will he be denied, or would there be any confirmation? I'm trying to get in contact with Mr. Brown. We received information that they throw petrol bomb into his car. It's burning, it's blazing. I want to talk to him that he can call on the show tonight, and the guys are making every effort to reach out to him. Nelson, can you reach out to Mr. Brown and bring him on?
I had him on, but let me get him back. So Charles is now on.
Okay, Charles, good evening. Good to see you. Charles, hello, this phone talk. How you doing?
Thank you, CEO. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to inform the world and the Liberian people that those of us that stay in the process or in the vein of advocacies, there are consequences. So we've been advocating of recent to then make our protest action at the grounds of the Capitol 5 days. And in the three of the protest, I was being threatened by some forces from that was brought in by Henry Safoko, the representative of District 10, and that of Honorable Sir Joseph calling themselves CDC COP. And there were some 30 remarks made against me that I'm preventing the confirmation hearing of Samora Wurokoli on the basis of being an opposition. So we said, over the time, let's forget about the issue of opposition. Let's look at the constitutional matter that we've been flying over the time. We've been advocating for our benefits. And tonight, I came from work, as usual. People been telling me because I got my horse in Broadville after the Barber College, right by the main road. So I came tonight by 10:48. I parked the car, turned it around, left it, went inside to prepare because as usual when I'm in the kind of activity, I don't sleep home on the basis of people telling me, because we understand the politics in Liberia. So as soon as I enter the house to take the clothes for continuity of our protest tomorrow, because tomorrow the legislature should be dissolving the 54th legislature. So meaning what the Senate have decided to do, they stay trying to force the issue of the confirmation of Samora Wodokoli to do the confirmation hearing by 10 o'clock in the morning. And by 2 o'clock in session, they pass on him before they dissolve. So we got the information, and I tried to post my boys so that we can be on the ground at the Capitol by 6 a.m. So I turned the car around, enter the house, turn the car around, park it under the tree, came in the house to pick up my clothes. As usual, no current in Broadview, so I slide the window to get the issue of light because my house is closer to the room. I only heard in the car, bump. They throw the petrol bomb in the car, and the neighbors came outside. Oh, Charlie, your car burning, your car burning. When I came out, the car was being set ablaze. And in the process, I saw some boys, because the guy continues that the guys gave it around, try to chase the two motorbikes. Apparently, that threw the petrol bomb. And at the center of the road, they off the lights. So we didn't know where they went. And luckily, while the car was set ablaze, Kevin Demme, who lived right behind me, came on the scene and saw the car that bought 10,000 United States dollars, which is a raffle, these new brand raffles, these new model. They sell it ablaze, a brand to arches on the basis of our consistency about our benefit. So it's pathetic. These are the consequences in activism. So I must take the pin.
We need to understand real quick, Chas. Again, sorry for the incident. Thank God you are well. Do you have videos and pictures of what you're talking about? I'm trying to find videos to share with our audience or picture.
Yeah, Kevin told Aaron, because he did a video, Kevin Demme from Prime FM, they ordered the videos, because when these things happen, we got some confused mind. So I was not interested. Maybe other people that were doing the video, I was not interested in getting the video because I was like disturbed. I just start coming to myself. And I believe that when you stand for a cause, you are being targeted. So it's not moving me again any longer. I must accept it. It's a historical event. And Mr. Waterspoon, I must bear the pain for activism.
So what happened? So now you're okay. Now I hope that you are safe. If we do have the video, we'll share it. I'm waiting for the guys to send it. Again, I don't know. What do you think? Who threw petrol bomb in your car? You have any idea?
To be frank, with the kind of threatening remarks on Friday, let me say Thursday, by Senator Joseph, because he carried on the CDC, CPP people at the Capitol building, held by the Jato that beat the students at the American Embassy, that Jato guy. Then there's a guy from the Lens and Mind Ministry along with Poka Rawa. They all went in argument with me, and they say in a joking manner that they will go after me. And the other day, while we're protesting,
are you putting this on the certain Most Honorable Senator Sir Joseph? This is huge. You know, when these things happen,
yes,
when
I
these
just
things
even
happen,
instructed the security for the people at the Capitol. Stop us and text to that.
Yeah,
Charlie,
I'm not defending Sir Joseph. I just want us to be very clear, because when this thing happens, Stephen Johnson, in 6 months, 1 year, the American run with it and people get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So I want us to be very clear, because he called in the sitting Senator Sir Joseph's name, that probably he's part of this thing. I want you to be very clear. You have hundreds of thousands listening to you, both home and abroad. Are you putting this on Sir Joseph?
I'm saying this on the basis of the confrontation at the Capitol building. They brought in the CDC, CPP. They brought in them that day on the grounds of the Capitol. They brought them, Sir Joseph and Frank Safoko. I'm not saying they are the one, but on the basis of the confrontation and what happened to me tonight, it's like they've been telling me. So throwing the petrol bomb in the car, I just left from in the car. Why if I were in the car?
Yep.
Because the agitation, the entire issue is, for every time Samora coming for a confirmation on the grounds of the Capitol, they come with these guys to counter us. But it's just that we are committed and we got the numbers. So why were the confirmation of Samora Wolokoli being prevented by us on the basis of the lawmakers giving all our legitimate benefits, our constitutional benefit, will lead to a petrol bomb in my car?
Wow.
So it's not just about the car, it is about my safety, it is about my life. Why am I in the car?
Hold on there. Let me bring in the rest of the guys to ask one question each. But I mean, this is a serious issue, and thank God that you are safe. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
I don't have a question. I just want to tell Charles that I'm happy that he is safe. I hope that he continues to take cautious around him. So I don't have a question.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Dwalu?
Well, I'm going to say to my brother that Dr. Regina said, feel safe. But I have a simple question for him, though. Does he feel this kind of act of terrorism will increase in Liberia if people protest in the future? Or does he think it's just a one-time thing?
I think for me, this will not deter us because we were born with anti-vaccine. This will not deter us. As I speak, Mr. Waterspoon, by 6 a.m., I will be at the ground at the Capitol. I'm not going to be deterred because the car didn't buy me. I bought the car. Our just cause must come to our end. Why will you have lawmakers? By law, constitutional function, constitutional reality. We went for 10 days, extra section called by the president. You didn't pay us. It is equivalent to 1 month. We went for the second 10 days that should be expiring tomorrow. You didn't pay us. The budget have elapsed since December 31st. You owe all 5 months gasoline arrear. Then you owe all insurance benefit. We went through medications by the mutual insurance company. 6 months now you have not paid the insurance money. You owe us 2 months, 2 buses that were being pronounced by the protest. So we decided to protest. And our protest section comes about the provisions that the president asked the legislature, which is the Senate, to add on. Meaning, if we allow the lawmaker to perform the provision that the president called them for and dissolve the legislature tomorrow, where Setuma will no longer be senator, will no longer be chairman with me and finance. You're talking about the dissolutions of the 54th legislature, ushering the 55th legislature on Monday, the 15th. What happened to our benefits? It is not just about confirmation. So we've been talking about our benefit, our constitutional benefit. And somebody want to politicize it that because of we're preventing some raw locally confirmation. So I'm going to feed the consequences that I'm feeding tonight. It is acceptable. So I got no fear. I bought a car. The car can buy me. While I tell God, thank you tonight, and I will go to church this coming Sunday, it's about my life. Why if I were in the car, they throw the bomb? Then the 2 months gone. Why will you find Charles Brown? Over the time, people be engaging me to give me money to call up the protest. I refuse. You must have some trusted Liberians. You must have people who stand for people. What will 5,000 do for me? What will 10,000 do for me to allow some raw locally confirmation?
Thank you. But let me bring in Steven and Ed Gray. I know we'll give you the time to talk. We just pressed against time, and sorry for this emergency situation that caused us to bring you in. Steven Johnson, yes, a picture of the car. If it is, people are sending out this picture. As you can see, it's on fire, blazing. Okay, folks are sending us picture. There you go, Steven Johnson, and he's right. Imagine if he was in this car, Steven. But your point, my brother, talk to us.
Thank you. How are you, Charles?
I'm good, Mr. Johnson. I'm good.
It's good to see you, my brother, and I'm happy that you are safe. And I do empathize with you. In your ordeal. My question to you is, the issue of the arrears, the gasoline arrears and the salary payment is something that also affects the lawmaker. They too are in similar category as you are, because they too have Do you think that the staffer have been left alone in this fight? Shouldn't the lawmaker themselves be the one championing this fight, that we will not confirm anybody until the government will pay all of us, including our staffer, to proceed? Do you see yourself being abandoned by the people you work for directly in the legislature?
Mr. Johnson, leadership, when you are in leadership, it is not about yourself. It is about those that you represent. It will big my imagination to see senators telling you that after the president called them while they were at normal break, the president will call them by a proclamation telling us that they have not received their benefits on the basis of executing what the president called them for. It is disheartening. It's highly frustrating. So we are not concerned about whether the president has given them their benefit or they are taking benefit on that. Our concern is when you are a leader, you should be nationalistic. You should be the last to eat. Every arrangement, as per extra section from Taylor days, former President Ellie Johnson said he did. 1 day call by the president. It is 1 month pay with all benefits. So what we're saying, the senators should not escape the issue that they themselves are not being paid. If you are not being paid, why execute the provisions that the president telling you to do? Why carry on? So we're not concerned about them. They should have told the president, pay our staff first. Let them be the last. Let the president be owing them. The senators pass a budget by law. In executing the budget, those are entitled to gasoline 5 months now. The budget will be lasting December 31st. What's the role of the Senate? They should have told the president before we even come to sit down to do confirmation hearing, please get our staff on their 5 month gas. But they didn't do it. Why you think the president will be owing them constitutionally, then they go to execute the president provisions that he called their own? So we want to believe that. So we are not agitating for them. We are agitating for ourselves. Because leaders, national leaders should be nationalistic. But in Liberia, it's far different. When we went to on Wednesday, when we met the chairman with me and found out Senator Maurice Tuma, the outgoing senator of Bomi County, he told us that you are concerned about a confirmation hearing because he's the chairman with me, finance and budget. You are concerned about Samura locally confirmation. He's not concerned about us. They pumped up the protest on Tuesday, the beginning of the protest, to tell you that the Senate is guilty. From the beginning of the protest, Thursday to Friday to Saturday to Sunday, even yesterday we protest. Today we continue. Nobody has come from the Liberian Senate to tell on what is unfolding. Every time when there are extra session call, Mr. Waterspoon and the panelists, we always go to work. At the end of the day, they will say they call themselves back. And the protest was brave last session where Senator DeLong, Senator Nyomni Kanga Lawrence, as the vice president-elect Jeremiah Kun abandoned their campaign and came for the call by the president. At the end of the day, they were brave to tell us that they called themselves back. And our check took $50 US and gave it to every staffer like the money coming from his grandpa cocoa farm. What sort of leaders we got? Is he producing cocoa? When he said he can't pay us, is that a good way gesture for him? Why should lawmakers behave the way they can behave? And let me tell you, all of these things people take it for a joke, but it's a serious case. The panelists and Mr. Waterspoon, leaders in Liberia don't think that when you manhandle the people that gave you power, there are consequences. All of them that go to India for medication, they can return in cartoons. When they go to India for medication, they die. They bring them in cartoon, in plain trumps. Some of them take our money and send their children to school. When they return, they turn to Zogos. That God works. So why will lawmakers come and act on presidential instrument at the end, and they say they call themselves back? And they don't get anything. I want you to break the girl $50. Like you saw your grandpa Coco 19 to share on us. That taxpayer money you be playing with. So we are clear. Once I'm alive, I stand with the people who got 900 plus staff at the grounds of the Capitol in terms of the Senate. And there are featured threats, Mr. Waterspoon. Tomorrow, no one senator will go on the ground of the Capitol in the absence of our benefits. Take it or leave it. You think throwing petrol bomb in my car will deter me? I will not be deterred. I must accomplish my mission. I'm on a mission for the Liberian people. So tomorrow by 6 p.m., while the car being set ablaze, I will leave it. That's a material thing. I'm moving on the ground of the Capitol to continue the protest to prevent them from coming. So if they don't adhere and we dissolve the 54th legislature tomorrow, the future threat will be there will be no protest and speaker election on the 15th next week Monday. I challenge them.
All right, so let's get something straight.
Choose to behave the way they're behaving.
Charlie, let's get something straight. Before we go to air emigrate, let me play the video first, folks. Here's the video of the car, Charles Brown car. Wow, that's huge. That's big, Steven. That's very, very, that's concerning. The car is on fire. That is so concerning, Conor Gray. Conor Gray, go ahead with your question.
You know, Charlie, my brother, kudos, first of all. Democracy works when the citizens of society stand up for their right fundamentally.
Right.
It's unfortunate that the lawmakers are supposed to be protecting your rights are the very ones who are violating those rights. So kudos, firstly, thank God you escaped. You know, whatever attempt they had over your life. My question to you, my brother, even though you get my support for this kinds of activism, you got it because you know what? There are folks who sometimes compromise their lives at the beauty of democracy. Martin Luther King was one. You can go ahead and name lots of them, my brother. So, but that is not to say I wish death upon you. But do you know, are you aware that the attempt on your car was primarily on your life? If so, what step did the police take? Have you seen any police officer? Because the car is left ablaze by itself. Um, and how safe are you, my brother?
I when the car was being set ablaze from the beginning, I saw the police details from Zone 6. We come closer to the police station at Zone 6. As soon as you pass the police station, the Bible College, I'm right on the road. The police came, they saw the car. When Kevin Demme from Prime FM was present, they asked me, and I explained, they took some details, and they asked me concerning my life. I said, for me, I'm safe, because even the police could not protect me. There's only God that can protect me. What happened tonight, I'm being saved by God, not the police. So they want me to go to Zoom cells to sleep in the mosquito. I will not do that. I'm saved by God. I will sleep in my house here. Soon morning, sharp 6 o'clock. So me never fat tell all of this stuff here at the Capitol building. All is car. We can bear her point. I must execute what I'm doing. It must be executed. And when I talk about future threat, the presumptive individual for the protein election is Senator Nyomdi Kanga Lawrence. She's part of what is happening to us. She cannot be exonerated. The vice president-elect that we all went a campaign has started every activities on the grounds of the Capitol to make the George Weah government unpopular. I was the beginning point at the Capitol. I campaigned for Senator Jeremiah Kuhn to be vice president today. He's part of the Senate. From day one of our protest to today, a young man that we voted for, we made vice president, have not even mustered the courage to get down from the car, to come to us, to ask us what is happening. It's highly frustrating. This is a beginning frustration. A young man that we voted for, he should shine eye across, because Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai, president-elect of the Republic of Liberia, is not thinking about second term. And he's a young man. There's an early beginning. There's a saying that says, the falling of the dry leaf is the warning to the raw one. Meaning, you in the Senate, vice president-elect, you see your citizens that just for voting you. The George Weah goal, first son, were being seen at the Capitol building. I was the choir director. We started making the government unpopular from the Capitol building. Is that how they're going to reward us so early? That we will be protesting for our constitutional benefit. The vice president cannot come to us up to this time. So the future embarrassment they're looking for, we will give it to them. Trust me. Because that the process will take my life, let my life go, and let the staffer live. Meaning, if we cannot get our benefit from now to Friday, trust me, there will be no speaker and potent election on the ground of the Capitol. If we cannot succeed on that, there will be no inauguration on the grounds of the Capitol.
Okay.
What will Labyrinth be quick to forget? Senator Kuhn don't know we voted him. I was nominated on the campaign team, on the national campaign team. I went to Bomi and Canvai from place to place. All of the candidates on their ticket in Bomi won, including the senator they gave us.
So Charlie,
we campaigned for them.
Charles Brown. So in this regard, what's your message? What's your message to Jeremiah Kuhn or Jose Yumabwaka? Do you want them to come and stand in solidarity to your protest? What your message directly to them? What do you want them to do? What you want DeLon, Youngbley, the rest of the other senators to do?
What we wanted them to do, CEO, they actually mutilated against us. They are part and parcel. Let's agree, vice president-elect, but you remember the Liberal Senate. Senator Jimon Simeba on the radio this morning. He said even if the president called them one day, that one month, so they only on 2 months extra section salary and 2 months extra section gasoline and 5 months regular gasoline.
Let's talk about the incoming government. What your message to them?
So what we want them to do, because people are saying our protest is political, we are looking at the nomination of Musa Ding and that of Samura Wolokoli. We go on the ground tomorrow to prevent that. Then you dissolve the 54. What we want them to do, they should not feel that if we don't get our benefit, the other days will be fine for them. No. On the 15th, which is Monday, we're not going to relent. We will not sit there with our benefit. People go conduct protein election over there. Even the flags will not be hosted. So what we're saying, we are calling on them. I'm calling on the vice president-elect, the president-elect. The essence of constituting a transition team was to sit down and settle all of the problems. The problem of our benefit, the issue of our benefit, they are problems. So we calling on the president-elect and the vice president-elect to get involved and come to us so we can sit down and channel how they're going to give our benefits.
Well, Charles
the thing is about sitting on a round table, telling us from this time to this time, this will happen. From this time to this time, this will happen.
Yeah, but listen.
We put it on document, we keep our copy, we live this, we suspend the issue of the protest.
Charlie, you are out there right now because they call you guys back. They call your senators back. They are owing you for calling you back. Is that why you are out there, or you are out there because of the 6 months of fuel and other stuff the government owe you?
We are protesting for the following reason. One, we want our 2 more extra section money.
Okay.
We want our 2 months, those are entitled to gasoline. We want our 2 more gasoline, extra section 2 months.
Okay.
We want the far more area of gasoline, our regular gasoline. We want our insurance money to be paid to continue our medications in our respective hospitals and things, because we are being insured by the mutual insurance. We want our 2 buses that protect all the human resource, like if they have the money, and human resource directed them to procurement director to procure the 2 buses. From that time to today, we can't get those buses. Staff are finding it difficult to go to work.
So what?
These are our demand.
Okay, so you name 5 things, 5 to 6 stuff you name. 1, you need the area for the 5 or 6 months, but the major thing is that because they call the senators back, they owe you the 2 months fuel, 2 months salary, correct?
Right.
Okay, so now, George Monowia government is leaving. They own you. They own your folks that are out there, and I feel for them. I feel for you guys, but let's just be on the record. They owe you this money. George Monowia call you back. George Monowia government says to pay you. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay. The Bwaga government hasn't taken power yet. Am I correct? Can he interfere with the decision of the outgoing president?
But there's something in English called transfer aggression. There's something in English called transfer aggression. What is happening to us? I don't feel for the senators, because the senators should have said to the president, we are not going to act on any other provision until you get our benefits. That has been happening. But they are completely executing President William mandate.
I agree with you, Charlie.
When I talk about transfer aggression,
yeah, but Charles, let's get something in
Senator
place
Kuhn
here.
is in the Senate. Just not being vice president elect.
Charles,
Senator Nyomri Kanga is in the Senate. Presented candidate for the protein election on Monday.
Correct.
Are we saying that we should let them go? They must feel the consequences of their actions.
Your whole argument is more holistic than to cherry pick as to why you are out there. You are there because you have your vice president, your coming in vice president from the Senate. The outgoing vice president is Joel Howard Taylor. The pro tem will be Yomdi Kanga Lawrence. So your expression is kind of transferable to all of them. I just want to set the record straight because folks are on our feet saying, but Will, the Joseph Bwaga government have not come in yet. Why are you blaming them? You are blaming those senators that are also like Jeremiah Kuhn and Yomdi Kanga Lawrence because they're part of this 54, 54, correct?
Right. We're blaming them. If they were not in the Senate, then we're not holding them responsible, but they are in the Senate. What was their role when the president called them? They all are acting on the president provision. They are complaining about their benefits because extra session during Madam 30 days, Mr. Waterspoon, before they get even set down, we used to get all our benefits. Those are like entitled to gasoline, we used to get it. Those are like entitled to salary, we used to get our 4-month salary.
I hope
in a regular month.
You have to come in the studio tomorrow. Let's talk more because it's very, very important. The information is genuine, and I agree with your protests out there. I believe that you guys went through this. Your callback, your need, your benefit, your desired benefit. You're not begging for extra money. You're asking for what you worked for, and by law you desire, you need it. But let me be straight up on the record. If we have to involve Joseph Yima Boyka, you're not calling him for him to go out there and protest with you guys, correct? Because he's not inaugurated yet as president, and he cannot negotiate. When you talk about your past benefit, like the insurance, your 6 months, that can come into play after the inauguration. Am I correct?
Yes, we were not going to look at the issue of Joseph Yuma Boyka. We're not going to transfer that aggression. We're not going to transfer that. What we are saying, for example, if we cannot get our benefit from now to Friday, who should be benefiting the protein elections?
Okay.
Senator Nyomli Kanga, who is the chairperson of rural administration.
So let us to call Yombly. I will call Yombly. I will call JK, the incoming vice president. and we'll hear from them as to whether they will, they have to intervene. They are senators, and Jeremiah Kuhn remains senator till inauguration. Actually, we should
fine.
Right, Stephen Johnson. He is a senator till the inauguration, January 22nd. So he must
right.
to this issue. You are quite correct.
So, for example, if we don't get our benefit of Friday, she's a presumptive candidate for the protein elections. With the mediation on us, we should exonerate her. No. Why she choose to work for president? We have not paid them. She only weighs me in finance committee. She's a chairperson, rule order administration. Wow, role.
All right, we're gonna reach out to Youngbley, the senator from Grand Bassa, and we're gonna talk to. I guarantee you, when you come in studio or when you reach out to us tomorrow by way of phone, Youngbley will have something to say. That I can assure you. But again, so tomorrow, before we let you go, Chade, tomorrow, what's the plan here now? Will there be any confirmation from the capital if you guys there's no money in your account tomorrow, or will you guys hold your ground?
Trust me, Mr. Waterspoon. The petrol bomb will not deter me. By 6 a.m., I will be on the grounds of the capital with my men, preventing not just the confirmation, preventing the senators from coming to their respective offices. Since Thursday, they have abandoned the place. Since Thursday, every senator that go on the ground, the capital, we can pass them out, and they can leave. Even today, we throw out Senator Henry Topa from Boncante. We throw out Senator Simeon Boema Taylor from Grand County. And the process continue. Tomorrow, no senator will come down there. We've been doing it. So the entire ground have been captured by the staffers. And we remain on that.
Let me hold you right there because we got to go. I'm going to play this video. We really got to go. Let me play this video. It's 1 minute. We had Spoon Talk in the building. The whole place was so dark. All this, everywhere was closed. No senator. Let's just play this one real quick before we leave.
So, folks, welcome back to Spoon TV. We coming to you live from the Capitol building, and we are directly on the Senate wing of the Liberian Senate. The protest of Senate staff was continuing here for the 4th day. We started bringing you coverage live from here on Thursday, which was the first day, Thursday of last week, which was the first day of the protest action here by Senate staffers. They are demanding 2 months extra sitting areas or benefit owed them by the Liberian Senate. They are also demanding 6 months gasoline, and they are demanding insurance benefit. According to them, they were told that they were on mutual insurance, and they went there, they took their family there, they've been treated. But since then, when they go back there, they are not allowed on grounds that their bosses have not paid the money. And so that's one of the issues. My name is Senator in. So the senator also is not in yet. So though this office is open, this is Senator J. Milton Tiage's office is open, but the senator also is not in. So you can see that the protestation is taking a toll on this entire building. You can see that the senators are not in here. That's the office of Senator J. Milton Tiage. He's at. Hello. We tell you that the senators have not come to work because of this protest. Hello, anyone in? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, it seems like this office is open, but no one. So let's do this. These are all offices. We'll come back. We'll tell you who offices are there. We'll tell you which senator there. So on this floor is the pro-tem of the Liberian Senate. We want to give you a view of the pro-tem of the Liberian Senate on this floor. And the final floor up is you have the chamber of the Liberian Senate. You have the office of the vice president also up. That's the final floor. So this is the pro-tem's office. These are all compartments. Here, over here, you have the pro-tem office. Over here, there are all offices here.
So, Charlie, let's wrap this thing up. Let's go. The building is seems like it's complete lockdown. It's kind of dark about the way. So, talk to us. And we will see you again tomorrow. We'll bring you in studio if possible, or else we'll call you. So wrap it up, Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Waterspoon. I want to tell the world and tell the Liberian people that on the basis of our legitimate claims, what happened to me tonight will not deter me from turning out tomorrow because I'm the head. I'm not one of those that can stay behind and tell our staffers to move. I will be with them tomorrow, and our protest continue with the amendment made in the protest sent on Friday that no senator enter any of their offices. They should remain out. That instruction continues tomorrow. No senator will enter the grounds of the Capitol. No confirmation hearing. No other hearing. No activities. Nobody working tomorrow until we dissolve the 54th legislature. Thank you for following me up on the opportunity, and my doors are open
And
for additional information tomorrow.
Charlie, again, please be safe. Please be safe here, you guys. We asking you again. We will all fight for the same reason, the same purpose. I'm asking the guys through the CEO, Madam Titi Cannon, that we should have 4 to 5 reporters at the Capitol building and the Temple of Justice tomorrow. So we have a whole 360 coverage. Someone will be with you. Again, we asking you, we got to cover this to the fullest because this too involve every one of us. So again, Spoon will be assigned to you as you coordinate. Please give them all what you need to give them, that the world can see exactly what you guys are fighting for. That God bless you to my brother. Thanks. That's the voice of Charles Brown. Again, Steven, let's close this thing. Dr. Richardson, man. This is huge. This is crazy. This is crazy, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, he is extremely brave. I'm afraid for him, but I understand his fight for, his back pay, the benefits that were due to him. So I understand that. I understand his fight for change. I was taken aback when he sort of made a comparison between Ellen Johnson's government and the current government. He said before, during her regime, before legislators sat down to make any kind of arrangement, came in for an so-called emergency situation, their pay was negotiated. But in this government, nobody seemed to care. And I think he was right to call out the incoming vice president as well as the pro tem. These people, utilize the staffer services. So I'm not understanding why they are not, as he said now, not because I don't know this for sure, that they are not advocating on their behalf. So I mean, I just wish that he takes courage. It's very dangerous to see his car in flame. I can hear that he's under some distress. He's distressed right now. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you very much, Colonel Greg. We're gonna make Stephen Johnson last. Colonel Greg, go ahead, close up.
Yeah, Altara came in late tonight, and Senator Penner, I think, struggled with the idea that the session tomorrow was emergency. Under our constitution, I think a special sitting of the senator or the House or the Senate should primarily be about emergency. I didn't see him or hear him making that dichotomy between what is emergency versus what the president is can rightfully do. I think he pivoted over the question of this being an emergency session over the right of the president. Nobody will dispute that the president, until um, President-elect Waka is inaugurated, at 12 p.m., whether or not he does not have certain rights, he does have those rights. But whether this special session constitute emergencies where he struggled, and I hear him pivoting as well. It's very interesting to also note that he's he's on the defensive for something that happened, two events that happened in his county under his watch as senator. Uh, it seems as though his personal interest was to rescue his brother, and he referred to them as and but he was not able to rescue a guy. I mean, well, even comment or make made any declaration, definitive statement about pay. The police officer, very senior police officer, very well trained guy. I remember encountering him. We sat, I'd gone to teach about small arms in Liberia, and I met him. Very, it was a it was a professional, a consummate professional. I would think that if I were the senator for Grandjuda and such a thing happened, I would be on top of it. Then the NSC gentleman who went there and lost his life. Uh, this us versus them was the only thing I heard from the senator. Clearly, when you're in position of leadership, sometimes it becomes a matter of us versus them. But you should live above the fray. Your it's also your duty to protect people who come within your jurisdiction to work. I'm not saying you should be the police officer, but if something were to go wrong, that should be the primary focus, not his brother, his family. Sometimes people confuse between those two. And then Charles Brown, I think ever since the progressive left power, or the advocacy, we have not had that strong level of advocacy coming forward. I think Charles Brown represents some of that. I'm glad that he was able to stand up, and he should continue to stand up. Look, when you want to take democracy at the advocacy level, there are a lot of things that can happen to you personally. You see what happened to Yeke in the course of 6 years. You see what happened to others. But my hope is that he secures his own safety, and that everything goes well with him. But hopefully, um, they should continue with their protest. I think they should not allow this session to sit. Besides them getting because once they don't pay them now, they'll defer. They will not pay them anymore. The other people don't care. But I will leave it here because I have some noise in my background.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. We appreciate Stephen.
Thank you, Stanton. I think I listen to Charles. It's very passionate about what he does, and also the interest of his colleague is something we've seen times of our number. Him being the champion for such effort, I think it's commendable. I think Liberia needs more of people of such tenacity and fortitude to speak out to power. I remember as a young student leader myself, we had many days where we engaged government into protests. We held government ministry and agency hostage, fighting for what was right, fighting for a better country. And so when we see people take up such fight, legitimate fight, I think we're under obligation to support them in whatever way we can. I would love to hear from Senator Yombly and Vice President-elect Jeremiah Koo, as well as Senator Dillon on this matter. I think they represent in the legislature the face of the new administration, and so many of those staffers, as Charles rightly put it, are supporter of the Rescue Alliance, and so one will want to see their level of involvement so far in fighting for the well-being of those staffers. So I would love to hear from them. And Stanton, I hope tomorrow you can make that call so that we can hear from them and engage them on this matter. And that's the question I asked Charles. The reason I asked was I wanted to know the extent to which the senators or representatives were involved. And the reason I asked that was because if they were, they would have made the payment of their benefits a prerequisite for whatever confirmation hearing they were about to do. But instead, they are bent on having the confirmation hearing and will rather defer their payment, as if to say maybe, and the way it appears is like they don't care about the staffers, that they're still going on with their confirmation, even though they too might not have collected the pay, but it's wrong because most of those people are living from paycheck to paycheck. Any disruption in their pay will cause them to drop into the poverty basket. There is no safety net measure in Liberia to accommodate for people who skip paychecks. It's either you get it or you don't have it. And one other thing I like to see, Stanton, in closing, is I hate to hear this committee name, Ways, Means, and Finance. I think it sound like an avenue for corruption. I think when you hear Ways and Means,
Why?
like
Why?
it sounds to me like they find any outlet somewhere. I would rather that name be reworked and maybe budget and finance. It sounds more professional, and it speaks to a larger thing they do. When I hear Ways, Means, it sounds like my man, you great. You gotta find any ways and means. In our Liberia context, when somebody say ways and means, it means you gotta bend over backward. And find all the kind of opportunities. I think that name should be changed.
It's, you know what? You know what? I know you are close. It remind me about the guy that said, "Little eat last." Like,
exactly. So sanity, you don't use anyone like eat. When you talking politics, you say eat last. Then when you talk about money, they say ways and means. That ways and means sound like we gotta find all outlet to find it by all costs. I just think it should be changed to maybe accounts, budget and finance, or the financial committee, or something more refined. I think that ways means I have some error. But Senator, it's been a great show. We listened to Senator Penner. Unfortunately, we could not continue due to the disruption. There are lots of questions that we wanted to ask. I thought he answered some he struggled. But it comes with.
You know, the time in the country, right? People prefer doing the show from home. Though the internet
it's safer at home.
Nobody want to raise their life.
But man, nobody want to be in studio, because the thing about the studio center is when you're in the studio, they know your location. You see, once you're in the studio in Monrovia, everybody know where you're at. Mm-hmm. Whereas when you're home, you could do the show from somewhere else rather than just your house, but nobody knows your exact location. So I thought we should have pressing more, but hopefully you will come back and we can.
And he was willing though. He was willing because I spoke to him. He just stand down, would take any question, and I'm coming on the show. It's the best.
And he was being political. We'll ask you about who he's supporting for the protest.
No, again, now he will not like it. Or his answer just towards Yombly.
I know, but we wanted him to say it out so that we can.
All his answer is like, let's give Yombly or how you call it, a white ballot. I
don't think. I think it was on point. I would not want to reveal who I'm going to support on this in this public manner, because there are still other vetting interests.
Nobody, man. Let me say this to you, Congress. The people are afraid. If anybody put a hand up, say I won't be protecting America or put sanction on them. So they're afraid.
Yeah, I forgot to say this to my close. I didn't realize that we're closing. I thought we're just commenting on Charles' situation.
So go ahead, do your closing, then we can leave.
Yeah, so we started off this conversation with Councillor Verdier. I think he actually brilliantly added that we need to ask our question: what is the emergency that motivated the president to call the legislators back? So he said that usually the Constitution says that in order for the legislators to come back to session, there must be some sort of emergency that is related to maybe a war, a threat to the country. And he didn't see the need, which I side with him, for the president to be calling legislators back. And considering that it's not just only the time, it's the money that is going to cost the Liberian people. We already seen the tune of 3 point something $1 million already. So we really need to look at that. So I hope that the Supreme Court, those women on the Supreme Court, Justice Willocully and Justice Yo, would consider that question keenly. The second thing, and I like his addition to the argument. It wasn't just about whether Nagwa's request for sick time was or absent from the court was accepted or not, or whether the president preempted the request, which I think we're kind of talking about, but he added more to that. In regards to lawmaker Zopena, I thought he was being defensive a lot of times and also sarcastic at times. My purpose for asking about keeping their families in the country, especially their minor children in the country, to attend the same school as other children was because we know that many of them have the privilege compared to the regular Liberian citizen of sending their children and their family out of the country for everything, for healthcare, for education. And so he pivoted and said, well, maybe you diaspora people, Liberians, can come back home and this Liberia be a great country. I'm a Liberian living in the diaspora. I don't make laws to affect other people in Liberia. Okay. I don't get paid by taxpayers' money. In fact, I was listening yesterday. Someone even argued that their tax money that they pay in the United States somehow ends up in USAID's budget, which I believe that to a certain extent, because we don't know where our tax. We pay a lot of taxes in this country, and our taxes goes towards when the United States send aid to other countries, whether it's Ukraine or Israel or Hamas, our money goes in the pocket. So so I thought he wasn't being serious, and I was being very serious when I asked that question. He thought it was a moment for him to be sarcastic. Yeah. So and as he was speaking to me, the reporter who was involved in the Regina story, this is actually what sort of piqued my interest in getting involved in Liberia's politics. This is around 2017, 18. Regina was a 13-year-old girl, right about the same time as one of my daughters were turning 13, and she got impregnated by Senator Moriah's Wally. There was a whole protest about it, big conversations. Regina was in the community. People saw her being pregnant. People saw her fainting. They saw her she was living with this representative and his wife. The next thing, when a lot of noise came, they took Regina back. As pregnant as she was, 13 years old, she had confessed that Representative Moriah Willie was the one who impregnated her, allegedly. Well, so they took Regina back to Grand Jita. And imagine this poor little girl had this baby and suffered fistula. She was defecating on herself. She couldn't even have this baby. And all of a sudden, the reporter who was behind this story, I don't want to mention her name because I want to protect her, was contacting me as we're talking and said she contacted Senator Zopena frequently and regularly, and he had no comment. He never returned her call. Here it is. He's telling me he went to the police station to investigate what was going on with his colleague, Moriah Willie, and not with, and didn't know anything about Regina. In fact, he asked me to go to Grand Jita to look for Regina. And, so it was just kind of like very sad that his own citizen, a young woman, a young girl, was experiencing such difficulty with sexual and gender-based violence. And he didn't even seem that was important enough to talk about. Like, he actually told me I should go to Grand Jita. So, the reporter said to me that he was very flippant, didn't really care about the young girl, but he seemed to care about his brother who got released on technicality from the court system. So, we need to do better. I know he's a great guy. His heart is in the right place. Like, he talked about donating and paying tuition and all of that stuff. Those are all good. That, tell me a good citizen. He's not afraid of Liberian people. But at the same time, let's take the job seriously. Be concerned about the things that happen to women and young girls in our country. So that's what I wanted to add. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And you're right. I really, my first time hearing that story, and I hope I can hear more of the story. If the reporter want to come on, or if we can bring how you want to arrange it, that would be better. But I didn't know. I've never heard of such a story. Again, thank you for bringing it up for us. I want to say thanks to everyone for joining us. I think we had a wonderful show today.
Oh, but then Spoon was not there at that level.
What year was it?
2015,
Yeah.
2016.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. Okay. But again, thanks to everyone for joining us. This is your show. This is your network. It's good to have the guy that can dance, the man that know how to party, the man that know how to enjoy himself. I will do this. This will be my closing.
I just need it. I just need it.
You knew I was bringing it, man.
Seriously, actor. Hey, hey.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell
Steve won't like to live, right?
Steven, you give that man that to do. Every second that man
I asked Fadiga said you will not share it with me. But Sister Granny share it with me, and I mean, I'm enjoying it. But it is true, man. Thanks a lot. Tomorrow we'll be having Charles Brown. Guys, let's monitor what is happening at the Capitol building and the Temple of Justice. It's more concerning. This is my take, though. I do believe, even if they give them the green light, the senator they're going to run because they're saying they will say the protest. Stephen, I know we are closing. If the Supreme Court says it's okay, Musa Dane can be confirmed. Do you think the senators in the right mind will confirm it? Do you think they will go through that group? They will go through that group and say, yes, we're going to. Today, small reporter went into the Capitol building and they were all gone. Offices were closed. If it were open, only staff were there.
My popular demand is say you play that video again, man.
You think the senators going to make sure that they carry on the confirmation of water quality and that of think it will not happen? Number one. Number two, my second question, yeah. So if the government said we pay and we won't pay tomorrow, but tomorrow pass, can George Manawe now ask for another 3 days extension as per the Constitution? He can, but when he asked for 3 days extension, I mean, those are the things I'm kind of confused
If he does,
about.
that would be the most reckless thing to do. Because if you listen to Senator Chief on this show, he say every day of an if they went back for 3 days,
yeah, it's 1 month.
So what we will essentially be doing is obligating the Joseph Boakai administration.
Okay.
That we will put you in more trouble with the arrears, and we'll call them back. Now, Charles Brown struck a very important point as to, remember when he said the plan is to go there 10 o'clock and
6 o'clock.
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
No, I mean the senators.
Oh, for Samara, we'll call it, yeah.
And conference somewhere before the close of session, blah blah blah. So you see it. So don't be surprised also if the Supreme Court say, look, yeah, there's no issue here. Y'all go back and y'all can carry out your duty. Don't be surprised you see that committee going back to start a confirmation proceeding, because that committee is headed by Councillor Vani Sharma. I don't think Vani
Where will
Sharma
it pass? That's my question. That two things here. You must get the money to run with that narrative, or where will you pass? That's just my question I'm asking. Where?
Pass what?
To go into the Capitol building. You guys
exactly. And that's why I didn't want Charles to diverge to the extent their plans, because it's possible it could be thwarted. So that's why I didn't want him to talk more about what time they will be there, all that thing, because the guys could have a plan B, and if that should happen,
the police officers could storm that place and
barricade that place with heavy presence of security, and it could cause some disturbance. So I think, but if the Senate, without receiving a penny, will be this desperate to confirm any of those two persons, then they will show that there's a sinister motive here. Because I don't see the reason why they will be this desperate that under these circumstances will even go to the extent of having session under the under heavy security presence, it shows that it has sinister motive. And the thing is, this is not a national security or national, there's some national implication. No, the LRA, for the last 8 months, for the last, I think, 4 or 5 months, Thomas was not there. The LRA was functioning appropriately. For the last 8 months, what's his name? Senator Nangwe has not been on the bench. The bench has been functioning appropriately. So in 2 days or in 10 days to the new government, nothing substantial will happen to the country in 10 days that you need and must fill those vacancies by all costs. I don't think so. I think the Senate will do the honorable thing and defer their nomination to the new administration and allow the next president to make that nomination.
By themselves. I think they have the press to cover any extra thing to get them confirmed. But it's yet to see whether or not the president will give that money. But I'm pretty sure they've approved of that budget. But those two individuals by themselves, I think they want to pull this through because we know the motive. The motive is not the functionary per se, but to say these guys will be scored up to protect any future recurrence of anything. So I agree that those boys should be there, and then they should give it all their to do to obstruct that process from going through. But if those people were to look in the midst of storm, those people know exactly the benefit they've gotten. You and I don't know, so they'll want to appear there. But equally, they should meet that force. Just disrupt the whole process. It's civil disobedience. It calls for. I mean, that's part of
I'm
it.
receiving
Especially
information.
the money involved.
Yeah, but we're receiving information that Stevie, not only the Senate staffer will be there, other Liberians that actually disagree with this protest going to storm the Capitol.
You
And
remember
I mean,
when my man was talking on this show?
yeah, I'm receiving it. I just hate to announce it, but they are saying other folks, Liberian men and women that dislike this nomination should be at the Capitol building in support of the Senate staffer. So even tomorrow will be high. The Temple of Justice Supreme Court can go ahead and say it's okay, but the manner in which they will carry it on, and they cannot go beyond Jade, right? They must have the confirmation at the Temple of Justice, correct?
Yeah, the Capitol
So,
building.
so the Capitol building, thank you. So that's a problem. Then I think that if other Liberians listen to us, they are saying that they will be there. I'm going to open the phone line. You guys want to leave? Nelson will hang out with me. We'll open the phone line and we'll hear from Liberians. They said they will be there to support the staff, but not only to support them, but they are in disagreement with those nominations and they will use this means to stop it. So that's huge. That's huge.
You guys go. Can I just ask a quick question? I know the United Party have a writ of prohibition, to prevent the confirmation. But to some extent, is it the opinion of JMB as well not to confirm Musadin? Does anybody know? Or is he in the background working to negotiate?
So the fact that the party is coming from the party, it represents the general view of the party, of which JMB is also a part, because that the stand-up bearer is also a member of the executive committee of the party, and so that the party is the one.
I think they informed him, Stephen.
Yeah.
He was informed, probably.
Yeah, the fact that he's the party making that.
So Stephen, I'm hearing you say that they are aligned with this decision.
Of course, yes. So
to not have Musadin confirmed.
To not have him confirmed.
Do not have, because the party is preventing, to me, Musadin.
Yes, that's what I said. The party is preventing him from being confirmed. So UP is preventing Musa from being confirmed.
Okay. I'm somehow not convinced, simply because Dean
was just leave it and will be confirmed by now.
No, well,
I think that Richardson can.
The Unity Party and JMP.
So
they always have to.
Can I come in?
But also, just give me a second.
JMB is a JMB.
So I know that Musadin was also a member of the Unity Party in the past.
Yeah, before.
Yeah, so I don't know. I wonder if that has.
But Dr. Francis, the way the UP works right? The UP is one political party, and I will say this without coming across as bragging. The UP is one political party when it comes to the issue of holding people accountable. The UP is not afraid of anybody.
Yeah.
And the way the party, yeah, and that's the way the party is. That's why you saw even the party to the extent expelled, President Sirleaf when she was the star, she was the star candidate. She was the one of the biggest stars in the party. The party went there. The party even took action against Vanny Sherman,
So
against
JMB would not abstain. Like some other political party that endorse PDC.
Yeah, against what
You
I mean,
think so? The Unity Party is not making any background negotiation.
No, the UP will not. Yes, if you go against the interests of the party, we'll expel you. UP is not desperate for support in a way that you come and just do as you please. You got to follow the dictates of the political institution. That's why you see, look at the likes of Vanny Sherman, Maurice Satuma. They never ran on UP ticket. By the time we noticed that they were compromised in the legislature, the party got rid of them. And that's how you build institution. That's why you see the UP since 1984 has always been at the core of Liberia.
You see, I wanted to say something.
The UP ran in 1997 and came second to Taylor. The UP ran in 2005. The UP won. The UP ran in 2011. She won. She lost in 2017. And she won in 2023. When it comes to the current political dispensation of Liberia, the Unity Party is the most successful political institution in Liberia.
So still on that
Just
list.
before our brother come in.
You don't want me to talk, so that's
Just before you come in, let me say the Unity Party, that model to institutionalize and not built around individual is what makes it a very successful.
Thank you.
That's what we are trying to do in the NC.
But Dr. Freddy, even if JMB goes against the party philosophy,
we'll kick him out. I believe it.
We're holding accountable.
So I believe it. We should not be building institutions around people. It should be around.
It should be around because imagine the way Ellie left. By now the UP will have died. Look at the other political party. By the time the most popular candidate left, no party died natural death. NDPL is in a state of vegetative coma. Look at True Win Party. It's at the cemetery.
Does it exist?
MPP on life support.
Yeah. We should not imagine a party by a person. It should be the philosophy, not by a person. By the time you say this party, then you imagine an individual. It should not be so. That's what we are trying to build, but we fail. Go ahead, Stanton.
You know something? Let me lead the UP party thing. I'm not UP partisan, so let me just.
We'll recruit to UP, man.
But I like folks in UP. You know, I don't know what the future holds. But let me say this: it's very important for us to agree, though, that I'm concerned about the more. If other folks, well, Liberians that listen to us, they are telling me that they will be there to support Charles Brown and the rest of the people over there, then a problem. Even if they send the Liberia National Police, I don't think the law and the rest of the senator will force their way in, like Steven was saying, and say, though we having tear gas here and there, we must confront. Well, what will be the emergency to do so? So I am seeing this thing, except personal, we have asked for an extension up to the 14th to pay these guys and carry on a confirmation hearing properly. I think this thing is doomed tomorrow. I don't know what you said, Stephen or Conor Gray or Dr. Richardson, because I'm not seeing it either or. I'm seeing the start. It took place already. Today is the 8th. Tomorrow is the 9th. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, they'll be there. They'll probably spend an hour or two. Leave from there 1 o'clock. Some of them will go to the Capitol building. The guys that will be ready. They ain't going anywhere. Maurice Tuma, one of four samurai, what they call it in there. He can go with the COP, CDC, or whatever you call them. Liberians will be there. National Police of Liberia will be there. That would be a case. That would be a problem. And I hope they are not setting the stage now to create this thing to run into the inauguration, because it would not be allowed. It will not be allowed. But one thing you guys are missing, Charles Brown said this thing will continue until the 15th. And we know exactly what's happening on the 15th. Position for speakership, right? Deputy speakership and that of pro tem. Now they will be taking this thing over to the representative session. So my fear tonight, Liberians listen to us on the radio. They are saying they will be there. Steven, the people ain't doing nothing. People sitting at home.
I see Daniel Bassabo say will be the fact telling the body.
But that's what I'm saying. These are not staffers. They are telling us that they will be there. People from Kim Johnson Road, people from Slipway, people from West Point, Newtown, everybody going to be there because it's just a matter of fact. Say, leave this thing for Jose Yimabwaka. Let him do his nomination. That's the government now. You stop, you refuse to pay them, and you want to force your way in and say, confirm this nominee. It's a problem. I'm not saying that the senators will not try, but to get them to our Washington area today on Spoon, every senator office though he not, it's either empty or a lack. If anybody in there that's Stafford, everywhere is dark. The only place that had light was open office. Maybe you get a soda or something from America.
They talk about today, the fire incident there in document.
Fire incident from Transport Ministry.
Yeah.
They got to
Why
destroy
would the
the
officers
document.
will document a boy?
Yeah, they are destroying the
I'm glad
document.
that Charles will not take Kato, like COP on that whatever protest will be asking the president to step down. Hope Charles has said it that he's not going to take Kato, he's not going to take any kind of extra because that's what they'll be trying to do. Call the leader aside, bribe him a little money. But this guy seemed to be very resolute.
The
And
brother make up, but thank God somebody posted and said the way. I don't want to announce it because sometimes when these people post these things, you run with it, you can't see no result. But somebody say Charles should reach out to them, they will buy his car. I'm not going to announce it. I don't know how true it is. That's why I let it fly. But again, Charles will be on. If you get Charles, we're asking to give his number. Whosoever volunteer to buy his car, they can call him and let him know. But folks are saying they will contribute that Charles try to get a new car. We'll be here on the story tomorrow. I just want to open the phone line to get people to call in. Those that will be there to help the staff. It's not protest we are calling, but this is concerning, and I must tell you, it is concerning. And what happened? That's on Nigerian Voodoo Your News. I just saw Diamond. Then you appear.
Yeah.
You didn't see that, Steven? I just saw Diamond with a gray and dark shirt.
I mean, now the propose we got,
I still get the man get $220. I say he buying the $80 purple suit. But guys, thank you, Steven. Now, Nelson, let's open the phone line because people are saying we'll be over there tomorrow. Let's hear them what to make up this confirmation and the other story we just spoke about. It is important. We'll just take only 20 calls real quick. Nelson, if the guys can hang with us, that's fine. But let's hear from our people, people. Open the phone line, please.
Okay, so the number to call is 0555 101075, 0555 101075. So I'll pin the WhatsApp number here as well for those wanting to call to put for their calls using WhatsApp. So we'll go to the lines and take our first call. Okay, so we take this person. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Billy. We are coming from
Okay,
Ireland.
please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to my word out. Taking them and talk to the people and for me to for our inauguration. Because we don't want for them to support our inauguration. So we take them. Because they doing all those things here to support our inauguration. And that day will be our happy day in Liberia. So that's my view.
Thank you. Hello?
Good morning.
Yes, hello. You're live.
This is Ivan Eatway. I do join you from Front Street.
Doing good.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the talking points and listening to Charles Gibson. I just pray to him for the evidence first of all. I just thank God for the life to kill.
Okay. Thank you.
To the point for you in studio. You see, are things that have been happening in the past. People will elect to power, they will say that then they see the living power, so will just do all kinds of things that they feel are doing all out to spoil the image of the country or for their colleagues who are already staying there. Because they are in a class, we have promotion in the next class, so they can spoil everything.
Okay.
It is unfair.
Thank you.
It is very, very much fair. I've had a Liberian to tell you one for one. They say the job because they're forcing it so that they can have their nominees confirmed.
Thank you, sir.
Which is take an hour for one will be there tomorrow to make sure that this will not happen.
Thank you.
Until they bring it. And we also pray that I enjoy one thing from you asking Charles Gazing why you don't struggle to have the present government or the incoming government to be blamed. I work for you, you supposed to start me. The next person who are going to work for what I work for them, they have to take their own shoes. So we pray that tomorrow, whatsoever thing will be, if it is necessary to carry on their confirmation, to be fine, but it will not explore our inauguration ceremony for our incoming president, Joseph Newman Baga, to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. You're live.
Yes. Mike Joseph calling from
Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell you that I'm speaking out now. I think there was 10% already for the ratio. I think I cannot be confirmed. So we are prepared, but we are waiting tomorrow. Out of 6 o'clock, I think we'll be on the yard there, but I said it will pick up. So no sense I should see that tomorrow. Have free ride. Free ride will be there, and have police to get off free ride, and I know what will be there, will be picking up. And the system will still just coming and will forward us to be there. So tomorrow,
Steven, this thing getting serious.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take calls. This is getting serious. The people are going to be there tomorrow. They're going to be with Charles Brown tomorrow. This is huge.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live.
This is Sebastian from Supermarket.
Okay, Sebastian, let's hear you.
First of all, what happened to Charles Casey will condemn me.
Charles Brown. Charles Brown.
Charles Brown will condemn me.
Okay.
And secondly, numbly, they are not talking because they want for everything to be finished with tomorrow. Now, whenever you see the men will appear to the staff to talk to them. Now they can't talk. Because if they talk, the men will listen to them. So they can't talk now until when they put, time finish, you will see. You will get to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take another person. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're live. Go ahead.
Is this Spoon Talk?
Yes, you're live on Spoon Talk.
Yeah, good. Good morning. This is Abbott Milambo Jr. Yeah, am I live now?
Can you kindly reduce the volume of the gadget you're listening to? Because I think we're getting feedback from you. It's distracting you.
I'm Abbott Jr. and I'm one of the employee of the library.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what all our president said is true, and we'll not take it lightly because in Liberia, when you elect leaders, especially representatives and senators, they should serve you, and not the other way around. When you work, you should be able to get your just benefit. But instead, this is on the contrary. They have been going on, but this one, we're not going to lie low. We're going to get more in full and to resist any other thing till our just benefit can be given to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take another person. Hello.
Yes. Good evening. Good morning, brother.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live, sir. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Hilton Wulajedo.
Okay.
And I joined you from looking down this morning. Popo Defender.
Go ahead.
Yes, we applaud you guys for making good analysis of we on Spoon FM. But I think for me, Charles Brown protestation is not necessary for now. Because what he has started, if he not there's no precaution taken, it may be NS to the inauguration. And you guys have to be blamed who has supported this party. Because Charles and all of their honor check and Alice movement are state agents for Senator Nyambikanda Lawrence, Jeremiah Kuhn, and Darrell DeLong.
Thank you.
So So if citizens get onto the street until it reaches inauguration, you guys are arrested to be blamed.
Thank you. Let's read and take this person. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Please go ahead. Can you reduce the volume of the gadget you're listening to? There's a feedback.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Take the
You
next
listening?
call.
Yeah, I think the senators need to
Take the next call, Nelson.
Okay, so cut the gadget off and then you can call back, sir. Please do that. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm Moses calling from Cardwell.
Okay, let's hear you.
I can assure you tomorrow will be there, and the job we can do a last few days tomorrow because we don't care. Police can be there. You can carry a water car. You can carry whatsoever you can carry. That tomorrow will be there. We go police and that is must sleep there, but we'll be there tomorrow. By 4:30, we start do from we'll be there tomorrow. So we can do a last hearing tomorrow.
Thank you. Let's go there and take this person. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning. Let's hear you.
I want to say thank you, and my message is that I'm disappointed in Senator Darren Taylor and Yombi Kanka and Soja because I'm from the Liberty Party and we expect that they try to prevent this thing. If they don't do it, I see a future embarrassment where the CDC will also join them to embarrass the protest as we listen to our Karasway protest. That you're going to protest, you're going to use their means to accept everything, so then make sure to see these guys and prevent this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello. There's a feedback from you. Hello.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is Darius Power and
Power, go ahead.
Okay. We want to tell Mr. Brown that we are with him.
Okay.
And we're not just with him, but we are with the Liberian people. So those chokers who say they want to make fun, tomorrow I'll be at that capital. So, President, we are the session that going on. We saying because he's a president, maybe you feel that it's for the people. So if you feel for Samoa Rural Cody or you for triviality, let him not show leadership tomorrow. Maybe they can stay all off.
Thank you.
Go there. What president will be concerned about confirmation appointing where it's already over? They think going on, you're not concerned about it. The children protesting. How long to call the children, even if you wanted to go on? Yeah. If all the money is going around here.
Thank you.
Yeah, what was that? We'll be there tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Be there. For
Thank
sure,
you.
we'll be there live.
Thanks for
so
your
then,
contribution.
sanction by let's we do. We respect you, but you must not make fun of me.
Thank you. Let's read it. Hello, you're live.
Thank you so much for taking my call. My name is George Cameron. I'm calling you from Las Vegas.
Okay. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah. My take on the situation, I don't want it to be like a January 6th that happened in America, I mean, we know, I know that there's a situation that's going on that is a pay and what have you, and everybody needs money in Liberia. People of the opposition or the incoming government will look at it. I wanted to look at it in a very good way that President-elect Joseph Boakai can step in to make some commitment to the staff, telling them that, of course, I'm coming and I will pay all your money, but let the law, the rule of law exist in Liberia.
Thank you.
That's the lawlessness I'm talking about. Yeah. But that's a legitimate claim. But it shouldn't go so far that disrupt the peace in Liberia.
Okay, so can you
you
listen for a question?
Yeah, are you saying that Joseph Boakai, he should call those people that are out there say they will protest and say you don't protest, let the Senate decide on George Manawia nomination? Is that what you want Joseph Boakai to do?
Can you hear the question?
No, I'm not. No, I can't hear it.
So okay,
Ah,
just
let it
listen.
be so. Let it be so, Nelson. Let the man go, man. Let it be so. Yeah.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat the question for me, please?
Okay, so the question is, are you saying that the protesters should, let's say Ambassador Boakai should come in and tell all the protesters to stop so that, in fact, giving him his word that he's going to pay them? Is that your point?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, because on some issue that happened, I mean, if you can remember the Brandon Samuel issue, when the poor protesting, I mean, how do you call it? Madam, George Weah stepped in and told, that what I heard, I stand to be corrected.
Yeah, but Joe, that was Joe Weah government, my friend. That was Joe Weah government. So that's okay.
I heard that. Whether that was true or not, I don't know.
Right,
But
that's okay.
there was some kind of a negotiation that went on that
Thank
may
you.
ease the people their mind.
Thank you.
So what I'm trying to say here is that let President-elect Joseph Boakai step in, because what I'm talking about is.
Thank you very much, my friend. Let's go ahead, Nelson.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
Liberia shouldn't be a lawless country for staff. I know they get a legitimate.
Nelson, thank you. Let him man go ahead.
Something that will be set
Let's
up.
hold you there,
That
sir.
we have law in Liberia.
I don't see the. Thank you very much. I don't see the reason Joseph Boakai must come out and tell and say, "You don't protest, I will pay you." But go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Okay, my name is Wilfred Akwe for Fenno.
Okay, Akwe, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the show tonight. But I want to take that back to Senator Joey Penno.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, I'm very, very disappointed into the senator. Look, I put so many questions to him that he did not even one. And one key question I put to the senator was, after I make all the deliberation of paying school fee, doing that development in Nigeria, but there was a question asked that with all of those or pressure you are not given by paying school, giving scholarship, do you got any achievement? I think when in one of those schools, they say that no answer that question.
Okay.
He didn't back the questions until he talked more even though in the studio.
Thank you.
So, I mean, that was my disappointment.
Thank you, sir.
The issue of bidding.
Yeah, just wrap up on that quickly so we take others.
Okay, so you know, people are believing that President, no, let's say the president-elect GMB is coming with US dollar machine. I hope people saying that he must tell him to chest by telling people say I'm going to pay this money. People who are what in that direction, they should be able to take the money and tell it to another chest and do the payment of the guy who doesn't have money. And we come and say, no, he broke a economy.
Thank you, Nelson. Let's go.
Their own thing that they're able to do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's
Thank you for the show.
Okay, so thanks a lot for your contribution. We have one last call already queued in. Let me just squeeze that person in very quick. A few seconds. Yeah, our last caller. Hello, please go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead, sir. You're live.
I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, I think things has to make a good point. Senator DeLong and President-elect Zombi, they need to step in. They need to speak out and talk because they're part of the Senate. Can you just sit and be silent and watch things going on? Because I think what they want to do, want to talk, you know, that we are government. But it should be over. But they're part of the government. They're part of the government right now. They are senators, and these guys work for them. So they need to call this guy there and have that they can harmonize it before it run over.
Okay.
That's my contributions.
Thank you, sir. So I think that
yeah, thank you very much, Nelson. A great show. We gotta go.
But Stanton, the guy who called and talked about January 6th, there's no correlation between January 6th and January 6th was actually to inflict harm on the vice president to stall the process, right? And those who were in the Senate at that point. But this is just legislative obstruction. You can do that. You can go to the Senate and heckle and disrupt. But if you inflict harm on someone, that's something else. Well, you can always go in the Senate and prevent certain bills or certain legislation from passing. That you can do. The Constitution allows that. But what the guy was talking about, January 6th was an insurrection. This is not an insurrection. So I don't understand the correlation between that event and what Charles Brown and others are about to do. This is just an obstruction from taking a certain decision they think can be deferred in the interest of the country. This is not an emergency situation. To prevent the result from an election is more an emergency situation than this. In this, there is no emergency attached, as Zopena himself struggled to even draw the emergency, situation to this matter. So I don't know why the caller from Las Vegas, Kemu, was trying to draw that it should be peaceful. Legislative obstruction is a pertinent part of democracy. You can go to the Senate and heckle and make noise and jeer so that certain things don't take place. That's part of the democracy we espouse to. Unless he thinks that people will go there to fight. They're not going there to inflict harm on anybody. They're just going to go, that in this democracy where we live, there is something called occupy something, where a group of people just kind of sit down in the city center so that nothing goes on. It's part of democracy. Once you don't
Thank
harm,
you.
inflict harm on anybody. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor. I mean, you have said it all. I want to say thank you, Nelson. Again, the people, they are up, they are listening. It's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. These people are up, they are getting ready. They will be heading to the Capitol building.
Oh, sure.
Nelson, uh, I just want to tell you, I know you guys will do a whole 360 coverage there tomorrow. You, Aaron Kuban, headed by Dama Slanger, Jokum Flammer, uh, every one of you guys will be there tomorrow to carry on this from all angles, from the Temple of Justice to the Temple of Justice Supreme Court to that of the Capitol building. Again, it will be the big. We invite you to follow Spoon Talk tomorrow. We'll have Charles Brown. We'll have the rest of the senators to talk to those that avail themselves, and we'll see exactly what happened. Will Musa Dane be confirmed? Or will Samara Wodokoli be confirmed? Will there be even the Capitol building activities apart from the protests? We invite you again, we are inviting you to follow Spoon. We'll be busy tomorrow. The guys will be out there tomorrow. The internet will be working, and we'll be having a great show. I just want to say thank you for joining us. As always, this is your network. You are free to call. You are free to be part of it. But my concern, when men and women, boys and girls, young men and young women, said they will be there tomorrow, is huge. I believe they are not going there only, you know, to support those that say we want our money, we want our money. They are going there further to say we do not want any confirmation, keep everything for Joseph Barker. Wow, that's big. That's
That's
big,
you.
seriously. Election has consequences, though. This is big. And again, we'll follow it tomorrow. Folks, we said thank you for joining us. Sometimes we come here for a full 5 hours. We are tired. That's why Conor Gray came in late and he still want to hold us. We're going to call the pastor, Pastor Raymond Carlson, to do the benediction for us to get out of here. Folks, I can't wait to see you. I will be up bright and early, trying to follow through. Those that will be there tomorrow. Alice, you're right. It's very big tomorrow. I know everybody will follow Spoon as they cover this event. Who? This is huge. Somebody called me.
Well, thanks to mommy.
Mommy, man. Mommy that has trouble.
Mommy was very resolute. And I support
No,
him.
but you know what? But the way in which the Senate staffer came on, people just didn't leave the street and say we're coming to protest. These guys from in-house, they are from in-house, Conor Gray. And they know these people. The Pastor Reverend Carlson, thank you for joining us. It's 8:40. We say we are calling you. If you can do us the benediction for tonight's program, we appreciate, sir.
I want to say a very familiar text to all Liberians, Conor Gray, Nelson, Stanton, all of you Liberians. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The Bible tells us that the earth was without form. That means it was shapeless. It was void. That means it was empty. Darkness was all over the place. Nobody could see. But in the midst of all of that, the Spirit of the Lord was hovering upon the deep. And then God stepped in and said, let there be light. And there was light. The point is, with all the chaos that may be happening in our country and our lives, I want Liberian people to know that God will create in the midst of our messes. And it is based on that promise that I say to you tonight, as a called and ordained minister of the Church of Christ, and by his authority, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord upon your favor and give you peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding, regardless of what happens tomorrow and in the future. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. 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 Conor, you're looking very sharp tonight. I like your outfit. You're looking sharp.
Thank you, Pastor Roman.
I don't know you for your suit, but you're looking sharp.
Thank you, Pastor Roman. It's always good to have you. We understand today was first day class for Olivia. We want to say,
I was family. She went to school. First day, I was sending you the pictures. First day.
Thank you very much. We wish her well and we wish your family well.
All right, brother. Be safe.
You too, sir. Bye.
All right, man. I want to hold you further, man.
Thank you very much, man. Have a good night.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here tonight with us again on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you for calling in. Those of you who have been making your contributions in the comment section, we appreciate you for that. Thanks to the thousands of you who have been following in Radio Land. And thanks to the partner radio stations across the country, Trust FM in Bombay County, Premier FM in Bon County, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and all the other stations for relaying this program. We've been live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. We've also been streaming live on YouTube, and the YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. And we've been on Facebook, Fabric TV, Spoon TV, and Super TV are all the social media handles that we've been streaming on. Again, we want to say thanks to all of you for being here tonight. We look forward to another fascinating show tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette, and we'll be back tomorrow with another edition of the program. Well, coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be coming up very shortly. And our guest tonight will be Queen Johnson, of course, the lady who allegedly narrowly escaped police arrest. She will be on the show. She'll be giving her own side of the story. A whole lot will be talked about. That's coming up shortly on the late night show. So you can come back, join us on Spoon. That's in a couple of minutes from now. We'll be back with the late night show. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Spoon. You wanna get the news update? Turn to Spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want. Yes, what you bad today. Yes, what you bad today. Spoon TV.